Prologue. Marcus Holroyd spent most of his childhood in solitude. His mother passed away when he was just 4 years old, yet it barely altered the course of his upbringing. The Countess of Chatteris raised her son with the same distant approach her own mother had used, keeping her affection at arm's length. She wasn't neglectful. She took immense care and pride in selecting the finest baby nurse for her husband's new heir. Miss Pym, a woman well into her 50s, had already looked after 2 future dukes and a viscount. Lady Chatteris handed her infant over to Pym, warned her that the Earl couldn't tolerate strawberries and that the baby probably couldn't either, then promptly left to enjoy the London social season. By the time she died, Marcus had seen his mother exactly 7 times. Lord Chatteris preferred the quiet of the countryside far more than his wife did, and spent much more time at Fensmore, the sprawling, rambling Tudor estate in northern Cambridgeshire that had been home to the Holroyd family for centuries. But he raised his son the same way his own father had raised him. That meant, aside from making sure the boy was placed on a horse by age 3, he saw no reason to engage with him until the child could hold a reasonably intelligent conversation. The Earl had no desire to remarry, even when advised to produce a spare heir just in case. He looked at Marcus and saw a boy with good intelligence, strong athletic ability, and decent looks. Most importantly, the boy was as healthy as a horse. With no reason to believe Marcus might suddenly die, the Earl saw no need to endure another round of wife hunting or, worse, another wife. Instead, he poured his resources into his son. Marcus had the finest tutors money could buy. He learned every aspect of a gentleman's education. He could identify all the local plants and animals. He rode as if born in the saddle, and while his fencing and shooting weren't championship material, they were still well above average. He solved complex mathematical problems without wasting a drop of ink. By age 12, he could read Latin and Greek. Coincidentally, that was around the same age his father decided Marcus might be worth having a decent conversation with. It was also the age when the Earl decided Marcus needed the next step in his education, leaving Fensmore to attend Eton College, where every Holroyd boy began his formal schooling. This turned out to be the luckiest and happiest turn of events in the young boy's life, because what Marcus Holroyd, heir to the earldom of Chatteris, truly lacked was friends. Not a single one. There were no suitable boys his age in northern Cambridgeshire for Marcus to play with. The nearest noble family, the Crowlands, had only daughters. The next closest family was landed gentry, which might have been acceptable, but their sons were all the wrong age. Lord Chatteris certainly wasn't going to let his son mingle with commoners, so he simply hired more tutors. A busy boy couldn't be a lonely boy, and besides, no son of his would ever want to run wild through the fields with the baker's rowdy children. If the Earl had bothered to ask Marcus, he might have gotten a very different answer, but the Earl saw his son once a day just before dinner. Their meeting lasted about 10 minutes, then Marcus went up to the nursery and the Earl went to his formal dining room, and that was that. Looking back, it was nothing short of a miracle that Marcus wasn't completely miserable at Eton. He had absolutely no idea how to interact with other boys his age. On his first day, while all the other kids ran around, like in the words of his father's valet who had dropped him off, a pack of wild animals, Marcus stood off to the side, trying not to stare, trying to look like he meant to be standing there, gazing in the opposite direction. He had no clue how to act, he had no idea what to say, but Daniel Smythe-Smith did. Daniel Smythe-Smith was the heir to the Winstead earldom, but that title was just the beginning. With 5 siblings and a staggering 32 first cousins, he was a natural at navigating the chaos of childhood. Within hours of arriving at Eton, he had effortlessly become the leader of the younger boys. His secret? An easy grin, a natural confidence, and 0 shyness. He could crack a joke and make a decision in the same breath, a born commander of the playground. Fate placed him in the bed right next to Marcus's, and they quickly became inseparable. When Daniel invited Marcus home for their first break, he didn't hesitate. Daniel's family lived at Whipple Hill, a short trip from Windsor, making it easy for him to pop home often. Marcus, however, had a different story. He wasn't exactly in the wilds of Scotland, but getting back to his family's estate in northern Cambridgeshire took more than a day. His father, a man of rigid habits, never bothered with the minor holidays and saw no reason for his son to, either. So when the next break came, and Daniel invited him again, Marcus went. And then again, and again. Soon he was spending more time with the Smythe-Smiths than with his own father. His family was just one person, after all, but still, he often realized he knew each Smythe-Smith individually better than he knew his own dad. That even included Honoria. Honoria was Daniel's youngest sister, a good 5 years younger than the next sibling. She was a happy accident, a final burst of energy from Lady Winstead. That age gap was a chasm, especially when you're only 6 years old, which was Honoria when Marcus first met her. Her 3 older sisters were already married or engaged, and Charlotte, at 11, wanted nothing to do with her. Daniel didn't either, but Honoria's heart had grown weirdly attached to him in his absence. When he was home from school, she'd trail him like a lost puppy. "Don't look at her," Daniel once warned Marcus as they tried to sneak down to the lake. "If you give her any attention, you're done for." They walked with purpose, eyes fixed ahead. They were going fishing, and the last time Honoria came, she'd dumped out all their worms. "Daniel!" she yelled from behind. "Just ignore her," Daniel whispered. "Daniel!" Her yell turned into a shriek. Daniel winced. "Walk faster," he urged. "If we reach the woods, she'll lose us." "She knows where the lake is," Marcus felt he had to point out. "Yeah, but Daniel? Glucksny. She knows Mom will flip if she goes into the woods alone. Even she isn't dumb enough to try that. Dan." She stopped herself. Then, in a voice so pitiful you couldn't help but turn, she said, "Marcus." He turned. Daniel groaned. "Marcus," Honoria chirped happily, skipping over and bouncing to a stop in front of them. "What are you up to?" "We're going fishing," Daniel grumbled. "And you're not coming, but I love fishing." "So do I without you." Her face scrunched up. "Don't cry," Marcus said quickly. Daniel rolled his eyes. "She's faking." "I'm not faking. Just don't cry," Marcus repeated, because that was the real priority. "I won't," she said, fluttering her eyelashes. "If you let me come?" How did a 6-year-old even know how to do that? Or maybe she didn't, because a second later she was squirming and rubbing her eye. "What's wrong now?" Daniel asked. "I got something in my eye." "Maybe it was a fly," Daniel said with a smirk. Honoria screamed. "That probably wasn't the smartest thing to say," Marcus noted. "Get it out! Get it out!" she shrieked. "Oh, calm down," Daniel said. "You're totally fine." But she wouldn't stop screaming, slapping at her face like something was crawling on her. Finally, Marcus took her wrists and held her head steady, her hands pressed against her temples with his own. "Honoria!" he said firmly. "Honoria!" She blinked, gasped, and stopped. "There's no fly," he told her. "But probably just an eyelash?" Her mouth made a perfect little O. "Can I let go now?" She nodded. "You promise not to scream?" She shook her head. Slowly, Marcus released her and stepped back. "Can I come with you?" she asked. "No!" Daniel practically yelled. And honestly, Marcus wasn't thrilled about it either. She was 6. "And a girl? We're going to be very busy," Marcus said, though he didn't sound as harsh as Daniel. "Please?" Marcus groaned. She looked so pitiful standing there, her cheeks stained with tears, her light brown hair parted to the side and pinned back with a clip hung limp and straight, ending just below her shoulders. Her eyes, almost exactly like Daniel's, that striking shade of light purplish blue, were huge, wet, and— "I told you not to make eye contact," Daniel said. Marcus sighed. "Maybe just this once." "Oh, goody." She jumped straight up like a startled cat, then gave Marcus a quick, impulsive hug. "Oh, thank you, Marcus. You're the absolute best, the best of the best." She shot a look at Daniel that was way too adult. Unlike you, his glare was equally fierce. "I take pride in being the absolute worst. I don't care," she announced. She grabbed Marcus's hand. "Shall we go?" He looked down at her small hand in his. It felt completely foreign, and a strange, uncomfortable flutter started in his chest. Panic, he realized. He couldn't remember the last time someone held his hand. His nurse, maybe? No, she always grabbed his wrist for a better grip. He once heard her say, His father, his mother, before she died? His heart pounded, and he felt Honoria's little hand grow damp in his. He was probably sweating. He looked down at her. She was beaming up at him. He let go. We have to go now," he said awkwardly, "while the light's good." Both Smythe-Smiths stared at him. "It's barely noon," Daniel said. "How long do you plan to fish?" "I don't know," Marcus said defensively. "It might take a while." Daniel shook his head. "Dad just stocked the lake. You could probably swing a boot through the water and catch a fish." Honoria gasped with excitement. Daniel turned on her instantly. "Don't even think about it, but if my boots end up anywhere near the water, I swear I'll have you drawn and quartered." She pouted, looking down. "I was thinking about my boots." Marcus let out a small laugh. Honoria looked up at him, betrayed. "It'd have to be a very small fish," he said quickly. That didn't seem to help. "You can't eat them when they're that small," he tried. "They're mostly bones." "Let's go," Daniel muttered. And they did, trudging through the woods, Honoria's little legs pumping double time to keep up. "I don't even like fish, actually," she chattered. "They smell awful, and they taste fishy." Then, on the way back, "I still think that pink one looked big enough to eat. If you liked fish, which I don't, but if you did, do not ever invite her again," Daniel said to Marcus. "Which I don't, but I think Mom likes fish, and I bet she'd like a pink fish." "I won't," Marcus promised. It felt incredibly rude to criticize a little girl, but she was truly draining, although Charlotte wouldn't. Charlotte hates pink. She refuses to wear it. She claims it makes her look gaunt. I have no idea what gaunt means, but it sounds awful. I prefer lavender myself. The two boys let out matching sighs and tried to keep walking, but Honoria leaped in front of them, grinning. "It matches my eyes," she announced. "The fish?" Marcus asked, looking down at the bucket he was holding. 3 decent-sized trout were bumping against the sides. There would have been more if Honoria hadn't accidentally knocked the bucket over, sending his first 2 catches back into the lake. "No, haven't you been paying attention?" Marcus would always remember this moment. It was the first time he encountered that most frustrating of female traits, the question with no right answer. "Lavender matches my eyes," Honoria declared with absolute certainty. "My father told me so. Then it must be true," Marcus said, relieved. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, but the curl immediately fell out. "Brown matches my hair, but I still prefer lavender." Marcus finally set the bucket down. It was getting heavy, and the handle was cutting into his hand. "Oh no," Daniel said, grabbing Marcus's bucket and handing it back. "We're going home." He glared at Honoria. "Get out of our way." "Why are you nice to everyone except me?" she asked. "Because you're a menace," he practically shouted. It was true, but Marcus still felt sorry for her. Most of the time, she was basically an only child, and he understood that feeling completely. All she wanted was to be included, to join games and parties and all the things her family kept telling her she was too young for. Honoria took the verbal hit without flinching. She stood still, glaring venomously at her brother. Then she took a long, loud breath through her nose. Marcus wished he had a handkerchief. "Marcus," she said. She turned to face him, which really just meant turning her back on her brother. "Would you like to have a tea party with me?" Daniel snickered. "I'll bring my best dolls," she said with complete seriousness. "Dear God, anything but this. And there will be cakes," she added in a prim little voice that terrified him. Marcus shot a panicked look at Daniel, but he was no help. "Well?" Honoria demanded. "No," Marcus blurted out. "No?" She stared at him, wide-eyed. "I can't. I'm busy." "Doing what?" Marcus cleared his throat. Twice. "Things. What kind of things?" "Things." And then he felt awful, because he hadn't meant to be so firm. "Daniel and I have plans." She looked crushed. Her lower lip started to tremble, and for once Marcus didn't think she was faking. "I'm sorry," he added, because he hadn't wanted to hurt her. But for heaven's sake, it was a tea party. No 12-year-old boy alive wanted to go to a tea party with dolls. Marcus shuddered. Honoria's face turned red with rage as she spun to face her brother. "You made him say that." "I didn't say a word," Daniel replied. "I hate you," she said quietly. I hate you both." Then she yelled it. "I hate you, especially you, Marcus. I really hate you." And with that, she ran toward the house as fast as her skinny little legs could carry her, which wasn't very fast at all. Marcus and Daniel just stood there, watching her go in silence. When she was almost to the house, Daniel nodded and said, "She hates you. You're officially part of the family." And he was, from that moment on, he truly was, until the spring of 1821, when Daniel went and ruined everything. Chapter 1, March 1824, Cambridge, England. Lady Honoria Smythe-Smith was desperate. Desperate for sunshine, desperate for a husband, and, she thought with a weary sigh as she stared at her ruined blue slippers, desperate for a new pair of shoes. She slumped onto the stone bench outside Mr. Hilliford's tobacco shop for discerning gentlemen and pressed her back hard against the damp wall, trying to cram her entire body beneath the narrow awning. It was absolutely pouring. Not a light drizzle or a simple rain, but a torrent of cats, dogs, sheep, and horses. At this point, she wouldn't have been shocked to see an elephant tumble from the clouds, and the smell was unbearable. Honoria had always believed cheroots were her least favorite scent, but no mold was far worse. A sinister black growth was creeping up the outer wall of Mr. Hilliford's shop, and it reeked of decay. Could her situation possibly get any worse? Well, yes, it could, because she was of course completely alone. The rain had gone from a drizzle to a downpour in under a minute. The rest of her shopping party was across the street, happily browsing inside the warm, cozy Miss Pilaster's fancy emporium of ribbons and trinkets. That shop smelled of perfume, dried rose petals, and vanilla-scented candles, which was a vast improvement over Mr. Hilliford's moldy establishment. Honoria let out a heavy sigh. This was her life. She had lingered too long at a bookshop window, promising her friends she'd meet them at Miss Pilaster's in just a minute. That minute stretched into 5, and just as she was about to cross the street, the sky opened up, leaving her trapped under the only awning on the south side of Cambridge High Street. She gazed mournfully at the rain battering the cobblestones. The drops hit with tremendous force, splashing back into the air like tiny explosions. The sky was darkening fast, and if she knew anything about English weather, and she did, the wind was about to pick up, making her pathetic shelter completely useless. A dejected frown settled on her lips. Her feet were soaked, she was freezing, and she had never once left the borders of England in her entire life, which made her an expert on this kind of misery. In about 3 minutes, she was going to be even more miserable than she already was, which she honestly hadn't thought possible. "Honoria?" She blinked, lowering her gaze from the sky to the carriage that had just pulled up in front of her. "Honoria?" She knew that voice. Marcus. Oh, for heaven's sake, this was the final blow to her dignity. Marcus Holroyd, the Earl of Chatteris, sat warm and dry in his plush carriage. Honoria felt her jaw go slack, though she shouldn't have been surprised. Marcus lived in Cambridgeshire, not far from the city, and of course if anyone were to see her looking like a wet, bedraggled rodent, it would be him. "Good God, Honoria," he said, frowning down at her with that condescending tone of his, "you must be freezing." She managed a tiny shrug. "It's a bit chilly. What are you doing here?" "Ruining my shoes?" "What?" "Shopping," she said, nodding across the street, "with friends and cousins." Not that her cousins weren't also friends, but she had so many they felt like their own category. The carriage door swung open wider. "Get in," he said. Not please, get in or you should dry off. Just a blunt, commanding get in. Another woman might have tossed her hair and said, "You can't order me around." A girl with less pride might have entertained the same thought, even if she lacked the nerve to voice it. But Honoria was practical and valued her comfort above her ego, and more importantly, this was Marcus Holroyd. She had known him since she was in pigtails, since she was 6 years old to be exact. That was also likely the last time she had managed to make a good impression, she thought with a wry grin. At 7, she had been such a nuisance that he and her brother Daniel had nicknamed her Mosquito. When she pretended to be flattered, saying she loved how exotic and dangerous it sounded, they had just smirked and changed it to Bug. and bug she had remained ever since. He had seen her in worse states than this, too. He had seen her completely drenched when she was 8, convinced she was hidden in the branches of the old oak at Whipple Hill. Marcus and Daniel had built a fort at its base, strictly no girls allowed. They had pelted her with acorns until she lost her grip and fell. Looking back, she really should have avoided the branch hanging over the lake. Marcus had pulled her out of the water, though, which was more than she could say for her own brother, Marcus Holroyd, she thought with a rueful shake of her head. He had been a part of her life for as long as she could remember, long before he was Lord Chatteris, and before Daniel was Lord Winstead, before Charlotte, her closest sister, had married and moved away, before Daniel, too, had left. Honoria. She looked up. His voice was impatient, but his face held a hint of concern. "Get in," he repeated. She nodded and obeyed, taking his large hand and accepting his help into the carriage.
"Marcus?"
She said, trying to settle into her seat with all the grace she might show in a fine drawing room, ignoring the puddles forming at her feet. "What a pleasant surprise to see you." He just stared at her, his dark brows furrowing slightly. He was probably deciding the best way to scold her. "I am staying here in town, with the Royals," she said, even though he hadn't asked. "We are here for 5 days, Cecily Royal, my cousins Sarah and Iris, and I." She paused, waiting for a flicker of recognition, then added, "You don't remember them, do you? You have a great many cousins," he pointed out. "Sarah is the one with the thick dark hair and eyes." "Thick eyes," he murmured, a tiny smile forming. "Marcus." He chuckled. "Fine. Thick hair, dark eyes. Iris is very pale, with strawberry blonde hair," she prompted. "You still don't remember. She comes from that family of flowers." Honoria cringed. It was true that her Uncle William and Aunt Maria had named their daughters Rose, Marigold, Lavender, Iris, and Daisy, but still— "I know who Miss Royal is," Marcus said. "She's your neighbor. You must know her." He just shrugged. "Anyway, we are in Cambridge because Cecily's mother thought we could all use some improvement." His mouth twisted into a vaguely mocking smile. "Improvement?" Honoria wondered why women always needed improvement while men got to go to school. She bribed 2 professors to let us listen to their lectures. "Really?" He sounded curious and a little doubtful. The Life and Times of Queen Elizabeth, Honoria recited dutifully. And after that, something in Greek. "Do you speak Greek?" "Not one of us," she admitted, but the professor was the only one willing to speak to women. She rolled her eyes. "He plans to give the lecture twice in a row. We have to wait in an office until the students leave the hall, so they don't see us and lose their minds." Marcus nodded thoughtfully. "It's nearly impossible for a gentleman to focus on his studies in the presence of such overwhelming female beauty." Honoria thought he was serious for about 2 seconds. She managed a quick peek his way before a laugh escaped her. "Oh, come on," she said, playfully nudging his arm. Such casual gestures were unheard of in London, but out here with Marcus, he was practically family after all. "How's your mother doing?" he asked. "She's fine," Honoria replied, though it wasn't the full truth. Lady Winstead had never truly moved past the scandal of Daniel's exile. She bounced between obsessing over imagined offenses and acting like her only son never existed. It was tough. "She's hoping to move to Bath," Honoria added. "Her sister lives there, and I think they'd enjoy each other's company. She's not fond of London anymore." "Your mother?" Marcus asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not like she used to be," Honoria explained. "Not since Daniel? Well, you understand." Marcus's mouth tightened. He understood all too well. "She thinks people are still gossiping about it," Honoria continued. "Are they?" She shrugged helplessly. "I have no clue. I doubt it. Nobody's given me the cold shoulder. Besides, it's been nearly 3 years. Don't you think everyone's moved on by now?" "I would have thought everyone had moved on the moment it happened," he said, his tone grim. Honoria raised an eyebrow at his frown. There was a reason he intimidated so many debutantes. Her friends were terrified of him. Well, that wasn't completely accurate. They were only scared when he was around. The rest of the time, they sat at their desks, daydreaming about him in hearts and doodles. Marcus Holroyd was quite the catch. Not that he was handsome, because he wasn't, not exactly. He had nice dark hair and eyes, but his face had a certain harshness. His brow was too heavy, his eyes too deep set, yet there was something about him that drew attention. An air of distance, a hint of disdain, as if he had no patience for foolishness. It drove the girls wild, even though most of them were foolishness personified. They whispered about him like he was some dark hero from a story, or maybe a mysterious villain waiting to be saved. But to Honoria, he was just Marcus, which wasn't simple at all. She hated how he talked down to her, watching her with that critical look. He made her feel like the annoying kid or awkward teenager she used to be. Yet at the same time, there was comfort in having him around. They didn't cross paths as often as they used to. Everything had changed since Daniel left. But when she entered a room and he was there, she noticed. And oddly enough, that felt good. "Are you coming down to London for the season?" she asked politely. "For part of it," he replied, his face unreadable. "I have things to handle here." "Of course. And you?" he asked. She blinked. "Are you planning to come to London for the season?" Her lips parted. Surely he couldn't be serious. Where else would she go, being unmarried? It wasn't like, "Are you laughing?" she asked suspiciously. "Not at all." But he was smiling. "It's not funny," she told him. "I don't have a choice." "I have to go for the season. I'm desperate." "Desperate," he repeated, looking skeptical. It was a common expression on his face. "I have to find a husband this year." She felt her head shaking, even though she wasn't sure what she was objecting to. Her situation wasn't that different from her friends'. She wasn't the only young woman hoping to marry, but she wasn't looking for a husband just to show off a ring or enjoy being a glamorous young wife. She wanted a home of her own, a family boisterous, sprawling, and frequently ill-mannered. She was utterly exhausted by the oppressive quiet that had consumed her home. The hollow echo of her own footsteps across the floor was maddening, often the sole sound she heard for an entire afternoon. A husband was her only solution. "Oh, come now, Honoria," Marcus said, and even without seeing his face, she could picture it perfectly, that condescending, skeptical expression, tinged with boredom. "Your life can't possibly be that terrible." She clenched her jaw. She loathed that tone. "Forget I mentioned it," she mumbled, realizing it was pointless to explain. He exhaled, and even that sound was patronizing. "You're not going to find a husband around here," he stated. She pursed her lips, regretting ever bringing it up. "The students here are too young for you," he added. "They're exactly my age," she retorted, walking right into his trap. But Marcus wasn't one to gloat. "That's why you're in Cambridge, isn't it? To visit the students who haven't left for London yet?" She stared straight ahead, determined. "I told you, we're here for the lectures." He nodded slowly. "Lectures in Greek. Marcus." At that, he gave a small, dry smirk. For him, it was the equivalent of a wide grin. Marcus was perpetually serious and rigid, so a true smile for him was just a faint, wry curve. Honoria often wondered how many times he smiled without anyone noticing. It was fortunate she knew him so well. Anyone else would think him completely humorless. "What was that for?" he asked. She flinched and turned to him. "What was what for?" "You just rolled your eyes. Did I?" Honestly, she wasn't sure, but more importantly, why was he watching her so intently? This was Marcus, for heaven's sake. She looked out the window. "Do you think the rain has let up?" "No," he replied, not moving his head an inch. She knew he didn't need to. It was a silly question, just a way to change the subject. The rain was still hammering the carriage roof. "Should I take you to the Royals?" he asked politely. "No, thank you." She craned her neck, pretending to see through the rain-streaked glass into Miss Pillister's house. She couldn't see a thing, but it was a good excuse to avoid his gaze. "I'll join my friends shortly. Are you hungry?" he inquired. "I stopped at Flindle's earlier and have a few cakes to take home." Her eyes lit up. "Cakes?" The word came out as a sigh, almost a moan, but she didn't care. He knew sweets were her weakness. He was the same. Daniel had never been fond of dessert, and more than once as children, she and Marcus had huddled over a plate of cakes and biscuits. Daniel had said they looked like little savages, which made Marcus laugh heartily. She never quite understood why. He reached down and pulled something from a box at his feet. Still partial to chocolate? Always. She felt a smile of kinship spread across her face, mixed with pure anticipation. He started to laugh. Remember that tort cook made? The one the dog got into? I almost cried. She winced. I think I did cry. I got one bite. I got none, she said wistfully, but it smelled incredible. Oh, it was. He looked as if the memory might send him into a blissful trance. It was. You know, I always suspected Daniel had something to do with Buttercup getting into the house.
I'm sure he did,
Marcus agreed, the look on his face. I hope you gave him a good thrashing. To within an inch of his life, he assured her. She grinned, then asked, But not really? He smiled back at her.
Not at all.
He laughed softly at the recollection, extending a small square of rich chocolate cake perched on a crisp white napkin. The aroma was simply divine. Honoria inhaled deeply, a happy sigh escaping her, and smiled. Then she turned to Marcus, and a fresh smile bloomed. For just a moment, she had felt like her old self, the girl from a few years ago when the world was a dazzling, promising sphere. It was a sense of belonging, of being known completely by someone who still found joy in her company, a feeling she hadn't realized she was missing. It was curious that Marcus was the one to stir this in her, and yet, in many ways, it felt perfectly natural. She took the cake from his hand, looking at it with a hint of playful doubt. I'm afraid I don't have any kind of fork, he said, almost apologetically. This could get messy, she replied, hoping he understood her unspoken plea. Please say you don't mind if I make a crumb-filled mess of your carriage. I'll have one too, he announced, so you won't be eating alone. She fought back a grin. That's incredibly generous of you. I believe it's my duty as a gentleman, he said with a hint of self-mockery. To eat cake? It's one of the more pleasant responsibilities, he conceded. Honoria giggled and took a bite. Oh my. Good. Heavenly, she said, taking another bite. And I mean that as a serious understatement. He grinned and devoured half of his own piece in a single bite. Then, while Honoria watched with amused surprise, he polished off the rest. The slice wasn't large, but still, she nibbled hers, trying to savor it. You always did that, he remarked. She looked up. Did what? Ate your dessert slowly, just to torture the rest of us. I like to make it last, she said with a sly look and a one-shouldered shrug. If you feel tortured, that sounds like a personal problem. Heartless, he murmured. Always have been with you. He chuckled again, and Honoria was struck by how different he was in private. It was like having the old Marcus back, the one who practically lived at Whipple Hill. He had truly become part of the family, even joining their dreadful holiday pantomimes. He always played a tree, for some reason, that had always made her laugh. She liked that Marcus. She had adored that Marcus. But he'd vanished over the last few years, replaced by the silent, brooding man the world knew as Lord Chatteris. It was sad, really, for her, but probably most of all for him. She finished her cake, trying to ignore his amused expression, then accepted his handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her fingers. Thank you, she said, handing it back. He nodded, then asked, When are you? But a sharp rap on the window cut him off. Honoria peered past him to see who was knocking. Beg your pardon, sir, said a footman in familiar livery. Is that Lady Honoria? It is, Honoria leaned forward. That's, well, she had no idea of his name, but he had been with the group of girls on their shopping trip. He's from the Royals' household. She gave Marcus a quick, awkward smile before standing, then crouching to exit the carriage. I must go. My friends will be waiting. I'll call on you tomorrow. What? She froze, bent over like an old woman. One of his eyebrows rose in a mocking salute. Surely your hostess won't mind. Mrs. Royal mind that an unmarried earl not yet 30 planned to visit her home? She'd probably organize a parade. I'm sure that would be lovely, she managed to say. Good, he said, clearing his throat. It's been too long. She looked at him in surprise. Surely he didn't think of her when they weren't both in London for the season. I'm glad you're well, he said abruptly. Honoria couldn't quite explain why that statement struck her so hard, but there was no denying it packed a serious punch. Marcus watched as the royal's servant guided her into the shop across the street. Once he was certain she was safe, he gave 3 sharp knocks on the carriage wall, signaling the driver to move on. He was genuinely surprised to see her in Cambridge. He didn't exactly track her every move when she was out of London, but he figured he would have heard if she planned to stay so near his estate. It seemed he would have to start planning his trip into town for the social season. He wasn't lying when he told her he had business here, though it would be more honest to say he simply preferred the quiet of the countryside. Nothing in Cambridgeshire demanded his presence, but a lot of things were easier because of it. Plus, he absolutely loathed the season, despised it. But if Honoria was determined to find herself a husband, then he would head to London to keep her from making any terrible blunders. He had made a promise after all. Daniel Smythe-Smith had been his closest friend. No, his only friend, his one true friend, 1,000 acquaintances, and just one real friend. That was his life. But Daniel was gone now, somewhere in Italy if his last letter was still accurate, and he wasn't likely to return while the Marquess of Ramsgate was still alive and bent on vengeance. What a complete disaster the whole affair had been. Marcus had warned Daniel not to play cards with Hugh Prentice, but Daniel just laughed, eager to test his luck. Prentice always won, always. He was incredibly brilliant, everyone knew that. Math, physics, history. He ended up teaching the professors at the university. Hugh Prentice didn't cheat at cards, he simply won every time because he had a freakishly sharp memory and a mind that saw the world in patterns and equations, or so he explained to Marcus when they were classmates at Eton. To be honest, Marcus still didn't fully grasp what he meant, and he had been the second-best math student there. But next to Hugh, well, there was no comparison. No one in their right mind played cards with Hugh Prentice, but Daniel wasn't in his right mind that night. He was a little drunk, a little giddy over some girl he had just been with, and so he sat down across from Hugh and played. And won. Even Marcus couldn't believe it. Not that he thought Daniel was cheating. No one thought Daniel was a cheat. Everyone liked him. Everyone trusted him. But then again, no one ever beat Hugh Prentice. But Hugh had been drinking too, and Daniel had been drinking, and they were all drinking, and when Hugh knocked over the table and accused Daniel of cheating, the room erupted into chaos. To this day, Marcus wasn't sure exactly what was said, but within minutes it was decided. Daniel Smythe-Smith would meet Hugh Prentice at dawn with pistols, and hopefully they'd be sober enough by then to realize their own foolishness. Hugh fired first, his bullet grazing Daniel's left shoulder. And while everyone was gasping over that, the proper thing would have been to shoot into the air. Daniel raised his arm and fired back. And Daniel, damn it all, Daniel had always had terrible aim. His shot caught Hugh at the top of his thigh. There was so much blood, Marcus still felt sick just thinking about it. The surgeon screamed. The bullet had hit an artery. Nothing else could have caused such a flood of blood. For 3 days, everyone worried whether Hugh would live or die. No one gave much thought to his leg with its shattered femur. Hugh survived, but he didn't walk without a cane, and his father, the immensely powerful and furious Marquess of Ramsgate, vowed that Daniel would face justice. That's why Daniel fled to Italy. And so, as the ship was about to depart and the dock was bustling with final farewells, Daniel turned to Marcus with a breathless, last-minute plea. "Look after Honoria, will you? Make sure she doesn't end up with a fool." Naturally, Marcus agreed. What other choice did he have yet? He never breathed a word of this promise to Honoria. Heaven forbid it would have been a catastrophe. Keeping tabs on her from a distance was tricky enough without her knowing. If she ever suspected he was acting as a guardian, she'd be livid. The last thing he needed was her actively working against him, which she absolutely would. He was certain of it. It wasn't that she was intentionally stubborn. For the most part, she was perfectly sensible. But even the most sensible women resent being told what to do, so he watched from afar, quietly discouraging a suitor or 2, or 3, or maybe 4. He had made a promise to Daniel, and Marcus Holroyd never broke his word. Chapter 2. When is he supposed to get here? I have no idea, Honoria replied, for what felt like the 7th time. She managed a polite smile for the other young women gathered in the Royal's green and gray sitting room. Marcus's sudden appearance the day before had been thoroughly debated, dissected, and by her cousin and close friend, Lady Sarah Plinesworth, turned into a dramatic poem. "He came in the rain?" Sarah recited dramatically. "The day had been plain, Honoria nearly choked on her tea, and the lane was muddy." Cecily Royal grinned slyly over her teacup. "Ever considered free verse? Our heroine in pain." "I was cold," Honoria interjected. Iris Smythe-Smith, another cousin, looked up with her characteristic dry wit. "I am in pain," she stated flatly. "Specifically my ears." Honoria shot Iris a look that clearly said, "Behave." Iris simply shrugged. Her distress she did feign. "Not true," Honoria protested. "You can't interfere with genius," Iris said sweetly. "Her schemes not in vain." "This poem is getting worse by the second," Honoria declared. "I'm starting to enjoy it," said Cecily. "Her existence a bane." Honoria snorted. "Oh, come on." "I think she's doing an admirable job," Iris said, considering the limitations of the rhyme scheme. She glanced at Sarah, who had suddenly gone quiet. Iris tilted her head, so did Honoria and Cecily. Sarah's lips were parted, her hand still raised theatrically, but she had clearly run out of inspiration. "Cane?" Cecily suggested. "Maine? Insane?" offered Iris. "Any minute now," Honoria said tartly. "If I'm stuck here much longer with you three." Sarah laughed and flopped onto the sofa. "The Earl of Chatteris," she sighed. "I will never forgive you for not introducing us last season," she said to Honoria. "I did introduce you." "Well, you should have done it twice," Sarah added mischievously, "to make it stick. I don't think he said more than 2 words to me the entire season." "He barely said more than 2 words to me," Honoria replied. Sarah raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Oh, really?" "He's not very sociable," Honoria explained. "I think he's handsome," Cecily said. "Do you?" Sarah asked. "I find him rather brooding." "Brooding is handsome," Cecily said firmly before Honoria could respond. "I am trapped in a bad novel," Iris announced to no one in particular. "You still haven't answered my question," Sarah said to Honoria. "When will he be here?"
I truly do not know, Honoria replied, for what was surely the 8th time. He didn't say. Rude, Cecily said, reaching for a cookie. That's just his way, Honoria said with a slight shrug. That's what I find so interesting, Cecily murmured, that you know his way. They've known each other for ages, Sarah said. For centuries. Sarah, Honoria adored her cousin, she really did, most of the time. Sarah smiled slyly, her dark eyes gleaming with mischief.
"He used to call her Bug?" "Sarah." Honoria shot her a glare. She had no desire for anyone to spread the word that she'd once been compared to a bug by an English earl. "That was ages ago," she declared, gathering every ounce of poise she possessed. "I was just 7. And how old was he?" Iris inquired. Honoria paused to calculate. 13, probably? "Well, there you have it," Cecily interjected, brushing the matter aside with a flick of her hand. "Boys are little monsters." Honoria gave a polite nod. With 7 younger brothers, Cecily certainly had the credentials to make that claim. "Still," Cecily continued, leaning into the drama, "it's quite the coincidence that he happened to spot you on the street." "Serendipitous," Sarah chimed in. "Almost like he was tracking you," Cecily added, leaning forward with wide eyes. "That's just absurd," Honoria replied. "Of course it is," Cecily said, her tone snapping back to crisp and practical. "That would never actually happen. I was just saying it appeared that way." "He resides nearby," Honoria said, gesturing vaguely into the air. She had an awful sense of direction. She couldn't even point to north if her life depended on it. Besides, she had no clue which road out of Cambridge led to Fensmore. "His property borders ours," Cecily mentioned. "Really?" Sarah asked, suddenly very intrigued. "Or maybe I should say it envelops us," Cecily added with a light laugh. "The man controls half of northern Cambridgeshire. I believe his land touches Brixton on 3 sides. And the 4th?" Iris wondered. Turning to Honoria, she added, "It's the obvious next question." Cecily paused, thinking it over. "That would likely put you right back on his land, too." There's a small passage to the southeast, but it just leads to the vicarage, so what's the point? Is it far? Sarah asked. Brixton? No, Sarah retorted, clearly annoyed. Fensmore? Oh, not really. We're about 20 miles away, so he'd be just a bit farther. Cecily paused, reflecting. He might also keep a residence here in town. I'm not certain. The Royals were true East Anglians with a Cambridge townhouse and a country estate just north. For London trips, they simply rented. We should go, Sarah suddenly announced. This weekend? Go, Iris repeated. Where exactly? To the countryside? Cecily guessed. Exactly, Sarah said, her voice climbing with enthusiasm. It would only extend our trip by a few days, so our families can't possibly complain. She angled herself to address Cecily directly. Your mother could host a small gathering. We'll invite some university students. They'll surely appreciate a break from their studies. I've heard the dining hall food is dreadful, Iris remarked. It's an interesting concept, Cecily mused. It's a brilliant concept, Sarah declared firmly. Go ask your mother. Right now, before Lord Chatteris shows up. Honoria let out a gasp. You can't possibly mean to invite him? It had been pleasant seeing him the day before, but the last thing she wanted was to endure an entire country weekend in his company. If he attended, she could forget about catching any young man's interest. Marcus had a talent for scowling whenever he disapproved of her actions, and those scowls had a way of clearing the room. That he might actually approve of her behavior never even occurred to her. Of course not, Sarah replied, turning to Honoria with clear irritation. Why would he attend when his own bed is just down the road? But he'll want to stop by, won't he? Maybe for dinner or for some shooting. Honoria was convinced that if Marcus was trapped for an afternoon with this group of women, he'd probably start shooting at them. It's ideal, Sarah insisted. The younger men will be far more likely to accept our invitation if they know Lord Chatteris will be present. They'll be eager to make a favorable impression. He's got quite a lot of pull, you know. I thought you decided against inviting him, Honoria said. I'm not, Sarah gestured towards Cecily, who, after all, was the daughter of the person who would actually be extending the invite. We're not, but we can certainly spread the word that he might stop by. He'll be thrilled, I'm sure, Honoria said with a dry edge, though no one paid her any attention. Who should we invite? Sarah asked, completely ignoring Honoria's comment. We need 4 gentlemen. The numbers will be off if Lord Chatteris shows up, Cecily pointed out. Even better for us, Sarah insisted. And we can't exactly invite just 3 and end up with too many ladies when he's not around. Honoria let out a sigh. Her cousin was the very picture of determination. There was no reasoning with Sarah once she had her mind made up. I'd better speak with my mother, Cecily said, rising to her feet. We'll need to start right away. She swept out of the room in a dramatic flutter of pink muslin. Honoria glanced at Iris, who surely understood the chaos about to unfold, but Iris merely shrugged and said, Honestly, it's a solid plan. This is why we came to Cambridge, Sarah reminded them, to meet gentlemen. It was the truth. Mrs. Royal liked to talk about exposing young women to culture and higher learning, but everyone knew the real reason. They had come to Cambridge for purely social purposes. When Mrs. Royal first proposed the idea to Honoria's mother, she lamented that too many young gentlemen were still at Oxford or Cambridge at the start of the season, instead of being in London where they belonged, courting eligible ladies, Mrs. Royal had a supper planned for the following evening, but a house party away from the city would be far more effective. Nothing like cornering the gentlemen where they couldn't escape. Honoria realized she would need to write to her mother, letting her know she'd be staying in Cambridge a few extra days. She had an uneasy feeling about using Marcus as bait to attract other gentlemen, but she knew she couldn't afford to pass up such an opportunity. The university students were young, nearly the same age as the 4 young women, but Honoria didn't mind. Even if none were ready for marriage, surely some had older brothers, or cousins, or friends. She sighed. She hated how calculating it all sounded. But what other choice did she have? Gregory Bridgerton, Sarah announced, her eyes shining with triumph. He'd be perfect, incredibly well-connected. One of his sisters married a duke, another an earl, And he's in his final year, so he might be ready to settle down soon. Honoria looked up. She had met Mr. Bridgerton a few times, usually when his mother had dragged him to one of the infamous Smythe-Smith musicales. Honoria tried not to cringe. The family's annual musicale was hardly the best setting to get to know a gentleman, unless he was hard of hearing. There was some debate within the family about who exactly had started the tradition. But in 1807, 4 Smythe-Smith cousins had taken the stage and butchered a perfectly innocent piece of music. Why they, or rather their mothers, thought it wise to repeat the disaster the following year, Honoria would never understand, but they did, and then the year after that, and the year after that. It was understood that every Smythe-Smith daughter must learn an instrument, and when her turn came, join the quartet. Once in, she was stuck there until she found a husband. It was, Honoria had often thought, as good a reason as any to marry early. The odd thing was, most of her family seemed oblivious to how terrible they sounded. Her cousin Viola had played in the quartet for 6 years, and still spoke fondly of her time as a member. Honoria had half expected her to leave her fiancé at the altar when she married 6 months earlier, just so she could keep her spot as lead violinist. It was mind-boggling a year earlier. Honoria and Sarah had been required to take their places at the family musicale, with Honoria on violin and Sarah at the piano. The experience had left Sarah deeply scarred. She actually had a decent ear for music and played her part correctly, or so Honoria was told, since it was nearly impossible to hear anything over the screeching violins and the audience's gasps. Sarah had vowed she would never perform with her cousins again. Honoria simply shrugged it off. She didn't truly mind the musicale, not deeply anyway. In fact, she found the whole affair a bit entertaining. Besides, there was no escaping it. It was a family tradition, and nothing mattered more to Honoria than her family, absolutely nothing. But now she had to focus on finding a husband, which meant locating a gentleman who was either tone-deaf or blessed with a great sense of humor. Gregory Bridgerton seemed like a strong candidate. Honoria had no clue if he could sing, but they had crossed paths 2 days earlier when the 4 young women were having tea in town, and she was immediately captivated by his lovely smile. She liked him. He was incredibly friendly and outgoing, and something about him reminded her of her own family as they used to be, gathered at Whipple Hill, loud, lively, and always laughing. That was probably because he too came from a large family, the second youngest of 8. Honoria was the youngest of 6, so surely they would have plenty in common. Gregory Bridgerton. She wondered why she hadn't considered him before. Honoria Bridgerton, Winifred Bridgerton. She had always wanted to name a child Winifred, so it seemed smart to test the sound of it out loud. Mr. Gregory and Lady Honor. Honoria. Honoria? She blinked. Sarah was staring at her with obvious annoyance. Gregory Bridgerton, she said. What's your opinion? I think he would be a very good choice, Honoria replied in her most modest tone. Who else? Sarah asked, standing up. Maybe I should make a list. For just 4 names? Honoria couldn't help but ask. You're awfully determined, Iris murmured. I have to be. Sarah shot back, her dark eyes flashing. Do you really think you're going to find a man and marry him in the next 2 weeks? Honoria asked. I have no idea what you're talking about, Sarah answered sharply. Honoria glanced toward the open door to make sure no one was coming. It's just the 3 of us right now, Sarah. Does a person still have to play in the musicale if they're engaged? Iris asked. Yes, Honoria said.
No,
Sarah stated firmly.
oh yes, you do.
Honoria insisted. Iris sighed.
Don't you complain?
Sarah said, turning on her with narrowed eyes.
You didn't have to play last year, for which I am forever grateful, Iris replied.
She was scheduled to join the quartet on cello this year.
You want to find a husband just as much as I do, Sarah said to Honoria. Not in the next 2 weeks.
And not, she added with more restraint, just to escape playing in the musicale.
I'm not saying I would marry someone terrible, Sarah said with a sniff, but if Lord Chatteris just happened to fall madly in love with me,
he's not going to, Honoria said bluntly. Then realizing how harsh that sounded, she added, he's not going to fall in love with anyone, trust me.
Love works in mysterious ways, Sarah said, though she sounded more hopeful than confident.
Even if Marcus did fall for you, which isn't going to happen, not that it has anything to do with you, he's just not the type to fall in love quickly. Honoria paused, trying to recall where she had started her sentence because she was pretty sure she hadn't finished it. Sarah crossed her arms. Was there a point in there, hidden somewhere among the insults? Honoria rolled her eyes. Even if Marcus ever fell in love, Honoria insisted, he'd do it in the most boring, predictable way. Is love ever boring? Iris asked, her question hanging in the air with just enough weight to quiet everyone. The silence broke quickly. He'd never rush into a wedding, Honoria continued, turning back to Sarah. He absolutely hates being the center of attention. Hates it? She repeated, because it was worth saying twice. He's definitely not getting you out of the musicale, that's for sure. For a moment, Sarah stood perfectly still, then let out a sigh as her shoulders dropped. Maybe Gregory Bridgerton? She said, sounding defeated. He seems like the romantic type? Romantic enough to elope? Iris asked. No one is eloping, Honoria shouted. And you're all performing in next month's musicale. Sarah and Iris stared back at her with identical looks. 2 parts shock, 1 part frustration, plus a healthy dose of dread. Well, you are, Honoria mumbled. We all are. It's our duty. Our duty, Sarah repeated flatly. To play terrible music? Honoria just stared at her. Yes. Iris burst out laughing. It's not funny, Sarah said. Iris wiped her eyes. Oh, but it is. It won't be, Sarah warned, once you're the one playing. That's exactly why I'm laughing now, Iris shot back. I still think we should host a house party, Sarah said. I agree, Honoria replied, though she shot Sarah a suspicious look, but I think it's overly optimistic to see it as a way to skip the musicale. Foolish, more like, but she kept that thought to herself. Sarah sat at a nearby writing desk and grabbed a pen. So we're all agreed on Mr. Bridgerton? Honoria glanced at Iris, and they both nodded. Who else? Sarah asked. Shouldn't we wait for Cecily? Iris suggested. Neville Bearbrook, Sarah declared firmly. He and Mr. Bridgerton are related. They are? Honoria asked, confused. She knew the Bridgerton family well, everyone did, but she didn't recall any Bearbrook connections. Mr. Bridgerton's brother's wife's sister is married to Mr. Bearbrook's brother. The statement practically begged for a sarcastic retort, but Honoria was too stunned by how quickly Sarah had rattled it off to do anything but blink. Iris, however, wasn't impressed. So that makes them casual acquaintances? Cousins, Sarah snapped, shooting Iris a sharp look. Brothers-in-law. Thrice removed? Iris murmured. Sarah turned to Honoria. Make her stop. Honoria burst out laughing, and soon Iris joined in until even Sarah gave in to giggles. Honoria stood up and gave Sarah a spontaneous hug. Everything will work out, you'll see. Sarah smiled sheepishly. She started to speak, but just then Cecily swept back into the room, her mother right behind her. She loves the idea, Cecily announced. I do, Mrs. Royal confirmed, striding across to the writing desk. She slid into the chair just as Sarah quickly jumped out. Honoria watched her closely. Mrs. Royal was such an average woman, medium height, medium build, medium brown hair, and medium brown eyes. Even her dress was a medium shade of purple, with a medium-sized ruffle around the hem. But there was nothing average about her expression at that moment. She looked ready to lead an army, and it was clear she'd take no prisoners. It's brilliant, Mrs. Royal said, frowning as she searched her desk. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. We'll have to move quickly, of course. We'll send someone down to London this afternoon to notify your parents that you'll be staying. She turned to Honoria. Cecily says you can make sure Lord Chatteris shows up? No, Honoria replied, alarmed. I can try, but… Try harder, Mrs. Royal said briskly. That's your job while the rest of us plan the party. By the way, when is he supposed to arrive? Honoria let out a quiet sigh, answering for what felt like the 100th time. I honestly have no idea he didn't mention it, Mrs. Royal pressed further. You don't think he's forgotten, do you? Honoria shook her head firmly. He's not the type to forget. Mrs. Royal murmured thoughtfully. No, he doesn't seem like he would. Still, a man can never be counted on to be as dedicated to the rituals of courtship as a woman. A sudden wave of panic surged through Honoria. Good heavens! If Mrs. Royal was trying to match her with Marcus? "He's not courting me," she blurted out. Mrs. Royal shot her a sharp, calculating glance. "I promise you, he's not." Mrs. Royal then turned her attention to Sarah, who immediately sat up straighter. "It does seem unlikely," Sarah offered, sensing Mrs. Royal wanted her opinion. "They're more like brother and sister." Honoria nodded in agreement. "Exactly. He and my brother were the best of friends." The mention of Daniel brought a heavy silence to the room. Honoria couldn't tell if it was out of respect, awkwardness, or simply regret that such an eligible man was lost to the current season's debutantes. Finally, Mrs. Royal said briskly, "Well, do your best. That's all we can ask." Just then, Cecily yelped, stepping back from the window. "Oh, I think he's here." Sarah jumped up frantically, smoothing her already flawless dress. "Are you sure?" "Oh, yes," Cecily sighed dreamily. "My goodness, that's a stunning carriage." Everyone stood frozen, waiting. Honoria wondered if Mrs. Royal was even breathing. Iris leaned in and whispered, "Won't we look silly if it's not even him?" Honoria stifled a laugh and nudged her cousin with her foot. Iris just grinned. In the quiet, they heard the knock at the door, followed by the butler's footsteps. "Stand up straight," Mrs. Royal hissed at Cecily, then added as an afterthought, "The rest of you too." But when the butler appeared in the doorway, he was alone. "Lord Chatteris sends his regrets," he announced. Everyone seemed to deflate, even Mrs. Royal, as if the air had been sucked out of the room. "He sent a letter," the butler continued. Mrs. Royal reached for it, but the butler said, "It is addressed to Lady Honoria." Honoria straightened, feeling every pair of eyes on her. She worked hard to hide the relief she knew was showing on her face. "Thank you," she said, taking the folded parchment. "What does it say?" Sarah asked, before Honoria could even break the seal. "Just a moment," Honoria murmured, stepping toward the window for a bit of privacy. After reading the brief message, she said, "It's nothing, really. There was an emergency at his home, so he can't visit this afternoon," Mrs. Royal demanded. "That's all he said?" Honoria replied, "He's not one for long explanations." Cecily added dramatically, "Powerful men don't explain their actions." A moment of silence followed, and then Honoria said cheerfully, "He sends his best wishes." "Not enough to actually show up," Mrs. Royal muttered. The unspoken question about the house party hung in the air. The young ladies exchanged glances, each waiting for someone to ask. Finally, all eyes landed on Cecily. She had to be the one. It would have been rude from anyone else. "What about the party at Brixton?" Cecily asked. But her mother was lost in thought. Her eyes narrowed and lips pursed. Cecily cleared her throat and said louder, "Mother!" Suddenly, Mrs. Royal's voice rang out with determination. "It's still a good idea." Honoria almost felt the words echo in her ears. "Then we'll still extend the invitation to the students?" Cecily asked. Sarah chimed in helpfully. "I was thinking of Gregory Bridgerton and Neville Burbrook." "Excellent picks," Mrs. Royal declared, striding over to her desk. "Both come from fine families." She pulled out several sheets of cream-colored stationery, flipping through the corners to count them. "I'll write the invitations right away," she said once she had the right number. She turned to Honoria, holding out a sheet. "Except for this one." "Excuse me?" Honoria replied, though she knew exactly what Mrs. Royal meant. She simply didn't want to accept it. "Invite Lord Chatteris, just as we discussed, not for the whole weekend, just for an afternoon. Saturday or Sunday, whichever suits him." "Shouldn't the invitation come from you?" Cecily asked her mother. "No, it's better from Lady Honoria," Mrs. Royal insisted. "He'll find it harder to refuse coming from a close family friend." She stepped closer, leaving Honoria no choice but to take the paper. "We are good neighbors, of course," Mrs. Royal added. "Don't think we aren't." "Of course," Honoria murmured. There was nothing else she could say. And looking down at the paper in her hand, she thought there was nothing else she could do. But then her fortune shifted. Mrs. Royal sat at the desk, meaning Honoria had to retreat to her room to write the invitation. so no one except Honoria and Marcus knew that it actually said, "Marcus, Mrs. Royal has asked me to invite you to Brixton this weekend. She's planning a small house party with the 4 ladies I mentioned and 4 young men from the university. Please, do not accept. You'll be miserable, and then I'll be miserable worrying about you. With affection, etc., Honoria." A different kind of man might take such an invitation as a challenge and accept immediately, but not Marcus. Honoria was sure of that. He could be arrogant and judgmental, but he was never spiteful. He wouldn't make himself miserable just to make her miserable. He was sometimes the bane of her existence, but at heart, he was a good person. Reasonable, too. He'd realized that Mrs. Royal's gathering was exactly the kind of event that made him want to poke his eyes out. She'd often wondered why he even bothered with the London season. He always looked so bored. Honoria sealed the letter herself and took it downstairs, giving it to a footman to deliver to Marcus. When Marcus's reply arrived a few hours later, it was addressed to Mrs. Royal. "What does it say?" Cecily asked breathlessly, rushing to her mother's side as she opened it. Iris also crowded in, trying to peek over Cecily's shoulder. Honoria hung back and waited. She knew what it would say. Mrs. Royal broke the seal and unfolded the letter, her eyes darting across the writing. "He sends his regrets," she said flatly. Cicely and Sarah let out groans of disappointment. Mrs. Royal looked at Honoria, who hoped she appeared shocked as she said, "I did ask. It's just not his kind of entertainment, I suppose. He's really not very sociable." "Well, that much is true," Mrs. Royal grumbled. "I can't recall more than 3 balls last season where I saw him dancing, and with so many young ladies without partners. It was downright rude." "He's a good dancer, though," Cecily said. All eyes turned to her. "He is," she insisted, looking a bit surprised by the attention. "He danced with me at the Mottram ball." She turned to the other girls, as if to explain, "We are neighbors, after all. It was only polite." Honoria nodded. Marcus was a good dancer. Better than she was, that was certain. She could never grasp the intricacies of rhythm. Sarah had spent what felt like hours trying to teach Honoria the distinction between a waltz and standard time, but the concept just wouldn't stick. "We must keep at it," Mrs. Royal declared loudly, pressing a hand to her chest. "2 of the other 4 gentlemen have already agreed, and I'm sure we'll hear from the rest come morning." But later that evening, as Honoria made her way upstairs to bed, Mrs. Royal pulled her aside and whispered, "Is there any hope that Lord Chatteris might reconsider?" Honoria swallowed hard. "I doubt it, ma'am." Mrs. Royal clicked her tongue and shook her head. "What a shame. He would have been the crowning jewel of my event. Well, sleep well, dear. Sweet dreams." 20 miles away, Marcus sat alone in his study, nursing a warm cup of cider while reflecting on the letter Honoria had sent him. He had burst into laughter when he first read it, exactly the reaction she had hoped for, he suspected. Her main goal was likely to keep him from showing up at Mrs. Royal's gathering, but she must have known her playful words would amuse him thoroughly. He glanced down at the note again, a grin spreading across his face as he read it once more. Only Honoria would send him a message begging him to decline the very invitation she had extended just 2 sentences earlier. It had been genuinely pleasant to see her again. It had been far too long. He didn't count the countless times they had crossed paths in London. Those encounters could never compare to the easy, joyful days he had spent with her family at Whipple Hill. In the city, he was either evading ambitious mothers who were convinced their daughters were destined to become the next Lady Chatteris, or he was trying to keep an eye on Honoria, often both. Looking back, it was surprising no one suspected he had feelings for her himself. He had spent a great deal of time quietly interfering in her affairs. Just last year, he had scared off 4 suitors. 2 were after her money, 1 had a hidden mean streak, and the last was an arrogant old fool. He was fairly certain Honoria would have seen through the last one, but the cruel one had hidden his nature well, and the fortune hunters were reportedly quite charming, which he supposed was a requirement for the job. She was probably interested in one of the gentlemen attending Mrs. Royal's party and didn't want him there to mess things up. He didn't particularly want to go either, so at least they agreed on that. but he needed to know who had caught her attention. If it wasn't someone he knew, he would have to make some inquiries. Getting the guest list shouldn't be too hard. The servants always knew how to obtain such things, and if the weather held, he might go for a ride, or perhaps a walk. There was a trail in the woods that wound back and forth along the border between Fensmore and Brixton. He couldn't remember the last time he had walked it. It was rather negligent of him, really. A landowner should know every inch of his property, so a walk it would be. And if he happened to run into Honoria and her friends, he could chat with them just long enough to gather the information he needed. He could skip the party entirely and still find out who she had her eye on. Marcus finished his cider with a satisfied smile. He couldn't imagine a better outcome. By Sunday afternoon, Honoria felt confident she had made the right decision. Gregory Bridgerton would make an excellent husband. They had been seated next to each other at dinner at the Royals' townhouse a few days earlier, and he had been wonderfully delightful. True, he hadn't shown any particular interest in her, but he hadn't seemed captivated by anyone else either. He was kind, polite, and had a sense of humor that matched her own. More importantly, Honoria believed that if she put in the effort, she had a real chance of winning his attention. He was the youngest son, not just a younger one. That meant ladies hoping to secure a title would consider him beneath their notice, and he would likely need money. His family was comfortably well off and would probably provide him with an income, but younger sons were notoriously dependent on dowries. Honoria had that. Nothing spectacular, but Daniel had told her the amount before he left the country, and it was more than respectable. She wouldn't enter a marriage empty-handed. All that remained was to make Mr. Bridgerton see they were a perfect match, and Honoria had a plan. It had come to her in church that morning. The ladies attended. The gentlemen somehow managed to avoid it. It wasn't overly complicated. She just needed a sunny day, a decent sense of direction, and a shovel. The first was easy and already a given. The sun had been blazing when she entered the small parish church, which probably sparked the idea. More importantly, it was still shining when she left, which, given the unpredictability of English weather, wasn't something you could always count on. The second would be trickier, but they had taken a walk through the woods the day before, and Honoria was fairly certain she could find her way again. She might not know north from south, but she could follow a well-kept path. As for the shovel, she would have to figure that out later. When the ladies returned to Brixton after church, they were told the gentlemen had gone shooting and would be back for a late lunch. "They will be ravenous," Mrs. Royal announced. "We must adjust our preparations accordingly." Honoria was apparently the only one who didn't realize this meant she needed an assistant. Cecily and Sarah immediately rushed upstairs to pick their afternoon dresses, and Iris mumbled some excuse about a stomachache and fled. Honoria was promptly drafted to serve on Mrs. Royal's committee of 2. "I had planned to serve meat pies," Mrs. Royal said. "They're so easy to handle outdoors, but I think we'll need another meat. Do you think the gentleman would enjoy chilled roasted beef?" "Of course," Honoria replied, following her to the kitchen. "Didn't everyone? With mustard?" Honoria opened her mouth to answer, but Mrs. Royal must not have expected a reply because she kept right on talking. "We'll serve 3 kinds. And a compote." Honoria waited a moment, and when it became clear that Mrs. Royal did expect her to comment this time, she said, "I'm sure that would be lovely." It wasn't the most dazzling example of her conversational skills, but given the subject, it was the best she could manage. "Oh." Mrs. Royal stopped and spun around so abruptly that Honoria nearly collided with her. "I forgot to tell Cecily." "Tell her what?" Honoria asked, but Mrs. Royal was already 6 steps down the hall, summoning a maid. When she returned, she said, "It's very important that she wear blue this afternoon. I've heard it's the favorite color of 2 of our guests." How she had determined that, Honoria couldn't begin to guess. "And it complements her eyes," Mrs. Royal added. "Cecily has lovely eyes," Honoria agreed. Mrs. Royal looked at her with a strange expression, then said, "You should consider wearing blue more often too. It will make your eyes look less uncommon." "I'm fond of my eyes," Honoria said with a smile. Mrs. Royal's lips pressed together. "The color is very unusual. It's a family trait. My brothers are the same." "Ah, yes, your brother," Mrs. Royal sighed. Such a pity, Honoria nodded. 3 years ago she would have taken offense at that comment, but she was less impulsive now, more practical. And besides, it was true. It was a pity. We hope he may return someday, Mrs. Royal snorted. Not until Ramsgate dies. I've known him since he was barely out of diapers, and that man is as stubborn as a mule. Honoria blinked in surprise. Such blunt honesty from Mrs. Royal was completely unexpected. Well, Mrs. Royal sighed, there's not a thing I can do about it, unfortunately. Anyway, Cook is preparing individual trifles for dessert, featuring strawberries and vanilla cream. What a lovely idea, Honoria replied, having quickly learned that agreeing with Mrs. Royal was the safest course. Perhaps she could also whip up some biscuits, Mrs. Royal added with a slight frown. She does them rather well, and the gentleman will be ravenous. Shooting is exhausting work. Honoria had always thought the sport was far more exhausting for the birds than for the men, but she wisely kept that opinion to herself. Still, she couldn't resist asking, isn't it curious they chose to go shooting this morning instead of attending church? It's not my place to tell young men how to live their lives, Mrs. Royal replied primly. Unless they happen to be my sons? In that case, they follow my instructions without question. Honoria searched for any hint of sarcasm in that statement, but found none, so she simply nodded. She suspected that Cecily's future husband would also fall under that strict rule. She felt a pang of sympathy for the poor man, whoever he might be, hoping he understood exactly what he was signing up for. Daniel had once shared the best marriage advice he'd ever received, which came unsolicited from Lady Danbury, a formidable old widow who delighted in dispensing wisdom to anyone within earshot, and even to those who weren't listening. But Daniel took her words seriously. The gist was that when a man marries, he's essentially marrying his mother-in-law as much as his bride. Almost as much, Daniel had added with a sly grin. Honoria had stared at him blankly, which only made him laugh harder. He really could be a scoundrel, yet she missed him. In truth, Mrs. Royal wasn't so terrible. She was simply determined, and Honoria knew from experience that determined mothers were a force to be reckoned with. Her own mother had once been just as ambitious. Honoria's sisters still told stories of their debutante days, when their mother was as driven as any parent in high society. Margaret, Henrietta, Lydia, and Charlotte Smythe-Smith were always dressed in the finest gowns, seen at the right events at the perfect moments, and they all married well, not spectacularly but respectably, and they accomplished it within 2 seasons or less. Honoria, however, was facing her 3rd season, and her mother's enthusiasm for finding her a match had faded to a lukewarm indifference. It wasn't that she didn't want Honoria to marry, she simply couldn't muster much interest. She hadn't cared deeply about anything since Daniel left the country. So if Mrs. Royal busied herself preparing extra desserts and making her daughter change dresses based on a stray comment about someone's favorite color, it was out of love. Honoria could never fault her for that. You're so sweet to assist with the arrangements, Mrs. Royal said, patting Honoria's arm. My mother always said that every job is easier with an extra hand. Honoria thought she was providing more of an extra ear than an extra hand, but she murmured her thanks and followed Mrs. Royal to the garden, where she wanted to oversee the picnic setup. I believe Mr. Bridgerton has been paying close attention to my Cecily, Mrs. Royal remarked, stepping into the overcast afternoon. Don't you agree? I hadn't noticed, Honoria replied. She hadn't, but drat it, had he really? Oh, absolutely, Mrs. Royal said with certainty. At dinner last night, he was smiling quite broadly. Honoria cleared her throat. He's the sort of gentleman who always has a smile on his face. True, but that smile of his was a little different today. I guess so. Honoria squinted upward at the sky, watching as clouds began to gather overhead. It didn't exactly look like rain, though. Yes, I see, Mrs. Royal said, following Honoria's line of sight, but completely missing the point. It's not as bright as it was earlier. I really hope the weather holds out for the picnic. For the next couple of hours, Honoria kept hoping too, but for different reasons, she was making plans. Plans that, since they were in the garden, would definitely need a shovel. It would be such a shame if we had to move everything indoors, Mrs. Royal went on. You can hardly call it a picnic then. Honoria nodded without really listening, still studying the clouds. One of them looked a bit grayer than the rest, but was it moving closer or farther away? Well, I suppose all I can do is wait and see, Mrs. Royal said. And no real harm done anyway. A man can fall in love just as easily inside a house as outside, and if Mr. Bridgerton does have his eye on Cecily, at least she can impress him on the pianoforte. Sarah is very talented too, Honoria pointed out. Mrs. Royal stopped and turned. Is she? Honoria wasn't shocked by her skeptical tone. She knew Mrs. Royal had attended last year's musical performance. We probably won't end up inside anyway, Mrs. Royal continued before Honoria could say more. The sky doesn't look all that threatening. I have to admit, I was hoping Mr. Bridgerton might take an interest in Cecily. Oh, I do hope that Maid catches her in time to bring out the blue dress. She'll be upset if she has to change, but of course Lord Chatteris would be even more thrilling. Alarmed, Honoria spun around to face her. But he's not coming. No, of course not, but he's our neighbor. And as Cecily mentioned the other day, that means he'll dance with her in London, and you have to seize your opportunities when they come. Yes, I understand, but he doesn't give his attention to many young ladies, Mrs. Royal said proudly. You, of course, because of your past connection, and maybe one or two others. That will make it easier for her to catch his eye. This way, Lady Honoria, she said, gesturing toward a row of flower arrangements on a nearby table. And besides, she added, our property is like a small piece taken out of his land. Surely he'll want it back. Honoria cleared her throat, unsure how to respond. Not that we could give it all to him, Mrs. Royal continued. None of it is entailed, but I couldn't possibly cheat Georgie out of it. Georgie? My eldest son? She gave Honoria a quick, appraising look, then waved a hand dismissively. No, you're too old for him. Too bad. Honoria figured there was no polite way to answer that. We could add a few acres to Cecily's dowry, though, Mrs. Royal mused. It would be worth it to have a countess in the family. I'm not sure he's looking for a wife just yet, Honoria said carefully. Nonsense. Every unmarried man is looking for a wife. They just don't always know it. Honoria managed a small smile. I'll be sure to remember that. Mrs. Royal turned and gave Honoria a sharp look. You should, she finally said, apparently deciding Honoria wasn't making fun of her. Ah, here we are. What do you think of these flower arrangements? Are they too heavy on the crocuses? I think they're lovely, Honoria said, admiring the lavender ones in particular. Besides, it's still early spring. Crocuses are what's blooming right now. Mrs. Royal let out a heavy sigh. I suppose, but I find them a bit ordinary. Honoria smiled dreamily, running her fingers over the petals. There was something about the crocuses that made her feel completely at peace. I prefer to think of them as charmingly simple, Mrs. Royal tilted her head, studied Honoria's comment, then apparently decided no reply was necessary. She straightened and announced, I'll ask Cook to prepare some biscuits. Would it be all right if I stayed out here? Honoria asked quickly. I find arranging flowers quite relaxing. Mrs. Royal glanced at the bouquet, already perfectly styled, then back at Honoria. Just to fluff them up, Honoria clarified. Mrs. Royal waved a hand dismissively. Suit yourself, but don't forget to change before the men come back. And nothing blue. I want Cecily to be the center of attention. I don't think I even packed a blue dress, Honoria said tactfully. Then that simplifies things, Mrs. Royal replied briskly. Enjoy your fluffing. Honoria smiled and waited until her hostess vanished inside. She lingered a bit longer as maids hurried about, adjusting silverware and plates. She poked at the flowers, scanning left and right until she spotted a glint of metal near a rosebush. Ensuring the staff were busy, she dashed across the lawn to investigate. It was a small trowel left behind by the gardeners. Perfect, she whispered. It wasn't a full shovel, but it would work. Besides, she had never quite figured out how to pair the word shovel with stealth. The trowel would still require some planning. None of her dresses had pockets, and even if they did, hiding a piece of metal half the length of her arm seemed unlikely. but she could stash it somewhere and retrieve it later when the moment was right, and that, she decided, was exactly what she would do. Marcus hadn't intended to spy, but when he spotted Honoria digging in the dirt, he couldn't help himself. He stepped back and watched. She worked with the little trowel, digging a hole that couldn't have been very deep because after barely a minute she stood up, inspected her work with her eyes, then tested it with her foot. Then, and this was when Marcus ducked more carefully behind a tree, she searched until she found a pile of dead leaves to hide the trowel under. He almost revealed himself then, but she returned to her hole, frowned down at it, and went back to retrieve the trowel. Tool in hand, she crouched and made adjustments. She was blocking his view, so it wasn't until she returned to the leaves to hide what was now clearly evidence that he realized she had piled loose dirt in a ring around the hole. She had created a fake mole hole. He wondered if she knew that most mole holes didn't appear alone if there was one, another was usually nearby. But maybe that didn't matter. Her goal, judging by how many times she tested the hole with her foot, was to stage a fall, or maybe to trip someone else. Either way, no one would be looking for a second mole hole after a twisted ankle. He watched for several minutes. You'd think it would be boring, observing a lady standing over a fake hole, but he found it oddly entertaining. Probably because Honoria was working so hard not to get bored herself. First, she seemed to be reciting something quietly, but based on her wrinkled nose, she couldn't remember the ending. Then she did a little dance. Then she waltzed, arms extended for an invisible partner. She was surprisingly graceful out there in the woods. She danced much better without music than she ever had with it. In her pale green dress, she looked almost like a woodland spirit. He could almost picture her in a gown stitched from leaves bounding through the forest. She'd always been a country girl at heart, running wild at Whipple Hill, scaling trees and tumbling down slopes. She constantly tried to join him and Daniel, but even when they shut her out, she'd find her own fun, usually outside. He remembered one afternoon when she walked around the house 50 times just to test if it was possible. And it was a massive house. She was sore the next day, and even Daniel bought her complaints. Then he thought of Fensmore, his own estate. It was ridiculously huge. No sane person would circle it 10 times in a day, let alone 50. He paused. Had Honoria ever visited? He couldn't recall. He'd never invited anyone as a child. His father wasn't known for hospitality, and the last thing Marcus wanted was to drag friends into that silent, tomb-like childhood. After 10 minutes, though, Honoria got bored, and then Marcus got bored too, watching her slump at the base of a tree, elbows on knees, chin in hands. But then he heard footsteps. She heard them too, jumping up, dashing to her fake mole hole, and jamming her foot inside. With an awkward squat, she lowered herself to the ground, arranging herself into a surprisingly graceful pose, considering her foot was stuck. She waited, alert, and when the footsteps drew close, she let out a convincing shriek. All those family pantomimes paid off. If Marcus hadn't seen her set the whole thing up, he'd have believed she was hurt. He waited to see who'd show, and waited, and waited. She waited too, but apparently too long before crying out in pain again. No one came. She gave one last shout, but her heart wasn't in it. "Blast it!" she snapped, yanking her foot free. Marcus started laughing. She gasped. "Who's there?" Damn, he hadn't meant to be loud. He stepped forward, not wanting to scare her. "Marcus?" He raised a hand in greeting. He would have spoken, but she was still on the ground, her slipper muddy and her face. Oh, he'd never seen anything so funny. She was furious and humiliated, unsure which emotion won. "Stop laughing."
Sorry?
He said, not sorry at all, her eyebrows knitted into a hilariously fierce scowl. "What are you doing here? I live here." He stepped forward and offered his hand. The gentlemanly thing to do. Her eyes narrowed. She clearly didn't believe him. "Well, I live close by," he corrected. "This path winds back and forth across the property line." She took his hand and let him help her up, brushing dirt from her skirt as she rose. But the ground was damp, and bits of earth clung to the fabric, drawing grumbles and sighs from Honoria. Finally, she gave up, looked up and asked, "How long have you been here?" He grinned. "Longer than you'd like," She let out an exhausted groan, then said, I don't suppose you'd keep this to yourself. I won't breathe a word, he promised. But who exactly were you trying to attract? She scoffed. Oh, please, you're the last person I'd tell. He raised an eyebrow. Really, the last? She gave him an impatient look. Past the Queen? Past the Prime Minister? Stop. But she was hiding a smile as she said it. Then she deflated again. Do you mind if I sit back down? Not at all. My dress is already filthy, she said, finding a spot at the base of the tree. A few more minutes sitting in the dirt won't kill me. She settled onto the ground, peering up at him with a sly grin. This is where you're supposed to tell me I look as fresh as a spring flower.
That depends on the flower, I suppose.
She shot him a look of pure disbelief. So familiar it was almost laughable. How many years had she been rolling her eyes at him now? 14? 15? It hadn't really hit him until this moment, but she was likely the only woman he knew who spoke her mind without flattery, laced with a healthy dose of sarcasm. That was exactly why he dreaded heading to London for the social season. The women there would simper and primp, telling him just what they thought he wanted to hear. The men did the same. The irony, they were almost always wrong. He had never wanted to be surrounded by yes-men. He hated when people hung on his every word. He certainly didn't need his ordinary run-of-the-mill waistcoat complimented for its supposedly remarkable cut and fit. With Daniel gone, there was no one left who truly understood him. He had no family, unless you were willing to trace back 4 generations to find a shared ancestor. He was the only child of an only child. The Holroyds weren't exactly famous for their large families. Leaning against a nearby tree, he watched Honoria, looking exhausted and miserable on the ground. So the party wasn't the success you imagined? She looked up, her eyes questioning. You made it sound so appealing in your letter, he remarked. Well, I knew you would hate it. I might have found it amusing, he said, even though they both knew that was a lie. She gave him yet another one of those looks. It would have been 4 unmarried young ladies, 4 young men from university, Mr. and Mrs. Royal, and you. She paused, waiting for that to sink in, then added, And maybe a dog, he offered a dry smile. I like dogs. That earned him a chuckle. She picked up a twig near her hip and started drawing circles in the dirt. She looked completely forlorn, strands of her hair falling poker straight from its chignon. Her eyes looked tired, too. Tired and something else, something he didn't like. She looked defeated. That was just wrong. Honoria Smythe-Smith should never look like that. Honoria, he began, but she looked up sharply at the sound of his voice. I'm 21, Marcus. He paused, trying to do the math. That can't be right. Her lips pressed together in annoyance. I assure you it is. There were a few gentlemen last year I thought might be interested, but none of them stepped up. She shrugged. I don't know why. Marcus cleared his throat, then found he needed to adjust his cravat. I guess it was for the best, she continued. I didn't really care for any of them, and one of them, well, I once saw him kick a dog. She frowned. So I couldn't possibly consider, well, you know? He nodded. She straightened up and smiled, looking quite determinedly cheerful. Maybe a little too cheerful. But this year, I'm determined to do better. I'm sure you will, he said. She looked up at him suspiciously. What did I say? Nothing. But you don't have to be so condescending. What the devil was she talking about? I wasn't. Oh, please, Marcus. You're always condescending. Explain yourself, he said sharply. She looked at him as if she couldn't believe he didn't see it. Oh, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. She let out a snort as she scrambled to her feet again. You're always looking at people like this. Then she made a face, one he couldn't possibly begin to describe. If I ever look like that, he said dryly, exactly like that, to be precise, I give you permission to shoot me? There, she said triumphantly, like that. He began to wonder if they were even speaking the same language. Like what? That, what you just said. He crossed his arms. It seemed the only acceptable response. If she couldn't manage a full sentence, he figured there was no reason for him to bother either. You spent all last season scowling at me every time I saw you. You seemed so judgmental. I assure you that was never my intention, he replied, at least not towards her. He disapproved of the gentleman who sought her attention, but never Honoria herself. She crossed her arms and glared at him with a frustrated look. He got the clear sense she was trying to decide if his words were meant as an apology, even though they weren't. Is there anything I can help you with? He asked, carefully picking his words and his tone. No, she said sharply, then added, Thank you. He let out a tired sigh, realizing it might be time to change his strategy. Honoria, you have no father. Your brother is somewhere in Italy, we assume, and your mother wants to move to Bath? What's your point? She snapped. You are alone in this world, he answered, almost as bitingly. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had spoken to him like that. Or you might as well be. I have sisters, she protested. Has any of them offered to take you in? Of course not. They know I live with Mother, who wants to move to Bath, he reminded her. I am not alone, she said heatedly, and he was shocked to hear her voice crack. But if she was close to tears, she fought them back, because she was all fire and defiance when she said, I have tons of cousins, tons, and 4 sisters who would take me into their homes in a second if they thought it was needed. Honoria, and I have a brother, too, even if we don't know where he is. I don't need. She stopped blinking as if surprised by her own words, but she said it anyway. I don't need you. A terrible silence fell. Marcus didn't think about all the times he had sat at her dinner table. Or the family skits where he always played a tree. They were awful, every single one, but he had loved every leafy moment. He never wanted the lead roles. He was thrilled to never have to speak, but he loved being part of it. He loved being there with them, like a family. But he didn't think about any of that. He was certain he wasn't thinking about that as he stood there staring at the woman telling him she didn't need him. And maybe she didn't? And maybe she wasn't a girl anymore either. For crying out loud. He exhaled a held breath and reminded himself that what she thought she felt about him didn't matter. Daniel had asked him to look after her, and that's what he would do. You need... He sighed, trying to find a way to say it without making her furious. There wasn't one, he decided, so he just said it. You need help. She pulled back. Are you offering to be my guardian? No, he said firmly. No. Believe me, that's the last thing I'd want. She crossed her arms. Because I'm such a burden. No? Good heavens, how had the conversation gone downhill so fast? I'm just trying to help. I don't need another brother, she said sharply. I don't want to be your brother, he shot back. Then he saw her again, or rather saw her differently. Maybe it was her eyes, or her flushed skin, or the way she was breathing, or the curve of her cheek, or that little spot where her, you have dirt on your cheek, he said, handing her his handkerchief. She didn't, but he needed something to change the subject. Immediately, she dabbed at her face with the cloth, then looked down at the still, spotless white fabric, frowned, and dabbed again. It's gone, he said. She handed back his handkerchief, then just stood there, giving him a sullen, stony stare. She looked 12 again, or at least wore the expression of a 12-year-old, which was fine with him. Honoria, he said carefully, as Daniel's friend, don't, nothing more. Just don't. He took a breath, using the time to choose his next words. Why is it so hard to just let someone help you? She asked, turning the question back on him. He just stared. Do you even like getting help? She pressed. It depends on who's offering. Me. She folded her arms, looking oddly pleased with herself, though he couldn't figure out why. Picture it. Imagine the situation was reversed. If it were something you actually knew about, then yes, I'd be happy to take your advice. He crossed his arms too, feeling pretty clever. It was the perfect reply, polite, agreeable, and completely meaningless. He waited for her to say something, but she just shook her head after a moment and muttered, I need to go. They'll notice you're gone?
They should have noticed by now.
She grumbled.
The twisted ankle?
He said softly, giving a sympathetic nod. She scowled back and marched off in the completely wrong direction.
Honoria!
She spun around. He made sure not to smile as he pointed the right way. "Brixton is over there?" Her jaw tightened, but she managed a quick thanks before turning. She spun too fast and slipped. She yelped, trying to steady herself, and Marcus did what any decent man would. He rushed to catch her, but he stepped right into that stupid mole-hole. His own shout of surprise came out a little more colorful than he'd like to admit. They both went down hard on the damp ground, Honoria landing on her back and Marcus right on top of her. He pushed up onto his elbows, trying to take some weight off her as he looked down. He told himself he was checking if she was okay. He was about to ask, once he could breathe. But when he looked at her, she was struggling to catch her breath, too. Her lips were slightly open, her eyes unfocused, and he did what any man would do. He leaned down to kiss her. 1 second Honoria was almost standing. Okay, fine. She wasn't really standing. She'd been so desperate to escape Marcus that she'd turned too fast, slipped on the wet ground, and lost her balance. She was about to catch herself when Marcus came flying through the air straight at her. His shoulder hit her right in the stomach. All the air left her lungs and they crashed to the ground, him landing square on top of her. That's when her brain basically stopped working. She'd never felt a man's body pressed against hers like this. When would she have? She'd danced before, sometimes a little too close, but that was nothing compared to this. The weight of him, the heat. It felt almost primal, and strangely, there was something kind of nice about it. She tried to speak, but lying there looking up at him, she couldn't find the words. He looked different somehow. She'd known him forever. How had she never noticed the shape of his mouth or his eyes? She knew they were brown, but she was amazed at how rich they were, with little flecks of amber near the edges, and now they seemed to shift as he moved closer. Closer? Oh my God, was he actually going to kiss her? Marcus, her breath hitched, her lips parted. Something inside her tightened with anticipation, and all she could think was nothing. Or at least that's all she should be thinking, because Marcus definitely wasn't planning to kiss her. He unleashed a torrent of profanity unlike anything she had heard since Daniel left for America, then wrenched himself upright and stepped away from her. God damn it. A chaotic scramble ensued, followed by a solid thud and a pained grunt, then another burst of curses that Honoria was far too practical to take personally. With a horrified gasp, she pushed herself up on her elbows. Marcus was sprawled on the ground again, and judging by the look on his face, this time he was genuinely hurt. "Are you all right?" she asked frantically, even though it was obvious he wasn't. "It's that damn hole," he snapped, clenching his teeth against the ache. Then, as if further explanation might be needed, he added, "Again?" "I'm sorry," she said quickly, scrambling to her feet, and then, because the situation clearly demanded a more thorough apology, she repeated it. "I'm truly, deeply sorry." He remained silent. "You must know I didn't mean to." She trailed off. A stream of pointless chatter wasn't going to improve things, and it was clear he didn't want to hear her voice. She swallowed nervously, taking a small step toward him. He was still on the ground, half on his back, half on his side. Mud clung to his boots, his trousers, and his coat. Honoria winced. He wasn't going to be happy about that. Marcus wasn't usually fussy, but it was a very fine coat. "Marcus?" she asked cautiously. He glared, not directly at her, but it was enough to confirm her decision not to mention the dead leaves tangled in his hair. He shifted slightly onto his back, then closed his eyes. Her lips parted, and she almost spoke, but she held back. He took a few slow breaths, and when he opened his eyes again, his expression had softened. He looked calmer now. Thank goodness. Honoria leaned forward a little. She still thought it wise to be careful around him, but she felt he might be calm enough for her to ask, "Can I help you up?" "In a minute," he grunted. He pushed himself into a half-sitting position, then grabbed his calf with both hands, lifting his injured leg out of the mole-hole, which Honoria noticed had grown considerably after his second misstep. She watched as he gently rotated his ankle, flexing his foot forward back and side to side. The side movements seemed to hurt the most. "Do you think it's broken?" she asked. "No. Sprained?" He grunted in agreement. "Do you?" He shot her such a fierce glare that she immediately clamped her mouth shut. But after about 15 seconds of watching him wince in pain, she couldn't stop herself. Marcus? He hadn't been looking at her when she said his name, and he didn't turn around when he heard it. But he stopped moving. Should you take off your boot? He didn't answer. In case your ankle swells. I know, he said, pausing, letting out a breath, then continuing in a more controlled tone. Why to do it? I was just thinking, she nodded, even though he still had his back to her. Of course, just let me know. He stopped moving again. She actually took a step back. Never mind. He reached forward to touch his injured ankle through the boot, probably to check for swelling. Honoria moved around so she could see his face. She tried to read the level of his pain from his expression, but it was hard. He looked so close to losing his temper that it was impossible to tell much else. Men were so ridiculous that way. She knew it was her fault he'd sprained his ankle, and she understood he'd be at least a little annoyed with her, but it was obvious he would need her help. He didn't look like he could stand on his own, let alone walk all the way back to Fensmore. If he were thinking clearly, he'd recognize the situation and let her help him instead of acting like a wounded tiger trying to prove he's in control. She cleared her throat. Just to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Do you want my help, or would you prefer I just stay quiet? There was a painfully long silence before he finally said, Would you please help me take off my boot? Of course. She hurried over. Here, let me, She had done this long ago as a little girl helping her father, but never since, and certainly not with a man who had been lying on top of her just moments before. Her face flushed. Where in the world did that thought come from? It was an accident. And this was Marcus. She needed to remember that. Marcus. Just Marcus. She sat across from him at the end of his outstretched leg, gripping the boot with one hand at the back of the ankle and the other on the sole. Ready? He nodded grimly. She pulled with one hand and pushed with the other, but Marcus let out such a sharp cry of pain that she dropped his foot immediately. Are you okay? She barely recognized her own voice, which sounded terrified. Just try again, he said gruffly. Are you sure? Because, just do it, he gritted out. Fine. She grabbed his foot again, clenched her teeth, and pulled hard. Marcus didn't yell this time, but he made an awful sound like an animal about to be put down. Finally, when it was more than Honoria could handle, she stopped. This isn't working, she looked back at him. And by that I mean I'll never get it off. Try again, he insisted. These boots are always hard to remove. Like this? She asked in disbelief, and people complained about ladies' clothing being impractical. Honoria. All right. She tried again with the same result. I'm sorry, but I think you'll have to cut it off when you get home. A flicker of pain crossed his face. It's just a boot, she said sympathetically. It's not that, he snapped. It hurts like hell. Oh, she cleared her throat. Sorry. He let out a long, shaky breath. You'll have to help me stand up. She nodded and stood up herself. Here, take my hand. She grabbed his hand and pulled up, but he couldn't find his balance. After a moment, he let go. Honoria looked down at her hand. It felt empty and cold. You'll have to grab me under my arms, he said. This might have shocked her before, but after wrestling with his boot, she figured this couldn't be any more inappropriate. She nodded again and bent down, sliding her arms around him. Here we go, she said with a grunt of effort as she tried to lift him. Holding him felt strange and terribly awkward, and ironic too. If not for him stepping in that mole hole and crashing into her, this would have been the closest she'd ever been to him. Of course, if he hadn't stepped in the mole hole again, they wouldn't be in this predicament. After some maneuvering and another half-muttered curse from Marcus, they got him upright. Honoria stepped back, putting proper distance between them, though she placed his hand on her shoulder for support. Can you put any weight on it? She asked. I don't know, he said, testing it. He took a full step, but his face contorted in pain. Marcus? She asked hesitantly. I'll be fine. He looked terrible to her. Are you sure? She pressed. Because I really think? I said, I'm fee, ow. He stumbled. grabbing her shoulder to keep from falling. Honoria waited patiently while he steadied himself, offering her other hand for extra balance. He took it in his firm hand, and once again, she noticed how nice it was. Big and warm. Safe, too, even if that didn't quite make sense. I might need some help, he admitted, clearly reluctant to say so. Of course, I'll just, She stepped toward him, then back, then adjusted her position. Stand next to me, he said. I'm going to have to lean on you. She nodded and let him drape his arm over her shoulder. It felt heavy and nice. Here we go, she said, sliding her arm around his waist. Now, which way to Fensmore? He gestured with his head. Over there. She turned them to face the right direction, then said, Actually, I think the more important question is, how far is it to Fensmore? 3 miles. 3. She caught herself, lowering her voice from a near shriek to something almost normal. I'm sorry, did you say 3 miles? Approximately. Was he out of his mind? Marcus, there's no way I can hold you up for 3 miles. We'll have to go to the Royals. Oh no, he said, dead serious. I'm not showing up on their doorstep like this. Privately, Honoria agreed. An injured, unmarried earl completely at her mercy? Mrs. Royal would see it as a gift from heaven. He'd probably be whisked to a sick room before he could protest, with Cecily Royal as his nurse. You won't have to help me the whole way, he said. It'll get better as I walk on it. She looked at him. That makes no sense. Just help me home, will you? He sounded exhausted, maybe annoyed, probably both. I'll try, she agreed, but only because she knew it wouldn't work. She gave it 5 minutes before he'd admit defeat. They hobbled a few yards, then Marcus said, a mole hole would have been much smaller. I know, but I needed to fit my foot in it. He took another step, then half-hopped the next one. What did you think would happen? She sighed. She'd long passed the point of embarrassment. There was no point pretending she had any pride left. I don't know, she said wearily. I guess I thought my Prince Charming would come and save me. Maybe help me home just like I'm helping you. He glanced over at her. And Prince Charming is... She looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Surely he didn't think she'd give a name. Honoria, he prodded. It's none of your business. He actually chuckled. What do you think I'll do with the information? I just don't want. You crippled me, Honoria. It was a low blow, but effective. Oh, fine, she said, giving up. If you must know, it was Gregory Bridgerton. Marcus stopped walking and looked at her with surprise. Greg, the youngest one? She interrupted. The youngest son, I mean. The one who isn't married. I know who he is. Well then, what's wrong with him? She cocked her head and waited expectantly. He thought for a moment. Nothing. You... wait. She blinked. Nothing? He shook his head, then shifted his weight. His good foot was starting to fall asleep. Nothing comes to mind right away. It was true. She could do a lot worse than Gregory Bridgerton. Really? She asked suspiciously. You find nothing objectionable about him? Marcus pretended to think about it a bit longer. Clearly he was supposed to play a role here, probably the villain. Or if not that, then the grumpy old man. I suppose he's a bit young, he said. He nodded toward a fallen tree about 5 yards away. Help me over there, would you? I need to sit down. Together they hobbled over to the long, thick log. Carefully, Honoria unwrapped his arm from her shoulder and eased him down. He's not that young, she said. Marcus looked down at his foot. The inside of the boot looked perfectly ordinary, yet it felt as if iron manacles had been clamped around it before being crammed inside. He's still in college, he said, and he's older than me. Glancing back up at her, he added, Has he been kicking any dogs lately? Not that I'm aware of, she replied. Well, there you go. He waved his free hand in a surprisingly broad gesture. You have my approval. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. And why would I need your approval? Good grief, she was impossible. You don't, but would it really be so hard to accept it anyway? No, she said slowly, her tone hesitant, but he waited, then finally asked, But what? I don't know. She articulated each word with sharp precision, her gaze locked on his. He fought back a chuckle. "Why are you so skeptical of everything I do?" "Oh, I don't know," she shot back, dripping with sarcasm. "Maybe because you spent the entire last season glaring at me." "I did not." She let out a scoff. "Oh, you absolutely did. I might have glared at a few of your suitors. Damn it, he hadn't meant to admit that, but never at you." "So you were spying on me," she declared triumphantly. "Of course not," he lied, "but there was no way I could miss you." She gasped in horror. What's that supposed to mean? Bloody hell, he was in deep now. "It doesn't mean anything. You were in London. I was in London." When she stayed silent, he continued. "I saw every other lady, too." Then, before he realized it was the worst thing he could say, he added, "You're just the only one I remember." She went completely still, staring at him with that unsettling, owl-like gaze. He hated when she did that. It meant she was thinking too hard or seeing too much, and it left him feeling exposed. Even when she was a kid, she seemed to see deeper into him than anyone else in her family. It never made sense. Most of the time she was cheerful, bubbly Honoria, but then she'd look at him with those incredible lavender eyes, and he'd realize what her family never did, that she truly understood people. She understood him. He shook his head, trying to push away the memories. He didn't want to think about her family, or how it felt sitting at their table, being part of their world. And he didn't want to think about her either. He didn't want to look at her face and notice that her eyes matched the exact shade of the grape hyacinths blooming across the landscape. They appeared every year around this time, and he always thought, just for a moment before dismissing it, that they were her flower, but not the petals. Those were too dark. Honoria's eyes matched the lighter part near the base, where the color hadn't fully turned blue. His chest tightened. He tried to breathe. He really didn't want to acknowledge that he knew that he could look at a flower and pinpoint the exact spot on the petal that matched her eyes. He wished she'd say something, but of course she didn't, not now, when he would have welcomed her chatter. Finally, softly, she said, "I could introduce you." What? He had no clue what she meant. "I could introduce you," she repeated. "To some of the young ladies, the ones you claimed you didn't know." Oh, for heaven's sake, was that what she thought the issue was? He'd met every lady in London, he just didn't connect with any of them. "I'd be happy to help," she offered kindly. Or was it pityingly? "Not necessary," he said curtly. "No, of course, you've been introduced. I just don't like, you find us boring. They talk about nothing. Even I would get bored." "The truth is," he declared, eager to end this conversation, "I hate London." His voice came out louder than he intended, making him feel like an idiot who would probably have to take a knife to his second-best boots. "This isn't going to work," he said. She looked confused. "We're never going to make it back to Fensmore at this rate." He could see she was barely holding back, and "I told you so." So he decided to spare them both the awkwardness. "You'll have to go back to Brixton. It's closer and you know the path." Then, remembering who he was dealing with, he added, "You do know it, right?" To her credit, she didn't get offended. "I just follow the trail until I hit the small pond. Then it's up the hill and I'm practically there." He nodded. "You'll need to send someone for me. Not from Brixton. Send word to Fensmore." "To Jimmy." "Jimmy?" "My head groom. Just tell him I'm on the Brixton Trail, about 3 miles out. He'll handle the rest." "You'll be okay here on your own?" "Unless it starts pouring," he joked. They both glanced up. A heavy gray blanket hung low across the sky, looking threatening. "Great," he muttered. "I'll run," she offered. "Don't." The last thing they needed was for her to trip over a real mole hole and end up just as stuck. "We don't need you falling and breaking your neck too." She turned to go, then paused. "You'll let me know when you're home safe?" Of course. He couldn't recall the last time he'd felt obligated to check in with anyone. It was oddly unsettling, but also kind of nice. He watched her leave, listening until her footsteps faded. How long until help arrived? She had to get back to Brixton, a little over a mile if she didn't get lost. Then she'd need to write a letter and send someone to Fensmore. After that, Jimmy had to saddle 2 horses and navigate a path better suited for walking through the woods. An hour? No, 90 minutes, maybe more. He slid down to sit against the fallen log. God, he was exhausted. His ankle throbbed too much to sleep, but he shut his eyes anyway. That's when the first raindrop hit him. By the time Honoria stumbled into Brixton, she was completely soaked. The rain had started just 5 minutes after she left Marcus at that log. At first it was just a few fat drops, annoying but harmless. But as soon as she hit the edge of the path, the sky opened up. She sprinted across the lawn as fast as she could, but it didn't matter. 10 seconds in that downpour and she was drenched. She didn't even want to imagine Marcus stuck out in the woods for another hour. She tried to picture the spot where she'd left him. Would the trees offer any cover? It was still spring and the branches weren't thick with leaves yet. She first tried a side door, but it was locked, so she had to run around to the front. The door swung open before she could even knock, and she nearly fell inside. "Honoria!" Sarah cried, grabbing her to steady her. "I've been watching for you through the window. Where have you been?" I was beside myself. We were about to send out a search party. You said you were just picking flowers and then you never came back? Honoria tried to cut in between Sarah's frantic sentences, but she only managed to gasp, "Stop." She looked down. Puddles had formed around her feet. One little stream had broken off and was slowly creeping toward the wall. "We need to get you dry," Sarah insisted, taking her hands. "You're freezing. Sarah, stop." Honoria pulled her hands free and grabbed her cousin's shoulder. "Please, I need paper. I have to write a letter." Sarah stared at her like she'd lost her mind. "Now." "I need to." "Lady Honoria." Mrs. Royal rushed into the hall. "You had us all so worried. Where in heaven's name did you go?" "I was just looking for flowers," Honoria lied. "But please, I need to write a letter immediately." Mrs. Royal felt her forehead, checking for a fever. "You don't feel like you have a fever." "She's shivering," Sarah said, glancing at Mrs. Royal. "She must have gotten lost. She's hopeless with directions like that." Yes, Honoria agreed, willing to accept any criticism if it meant ending this conversation. "But please, just hear me out for a moment. I need to act quickly. Lord Chatteris is stuck in the woods, and I promised him I would." "What?" Mrs. Royal shrieked. "What are you talking about?" Breathlessly, Honoria recounted the story she'd pieced together while rushing home. She'd wandered away from the group and lost her way. Lord Chatteris had been walking in the woods, and he told her the path twisted back and forth between the 2 estates. Then he'd twisted his ankle. Most of it was true. "We'll bring him back here," Mrs. Royal said. "I'll send someone immediately." "No," Honoria replied, still catching her breath. "He wants to go home. He asked me to send word to the head of his stables. He gave me exact instructions." "No," Mrs. Royal insisted. "I think he should come here." "Mrs. Royal, please. Every moment we argue, he's stranded out there in the rain." Mrs. Royal looked torn, but finally nodded and said, "Follow me." In an alcove down the hall stood a writing desk. She laid out paper, pen, and ink, then stepped aside so Honoria could sit. But Honoria's fingers were stiff, she could barely hold the pen, and her hair was dripping onto the paper. Sarah stepped forward. "Do you want me to write it for you?" Honoria nodded gratefully and dictated exactly what to say, trying to ignore Mrs. Royal hovering behind her, interrupting with what she thought were helpful suggestions. Sarah finished the letter, signed Honoria's name, and, at Honoria's nod, handed it to Mrs. Royal. "Please send it with your fastest rider," Honoria begged. Mrs. Royal took it and hurried off. Sarah immediately took her cousin's hand. "You need to warm up," she said firmly. "You're coming with me right now?" "I already had a maid heat water for a bath." Honoria nodded. She'd done what needed to be done. Now she could finally let go. The next morning dawned cruelly bright. Honoria had slept for 12 straight hours, buried under quilts with a hot brick at her feet. At some point, Sarah had crept in to tell her they'd heard from Fensmore. Marcus had arrived safely home and was probably in his own bed, with his own hot brick. But as Honoria dressed, worry still gnawed at her. She'd been utterly frozen by the time she reached Brixton, and he'd been out in the rain much longer than she had. The wind had howled, too. She'd heard the trees groaning through her window during her bath. Marcus would almost certainly have caught a chill. And what if his ankle wasn't just sprained but broken? Would they have already called for a surgeon to set it? Would they have known to do so? And who exactly was they? Marcus had no family she knew of. Who would care for him if he fell ill? Was there anyone at Fensmore besides the servants? She had to check on him. She couldn't live with herself otherwise. Down at breakfast, the other guests were shocked to see her. The gentlemen had all returned to Cambridge, but the young ladies were gathered around the table, eating their soft-boiled eggs and toast. "Honoria!" Sarah exclaimed. "What are you doing out of bed?" "I'm perfectly fine," Honoria assured her. "I don't even have a sniffle." Her hands were like ice last night, Sarah told Cecily and Iris. She couldn't even hold a pen. It was nothing a hot bath and a good night's sleep couldn't fix, Honoria said. "But I'd like to go to Fensmore this morning. I was the one who caused Lord Chatteris to twist his ankle, and I really do need to check on him." "How could it be your fault?" Iris asked. Honoria nearly bit her lip, realizing she'd left out that part of her story. "It was nothing serious," she improvised. "I stumbled over a tree root, and he reached out to steady me. He must have stepped into a mole hole." "Oh, I can't stand moles," Iris said. "I think they're kind of cute," Cecily added. "I need to find your mother," Honoria said. "I have to arrange for transportation, or maybe I could just ride over, it's not raining anymore." "You should eat breakfast first," Sarah said. "She'll never let you go alone," Cecily replied. "Fensmore is a bachelor's home. He's hardly by himself," Iris said. "He must have tons of servants. At least 100, I'd guess," Cecily said. "Have you seen that house? It's enormous, but that doesn't matter." She turned back to Honoria. "He still lives alone with no proper chaperone." "I'll bring someone with me," Honoria said impatiently. "I honestly don't care. I just want to leave." "Take someone where?" Mrs. Royal asked as she entered the breakfast room. Honoria repeated her request, and Mrs. Royal immediately agreed.
Absolutely, we must check on the Earl's condition. It would be unchristian not to. Honoria blinked, surprised at how easily this was going. "I'll go with you," Mrs. Royal said. A teacup clattered against its saucer. Honoria looked over to see Cecily forcing a tight smile, her fingers practically crushing the cup. "Mother," Cecily said, "if you go, then I should come too." Mrs. Royal paused to consider this, but before she could answer, Sarah said, "If Cecily goes, then I should go as well?"
"Why?" Cecily asked. "I'm fairly certain," Iris said dryly, "that under no circumstances should I go." "Honestly, I don't care who comes with me," Honoria said, trying to hide her irritation. "I just want to leave as soon as possible." "Cecily will go with you," Mrs. Royal announced. "I'll stay here with Iris and Sarah." Sarah looked disappointed by this decision but didn't argue. Cecily, however, jumped up with a huge smile. "Cecily, go upstairs and have Peggy fix your hair," Mrs. Royal said. "We can't have." "Please," Honoria interrupted. "I'd really rather leave right now." Mrs. Royal looked torn. But even she couldn't argue that her daughter's hairstyle mattered more than the Earl of Chatteris's well-being. "Fine," she said briskly. "Off you two go, but I want to be clear, if he's seriously ill, you must insist on moving him here to recover." Honoria was certain that wouldn't happen, but she said nothing as she headed toward the front door with Cecily and Mrs. Royal following. "And make sure he knows we don't plan to return to Cambridge for several weeks," Mrs. Royal continued. "We don't?" Cecily asked. "No, and since you have no other obligations, you can visit each day to oversee his care." Mrs. Royal paused. "If that's what Lord Chatteris wants, of course." "Of course, Mother," Cecily said, looking embarrassed. "And give him my regards," Mrs. Royal continued. Honoria hurried down the steps to wait for the carriage. "And tell him that Mr. Royal and I are praying for his speedy recovery. He might not be sick, Mother," Cecily said. Mrs. Royal frowned at her. "But if he is, I'll pass along your good wishes," Cecily finished. "Here comes the carriage," Honoria said, desperate to escape. "Remember," Mrs. Royal called out as a footman helped Honoria and Cecily aboard. "If he's sick, bring him." But the carriage was already rolling away. Marcus was still in bed when his butler quietly entered and announced that Lady Honoria Smythe-Smith and Miss Royal had arrived and were waiting in the yellow drawing room. "Shall I tell them you're not receiving guests?" the butler asked. For a brief moment, Marcus was tempted to agree. He felt terrible, and he was certain he looked even worse. By the time Jimmy had found him the night before, he had been shaking so violently he was surprised he hadn't chipped a tooth. When he finally got home, they had to cut his boot off. That alone would have been annoying. He was quite fond of those boots, but his valet had been overly aggressive, leaving Marcus with a 4-inch gash on his left leg. Still, if the roles had been reversed, he would have insisted on seeing Honoria for himself, so he supposed he had to let her do the same. As for the other young woman, Miss Royal, he believed the butler had said he simply hoped she wasn't the fainting type, because the last time he had checked his reflection, his skin had looked green with help from his valet in both dressing and making it downstairs to the drawing room. Marcus thought he looked reasonably presentable when he greeted the two ladies. "Good heavens, Marcus!" Honoria exclaimed as she stood up. "You look like death." Apparently he was mistaken. "Lovely to see you too, Honoria." He gestured toward a nearby sofa. "Do you mind if I sit down?" "Of course not. Please do." "Your eyes are terribly sunken." She winced as she watched him try to maneuver around a table. "Do you need help?" No, I'm fine." He hopped twice to reach the edge of the cushions and then practically collapsed backward onto the sofa. Dignity, it seemed, had no place in a sick room. "Miss Royal," he said, nodding to the other lady. He was fairly certain he had met her once or twice over the years. "Lord Chatteris," she replied politely. "My parents send their regards and wish you a speedy recovery." "Thank you," he said with a weak nod. He suddenly felt overwhelmingly tired. The journey from his bedroom downstairs must have been more exhausting than he had realized. He hadn't slept well the night before, either. The moment his head hit the pillow, he had started coughing and hadn't stopped since. "Excuse me," he said to the two ladies as he placed a cushion on the table in front of him, then propped his foot on it. "I'm told I need to keep this elevated." "Marcus," Honoria said, abandoning any pretense of polite conversation, "you shouldn't be out of bed." "That's where I was," he said dryly, "until I was told I had visitors." This earned him a look of such disapproval that it reminded him of Miss Pym, his nurse from years ago. "You should have told your butler you weren't receiving," she said. "Really?" he murmured. "I'm sure you would have accepted that meekly and gone home reassured of my welfare." He looked over at the other lady with an ironic tilt of his head. "What do you think, Miss Royal? Would Lady Honoria have left without comment?" "No, my lord," Miss Royal said, her lips twitching with amusement. "She was quite determined to see you for herself." "Cecily!" Honoria said indignantly. Marcus decided to ignore her. "Is that so, Miss Royal?" he said, turning even more toward her. "My heart warms at her concern." "Marcus," Honoria said, "stop this right now." "She is a persistent little thing," he said. "Marcus Holroyd," Honoria said sternly, "if you don't stop teasing me this instant, I will tell Mrs. Royal that you actually want to be moved to Brixton for the rest of your recovery." Marcus froze, struggling not to laugh. He glanced at Miss Royal, who was also fighting back laughter. They both lost the battle. Mrs. Royal is very eager to show off her nursing skills, Honoria added with a devilishly calm smile. "You win, Honoria," Marcus conceded, sinking back into the sofa cushions. But his laughter dissolved into a hacking cough, and it was almost a full minute before he could catch his breath. "How long were you standing in that rain last night?" Honoria demanded. She stood up and pressed her hand to his forehead, making Miss Royal's eyes go wide at such a familiar gesture. "Do I have a fever?" he murmured. "I don't think so," she replied, though her brow was furrowed with worry. "You might be a bit warm. Maybe I should fetch you a blanket." Marcus started to tell her that wasn't necessary, but then he realized the idea of a blanket actually sounded pretty nice, and he felt oddly grateful that she'd thought of it, so he just nodded. "I'll get it," Miss Royal said, jumping to her feet. "I spotted a maid in the hallway." As she left, Honoria sat back down, her eyes filled with concern. "I'm so sorry," she said once they were alone. "I feel awful about everything that happened to you." He waved off her apology. "I'll be fine." You never told me how long you were out there. She pressed. An hour, he guessed. Probably 2. She let out a miserable sigh. I'm so sorry. He managed a small, crooked smile. You already said that. Well, I mean it. He tried to smile again, because honestly, this was getting ridiculous, but another coughing fit took hold of him. She frowned. Maybe you should come stay at Brixton. He couldn't speak yet, but he shot her a hard glare. I worry about you here all alone. Honoria, he finally managed, coughing twice more. You're heading back to London soon. Mrs. Royal is the kindest neighbor around, but I'd much rather recover in my own home. Right, Honoria said, shaking her head. Not to mention, she'd probably have you married off to Cecily by the end of the month. Did someone say my name? Cecily asked brightly, stepping back into the room with a dark blue blanket. Marcus was seized by another coughing fit, this one only slightly faked. Here you are, Cecily said, walking over with the blanket, then looking unsure what to do with it. Maybe you should help him, she said to Honoria. Honoria took the blanket and walked over, unfolding it as she approached. Here you go, she said softly, leaning down to spread the soft wool over him. She smiled gently as she tucked in the corners. Is that too tight? He shook his head. It was strange, being taken care of like this. When she finished, she straightened up, took a deep breath, and announced that he needed tea. Oh, yes, Miss Royal agreed. That would be perfect. Marcus didn't even try to argue this time. He knew he must look pathetic, all wrapped up in a blanket with his foot propped on the table, and he couldn't imagine what they thought every time he started coughing. But he was actually finding it comforting to be fussed over, and if Honoria wanted to insist on tea, he'd be happy to drink it just to see her smile. He told her where to find the bell pull to ring for tea, and she did so, settling back into her spot across from him after a maid came in and took their order. Has a doctor looked at your ankle? She asked. It's not necessary, he told her. It's not broken. Are you sure that's not something you want to gamble with? I'm sure.
I'd feel better if… Honoria, hush, it's fine. And your boot? His boot? Miss Royal asked, looking puzzled. That unfortunately is broken, he replied. Oh no, Honoria said. I figured they'd have to cut it off. They had to cut off your boot, Miss Royal echoed, horrified. Oh, that's terrible. His ankle was horribly swollen, Honoria explained. It was the only way. But a boot, Miss Royal insisted. It wasn't one of my favorites, Marcus said, trying to cheer her up. She looked like someone had just run over her puppy. I wonder if it's possible to order just one boot, Honoria pondered aloud. You know, to match the other one? That way, it wouldn't be a total loss. Oh, heavens no, that would never work, Miss Royal interjected, suddenly an authority on the matter. The leather would never match up perfectly. Before the conversation could spiral into a full-blown footwear debate, Mrs. Weatherby, Marcus's longtime housekeeper, entered the room. I had the tea ready before you even asked for it, she announced, bustling in with a tray. Marcus smiled, not at all surprised. She had a knack for anticipating his needs. He introduced her to Honoria and Miss Royal, and her face lit up when she greeted Honoria. Oh, you must be Master Daniel's sister, Mrs. Weatherby exclaimed, setting the tray down. I am, Honoria replied, her smile widening. Do you know him? I do. He came by a few times, usually when the old Earl was away, and he has stopped by once or twice since Master Marcus took over the title. Marcus felt a flush creep up his neck at the childhood nickname, but he would never dream of correcting her. Mrs. Weatherby had been more of a mother to him than anyone else at Fensmore, often the only source of warmth and encouragement. It is so lovely to meet you, she continued. I have heard so much about you. Honoria blinked in surprise. You have? Marcus was equally taken aback. He couldn't remember ever mentioning Honoria to anyone, let alone his housekeeper. Oh yes, Mrs. Weatherby said. When they were children, of course. I must admit, I still pictured you as a little girl, but you are all grown up now, aren't you? Honoria smiled and nodded. Now, how do you take your tea? The housekeeper asked, already splashing milk into all 3 cups after hearing their preferences.
It has been far too long since I last saw Master Daniel, she continued, lifting the pot to pour. He is a bit of a scoundrel, but I am fond of him. Is he doing well? An awkward silence fell, and Honoria looked to Marcus for help. He cleared his throat and said, I must have forgotten to mention it, Mrs. Weatherby. Lord Winstead has been abroad for several years. He would fill her in on the details later, but not in front of Honoria and her friend.
I see,
She said, picking up on the unspoken cue to drop the subject. She cleared her throat a few times, then handed the first cup and saucer to Honoria.
and one for you as well.
She murmured, passing the second set to Miss Royal. They both thanked her, and she stood to give Marcus his cup, but then she turned to Honoria.
You will make sure he drinks all of it, won't you?
Honoria grinned. Absolutely. Mrs. Weatherby leaned in and whispered loudly, Gentlemen make terrible patients.
I heard that.
Marcus remarked. His housekeeper shot him a sly look. You were meant to. With a quick curtsy, she left the room. The rest of the visit went smoothly. They finished their tea, Marcus had 2 cups, thanks to Honoria's insistence, ate their biscuits, and made light conversation until Marcus started coughing again, this time so persistently that Honoria insisted he return to bed. It is time for us to leave anyway, she said, standing with Miss Royal. I am sure Mrs. Royal will be anxious for our return. Marcus nodded and smiled his thanks when they insisted he not get up. He was feeling truly awful, and he suspected he might have to swallow his pride and ask to be carried back upstairs after the ladies left, of course. He stifled a groan. He despised being sick. Once in the carriage, Honoria finally allowed herself to relax. Marcus looked unwell, but it was nothing a week of rest and broth wouldn't fix. But her moment of peace was abruptly shattered when Cicely announced, 1 month. Honoria looked up. I beg your pardon? That is my prediction. Cecily held up her index finger, twirled it in a little circle, then snapped it straight. 1 month before Lord Chatteris pops the question. To whom? Honoria asked, struggling to mask her surprise. Marcus hadn't shown any particular interest in Cecily, and more importantly, it wasn't like her to be so arrogant. To you, you silly goose. Honoria nearly choked. Oh, she said with deep emotion. Oh, no. Cecily smirked. No. Honoria might have been reduced to a one-word fool, but she was a vocal one. No, she repeated. Oh, no. I'd even be willing to bet on it, Cecily said slyly. You'll be married by the end of the season. I hope so, Honoria said, finally finding her words, but it won't be to Lord Chatteris. Oh, so it's Lord Chatteris now, is it?
Don't think I didn't notice you called him by his first name the entire time we were there? That's how I know him, Honoria protested. I've known him since I was 6. Even so, the two of you were, oh, how should I put it? Cecily pursed her lips and glanced up at the carriage ceiling. Acting like you were already married, perhaps? Don't be ridiculous. I speak the truth, Cecily said, looking very pleased with herself. She chuckled. Wait until I tell the others. Honoria nearly lunged across the carriage. Don't you dare. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Please, Cecily, I assure you, there is no romance between Lord Chatteris and me, and I promise you we will never marry. Spreading rumors will only make my life miserable. Cecily tilted her head. No romance? Now you're twisting my words. Of course I care for him. He was like a brother to me. Very well, Cecily agreed. I won't say anything. Until you're engaged, and then I'll shout it to anyone who will listen. I predicted this. Honoria didn't even bother to reply. There would be no engagement, and thus no shouting. But what she didn't realize until later was that for the first time, she had said Marcus was like a brother to her past tense. And if he wasn't her brother anymore, what was he? Honoria returned to London the next day. The season wouldn't start for over a month, but there was plenty to do to prepare. According to her recently married cousin Marigold, who visited the first afternoon Honoria was back, pink was all the rage now, although if you went to the dressmaker, you had to be careful to call it primrose, poppy, or ruby. Also, you absolutely had to have a collection of bracelets. No one could do without them.
Marigold assured her. Since that was just the beginning of Marigold's fashion advice, Honoria planned to visit the dressmaker later that week. But before she could do more than pick her favorite shade of pink, primrose, just to keep things simple, a letter arrived for her from Fensmore. Honoria assumed it must be from Marcus, and she opened it eagerly, surprised he would take the time to write. But when she unfolded the single sheet of paper, the handwriting was far too delicate to be his. Frowning with worry, she sat down to read. My dear Lady Honoria, forgive my boldness in writing to you, but I don't know who else to turn to. Lord Chatteris is unwell. He has had a fever for 3 days, and last night was quite delirious. The doctor has visited each afternoon, but his only advice is to wait and watch. As you know, the Earl has no family. But I felt I must inform someone, and he has always spoken so highly of your family. Yours, Mrs. Weatherby, housekeeper to the Earl of Chatteris? Oh no, Honoria murmured, staring at the letter until her eyes blurred. How could this be? When she left Fensmore, Marcus had a bad cough, yes, but no signs of fever. There was nothing in his demeanor to suggest he might take such a sudden turn for the worse. And what did Weatherby mean by sending her a letter? Was she just letting her know about Marcus's condition, or was she subtly asking her to come to Fensmore? And if it was the latter, did that mean Marcus was in serious trouble? Mother, Honoria called out. She stood up without thinking and began walking through the house. Her heart started pounding, and she moved faster. Her voice grew louder, too. Mother. Honoria? Lady Winstead appeared at the top of the stairs, fanning herself with her beloved Chinese silk fan. What on earth is the matter? Was there a problem at the dressmaker's? I thought you were planning to go with Marigold. No, it's not that, Honoria said, rushing up the stairs. It's Marcus. Marcus Holroyd? Yes. I got a letter from his housekeeper? From his housekeeper? Why in the world would she? I saw him in Cambridge, remember I told you about? Oh, yes, her mother smiled. What a lovely coincidence running into him. Mrs. Royal wrote me a note about it. I think she's hoping he might develop a fondness for her daughter. Mother, here, please read this. Honoria held out the letter from Mrs. Weatherby. He's very ill. Lady Winstead quickly read the short note, her lips pressing into a worried frown. Oh dear, this is terrible news. Honoria placed a firm hand on her mother's arm, trying to make her understand the seriousness of the situation. We have to leave for Fensmore right now. Lady Winstead looked up in surprise. Us. He has no one else. Well, that can't be true. It is, Honoria insisted. Don't you remember how often he stayed with us when he and Daniel were at Eton? That was because he had nowhere else to go. I don't think he and his father got along very well. I don't know. It seems very presumptuous, her mother frowned. We're not family. He doesn't have a family. Lady Winstead bit her lower lip. He was such a nice boy, but I just don't think... Honoria put her hands on her hips. If you don't come with me, I'll go alone. Honoria. Lady Winstead stepped back in shock, and for the first time in the conversation, a spark lit up her pale eyes. You will do no such thing. Your reputation will be ruined. He might be dying. I'm sure it's not that serious. Honoria clasped her hands together. They had started shaking, and her fingers felt icy cold. I hardly think his housekeeper would have written to me if it weren't. Oh, all right, Lady Winstead said with a little sigh. We'll leave tomorrow. Honoria shook her head. Today? Today? Honoria, you know trips like this take planning? I couldn't possibly. Today, Mother? There's no time to waste. Honoria hurried back down the stairs, calling over her shoulder. I'll see to the carriage being prepared. Be ready within the hour. But Lady Winstead, showing some of the spirit she'd had before her only son was sent out of the country, did even better than that. She was ready in 45 minutes, bags packed, accompanied by her maid, and waiting for Honoria in the front sitting room. 5 minutes later, they were on their way. The trip to northern Cambridgeshire could be made in one long day, and so it was near midnight by the time the Winstead carriage pulled up in front of Fensmore. Lady Winstead had fallen asleep a bit north of Saffron Walden, but Honoria was wide awake. From the moment they turned onto the long driveway leading to Fensmore, Her posture had become tense and alert, and it was all she could do to keep from gripping the door handle. As it was, when they finally came to a stop, she didn't wait for anyone to help her. Within seconds, she had pushed open the door, jumped down, and was hurrying up the front steps. The house was cloaked in an unsettling stillness as Honoria repeatedly pounded the heavy brass knocker against the front door. After several long minutes, a faint candle flame finally flickered behind a window, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. The butler, whose name she frustratingly could not recall, pulled the door open, but before he could speak, she cut him off. "Mrs. Weatherby notified me about the Earl's condition. I need to see him immediately." The butler recoiled slightly, his posture as stiff and haughty as his master's. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Honoria gripped the doorframe for balance. "What do you mean?" she whispered, her heart sinking. She feared Marcus had already lost his battle with the fever in the time since the letter was sent. "The Earl is asleep," the butler answered curtly. "I won't disturb him at this hour." A wave of relief washed over her, as sharp and welcome as blood rushing back to a numb limb. "Oh, thank goodness," she breathed, reaching out to take his hand. "Please, I must see him. I swear I won't wake him." The butler looked startled by her touch. "I cannot allow that, ma'am. And if I may point out, you haven't even offered your name?" Honoria blinked, confused. Were so many strangers visiting Fensmore that he couldn't recall her visit from less than a week ago? Then she noticed him squinting in the dim light. Of course, he probably couldn't see her clearly. "Please forgive me," she said, softening her tone. "I am Lady Honoria Smythe-Smith. My mother, the Countess of Winstead, is waiting in the carriage with her maid. Could someone assist her?" The butler's wrinkled face transformed. "Lady Honoria!" he exclaimed. "I do apologize. I couldn't recognize you in the dark. Please, do come in." He took her arm and guided her inside. Honoria let him lead, though she slowed to glance back at the carriage. "My mother." "I'll have a footman attend to her immediately," the butler promised. "But first, we must get you to a room. We don't have one ready, but several can be prepared quickly." He stopped at a doorway, leaned in, and yanked a bell pull several times. "The maids will be up shortly." "Please don't trouble them on my account," Honoria said, though she knew it was too late given his vigorous ringing. "Could I speak with Mrs. Weatherby? I hate to wake her, but it's urgent?" Of course," the butler replied, still steering her deeper into the house. "And my mother," Honoria added nervously, glancing back. After her initial protests, Lady Winstead had been remarkably patient all day. Honoria hated leaving her asleep in the carriage, even with the driver, grooms, and her maid nearby. "I'll greet her as soon as I take you to Mrs. Weatherby," the butler assured her. "Thank you. It felt awkward not knowing his name. "Springpiece, my lady." He took her hand in both of his and squeezed. His grip was weak and his hands gnarled, but his grasp held an urgent gratitude. He looked up, his dark eyes meeting hers. "May I say, my lady, that I am very glad you are here?" 10 minutes later, Mrs. Weatherby stood with Honoria outside Marcus's door. "I doubt the Earl would approve of you seeing him like this," the housekeeper admitted. "But since you've traveled so far, I won't disturb him," Honoria assured her. "I just need to see for myself that he's all right." Mrs. Weatherby hesitated, then gave her a direct look. "He is not all right, miss. You should prepare yourself." I didn't mean all right," Honoria stammered, her voice faltering. "I mean, well, I don't even know what I meant, only that." The housekeeper gently touched her arm. "I understand, he's doing a bit better than yesterday when I sent you word." Honoria nodded, but the movement felt stiff and unnatural. She knew the housekeeper was trying to say Marcus wasn't on the verge of dying, but that didn't calm her. If anything, it confirmed he had been close to death, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't slip back again. Mrs. Weatherby raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence as they stepped inside. She turned the knob with care, and the door swung open without a sound. "He's asleep," she whispered. Honoria nodded and moved forward, her eyes adjusting to the dim room. The heat was stifling, the air thick and heavy. "Isn't he too warm?" she asked quietly. She could barely catch her breath in the stuffy space, and Marcus seemed buried beneath a mountain of quilts. That's what the doctor ordered, Mrs. Weatherby said. He insisted we keep him from getting cold, no matter what. Honoria tugged at her collar, wishing she could loosen it. If she felt this uncomfortable, Marcus must be suffering terribly. It didn't seem healthy to be wrapped in such oppressive heat, but at least he was asleep, and his breathing sounded steady, or what she assumed was steady. She had no clue what to listen for at a sickbed. She guessed anything unusual would be a warning. She leaned closer, bending down. His face was slick with sweat. She could only see one side, but his skin had an unnatural sheen, and the room smelled of stale exertion. I really think he has too many blankets, she whispered. Mrs. Weatherby shrugged helplessly. The doctor was very clear. Honoria moved until her legs touched the side of the bed. This can't be comfortable, I know, Mrs. Weatherby agreed. Honoria reached out cautiously, hoping to pull back the covers just a little. She grabbed the edge of the top quilt and gave a slight tug, and then, "Ah!" Honoria screamed and leaped back, clutching Mrs. Weatherby's arm. Marcus had shot upright, his head whipping around the room, and he was clearly shirtless, at least from what she could see above the blankets. It's okay, she said, but her voice trembled. Nothing felt okay, and she didn't know how to pretend otherwise. He was breathing hard, clearly agitated, but his eyes seemed unfocused. She wasn't even sure he knew she was there. His head jerked from side to side as if searching for something, then sped into a strange shaking motion. "No," he muttered, not angrily but with distress. "No, he's not awake," Mrs. Weatherby said softly. Honoria nodded slowly, and the full weight of the situation hit her. She knew nothing about illness, let alone how to nurse someone with a fever. Was that why she had come, to take care of him? She had been so panicked after reading the housekeeper's note that all she could think about was seeing him for herself. She hadn't planned beyond that. What a fool she had been. What had she expected to do once she arrived? Turn around and leave? Now she was here, and she would have to care for him. There was no other option. But the thought terrified her. What if she made a mistake? What if she made him worse? Yet what else could she do? He needed her. Marcus had no one, and Honoria realized with a jolt of shame that she had never truly understood that until now. "I'll stay with him," she offered to Mrs. Weatherby. "Oh no, miss, you really can't. It wouldn't be proper. Someone needs to be here," Honoria insisted firmly. "He shouldn't be left by himself." She guided the housekeeper by the arm to the opposite side of the room, as any conversation was impossible so near Marcus. He had settled back down, but he was thrashing around so violently that Honoria winced every time she glanced his way. "I'll take over," Mrs. Weatherby said, though her voice lacked conviction. "I imagine you've already spent countless hours at his bedside," Honoria replied. "Let me take a shift. You need your rest, Mrs. Weatherby nodded with gratitude, and as she reached the hallway door, she whispered, "No one will say a thing about you being in his room. I swear, not a single person at Fensmore would breathe a word." Honoria offered what she hoped was a reassuring smile. "My mother is here. Not in this room, but she's at Fensmore. That should be enough to keep the gossip at bay." With a nod, Mrs. Weatherby slipped out, and Honoria listened to her footsteps fade into silence. "Oh, Marcus," she murmured, slowly moving back to his side. "What happened to you?" She reached out to touch him, then hesitated. No, better not. It wouldn't be proper, and besides, she didn't want to disturb him further. He flung an arm out from under the covers, tossing around until he settled on his side, his free hand resting on the quilt. She hadn't realized his arms were so defined. Of course, she knew he was fit, it was obvious. He had that capable look about him. Not every man had it, in fact most of the men she knew didn't, but she hadn't expected the muscles of his arm to be so sculpted. How fascinating. She leaned in a little, tilting her head, then nudging the candle forward. What was that shoulder muscle called again? His was quite impressive. She gasped, horrified by how inappropriate her thoughts had become, and stepped back. She wasn't here to gawk at the poor man. She was here to care for him. And honestly, if she was going to admire anyone, it absolutely shouldn't be Marcus Holroyd. A chair sat a few feet away, so she grabbed it and pulled it close to his bed, close enough to spring into action if needed, but far enough to avoid getting hit during his restless movements. He looked thinner. She wasn't sure how she could tell beneath all those blankets and quilts, but he had clearly lost weight. His face was gaunt, and even in the candle's dim light, she noticed dark shadows under his eyes. She sat perfectly still for several minutes, feeling a bit foolish. It seemed like she should be doing something useful. Watching him counted as something, she supposed, but it didn't feel like much, especially since she was trying so hard not to stare at certain parts of him. He seemed to have calmed down. Occasionally he would shift restlessly under the covers, but for the most part he slept. But good Lord, it was hot. Honoria was still wearing her day dress, a pretty little frock that buttoned up the back. It was one of those ridiculous women's garments she could never get into or out of by herself. She smiled, a lot like Marcus's boots. It was comforting to know that men could be just as impractical in their devotion to fashion as women. Still, the dress was absolutely the worst thing to wear in a sick room. She managed to undo a few of the top buttons, practically gasping for air once they were loose. "This can't be healthy," she said out loud, holding her collar with 2 fingers and flapping it back and forth to cool her sweaty neck. She glanced over at Marcus. He didn't seem to have been bothered by her voice. She kicked off her shoes, and since she was already in a state that would shock anyone who stumbled upon her, she bent down and removed her stockings. "Ugh," she muttered, looking at her legs with frustration. The stockings were nearly completely wet. With a defeated sigh, she draped them over the back of a chair, then reconsidered. Maybe it wasn't wise to leave them so exposed, so she bundled them into a tight ball and stuffed them into her shoes. Standing up, she grabbed her skirt and shook it back and forth to cool her legs. This was unbearable. She didn't care what the doctor said, there was no way this was good for her. She walked back over to his bed, keeping a cautious distance in case he lashed out. Carefully, she extended her hand without touching him, but she got close. The air near his shoulder felt at least 10 degrees hotter than the rest of the room. She allowed herself a little exaggeration, given her overheated state, but still. She scanned the room for something to fan him with. Darn it. She should have swiped one of her mother's Chinese silk fans. Mom was always fanning herself these days, and never traveled without at least 3 in her luggage. That was probably a good thing, since she often left them scattered around town, but with nothing suitable to use, Honoria leaned in and gave Marcus a gentle puff of air. He didn't stir, which she took as a good sign. Feeling bolder, she tried again, this time with more force. He shivered slightly. She frowned, unsure if that was a positive sign. If he was as drenched as he appeared, she risked making him too cold, which was exactly what the doctor had warned against. She sat down, then stood up, then sat again, tapping her hand restlessly on her thigh. It got so bad she had to slap her other hand on top to keep it still. This was insane. She jumped up and went back to him. He was moving around again, tossing under his covers, though not enough to throw them off. She needed to touch him. It was the only way to gauge how hot his skin really was. What she'd do with that information? She wasn't sure, but that didn't matter. If she was his nurse, and it seemed she was, she had to be more attentive to his condition. She reached out and lightly pressed her fingers to his shoulder. He didn't feel as hot as she'd thought, but that might be because she was also burning up. He was sweaty, though, and up close, she could see his sheets were soaked. Should she try to remove them? He still had all the other blankets. She grabbed the sheet and pulled, holding the top quilt with her other hand to keep it in place. It didn't work. The whole pile slid toward her, revealing one long, slightly bent leg. Honoria's lips parted. He was surprisingly muscular there, too. No. She wasn't looking at Marcus. Definitely not. And besides, she had to get the blanket back over him before he rolled over and exposed himself entirely, because she had no idea if he was wearing anything underneath. He had nothing on his arms or legs, so it stood to reason. She glanced at his midsection. She couldn't help it. He was still covered, but if she accidentally bumped the bed, she grabbed a piece of the quilt and shoved it, trying to cover him up again. Someone else would have to change his sheets. Good grief, she was hot. How could it have gotten even warmer in here? Maybe she could step outside for a moment or crack the window open and stand by it. She fanned the air near her face with her hand. She should just sit back down. There was a perfectly decent chair in the corner, and she could sit there with her hands folded neatly in her lap until dawn. She just wanted one more look at him to make sure he was breathing okay. Lifting the candle, she held it above his face. His eyes were open. She eased back a step. He'd opened his eyes before, but that didn't mean he was conscious. Honoria, what are you doing here? That question, however, meant he was awake. Chapter 8. Marcus felt terrible. No, he felt like he had taken a round trip to the underworld and back, and maybe gone again because the first visit wasn't hot enough. He had no idea how long he had been sick. A day? Maybe 2? The fever had started on Tuesday, though that didn't matter much since he had no clue what day it was now. It seemed dark, and it was brutally hot. Honestly, it was impossible to think about anything except the suffocating heat. Maybe he had brought the entire place back with him, or perhaps he was still there, although if so, the beds were surprisingly comfortable, which contradicted everything he had learned in church. He yawned, stretching his neck left and right before settling his head back into the pillow. He knew this pillow. It was soft, filled with goose down and the perfect thickness. He was in his own bed, in his own room, and it was definitely night. He heard Mrs. Weatherby shuffling around. She had likely been at his bedside throughout his illness, which didn't surprise him, though he was grateful. She had brought him broth when he first felt sick, and he vaguely recalled her talking to a doctor. The few times he had surfaced from his feverish days, she had been there, watching over him. She touched his shoulder, her fingers light and soft, but it wasn't enough to wake him. He was too exhausted to move. His whole body ached, and his leg throbbed painfully. He just wanted to sleep, but the room was so hot. Why would anyone keep it this warm? As if she heard his thoughts, Mrs. Weatherby tugged at his quilt. Marcus rolled to his side, throwing his good leg out from under the covers. Air. It felt amazing. Maybe he could kick off the blankets entirely. Would she be scandalized if he lay there almost naked? Probably, but for the sake of medicine. Then she started pushing the blankets back on top of him, which almost made him want to cry. Summoning every last bit of energy, he opened his eyes. And it wasn't Mrs. Weatherby, Honoria? He croaked. What are you doing here? She jumped back, letting out a sharp chirping sound that hurt his ears. He closed his eyes again. He didn't have the energy to talk, though her presence was puzzling. Marcus? She said, her voice urgent. Can you say something? Are you awake? He gave a tiny nod.
Marcus?
She was closer now, and her breath was on his neck. It felt terrible, too hot and too close. Why are you here? He asked again, his words slurring like syrup. You should be where? London? He thought.
Oh, thank heavens,
she said, touching his forehead. Her skin felt hot, but everything did. Honor. He couldn't finish her name. He tried, moving his lips, taking breaths, but it was too much effort, especially since she wouldn't answer him. You've been very ill, she said. He nodded, or thought about nodding. Mrs. Weatherby wrote to me in London. Ah, so that was it. Still, it was strange. She took his hand, patting it nervously. I came up just as soon as I could. My mother is here too. Lady Winstead? He attempted a smile. He had a fondness for Lady Winstead. I believe your fever hasn't broken yet, Honoria said, her voice uncertain. Your forehead feels quite hot, though to be fair, this room is stifling. I honestly can't tell if the heat is coming from you or just the air in here. Please, he moaned, weakly thrusting an arm out to brush against hers. He forced his eyes open, squinting in the dim light. The window, she shook her head. I'm sorry, I wish I could. Mrs. Weatherby said, the doctor insisted. Please. He was begging. Good Lord, he almost sounded like he might weep, but he didn't care. All he wanted was for her to open that blasted window. Marcus, I can't. Yet her expression showed conflict. I can't breathe, he confessed, and honestly, he wasn't exaggerating. Oh, fine, she said, hurrying over to the window, but you mustn't tell anyone. promise?" he murmured. He lacked the energy to turn his head and watch, but in the thick silence of the night he could hear every move she made. "Mrs. Weatherby was quite insistent," she said, drawing back the curtain. The room was supposed to stay hot. Marcus grunted and attempted a dismissive wave of his hand. "I know nothing about nursing the sick," she continued, and then came the welcome sound of the window being pushed open. "But I cannot imagine it's healthy to roast in such heat when you have a fever." The first touch of cooler air brushed his skin, and he nearly wept with relief. "I've never had a fever," Honoria said, returning to his bedside. "Or at least, not that I recall. Isn't that strange?" He could hear the smile in her voice. He even recognized the exact kind of smile. It was a little shy, with a hint of amazement. She often smiled that way, and every time the right corner of her mouth lifted just slightly higher than the left, and now he could hear it. It was lovely and peculiar. How odd that he knew her so well. He knew her certainly better than almost anyone, but that wasn't the same as knowing someone's smiles, or was it? She pulled a chair closer to his bed and sat down. "It never crossed my mind until I came here to look after you, that I'd never had a fever. I mean, my mother says they're awful." She came for him? He didn't know why he found that so striking. There was no one else at Fensmore she would have traveled for, and here she was in his sick room, yet somehow it felt, well, not odd, not surprising either, just unexpected. He tried to focus his weary mind. Could something be both not surprising and unexpected? Because that was exactly it. He would never have imagined Honoria would drop everything and rush to Fensmore to care for him, and yet, now that she was here, it wasn't surprising at all. It felt almost natural. "Thank you for opening the window," he said softly. "You're welcome," she attempted to smile, but couldn't conceal the concern in her face. "I'm sure it didn't take much to convince me. I don't think I've ever been this hot in my entire life." "Neither have I," he tried to joke. She smiled, then a genuine one.
"Oh, Marcus,"
she said, leaning forward to brush his hair back from his forehead. She shook her head, though she seemed uncertain why. Her own hair was falling across her face, poker straight as always. She blew at it, trying to push it from her mouth, but it flopped right back. Finally, she swatted it away with her fingers, tucking it behind her ear. It fell back onto her face. "You look tired," he said, his voice rough. Said the man who can barely keep his eyes open. "Touche," he said, somehow managing to emphasize the word with a slight flick of his index finger. She was quiet for a moment, then gave a little start. "Would you like some water?" He nodded. "I'm so sorry. I should have offered the moment you woke up. You must be terribly thirsty." "Just a little," he lied. "Mrs. Weatherby left a pitcher of water," she said, reaching for something on the table behind her. "It's not exactly cold, but I think it'll still feel good," she said, trying to sound encouraging. He managed another small nod. At this point, anything that wasn't scalding hot would be a relief. She picked up a glass, but quickly realized he couldn't drink while lying flat on his back. "Let me help you sit up," she said, setting the glass back down. With more willpower than actual strength, she slid her arms around him and eased him upright. "There we go," she said, her voice crisp and professional like a nurse. "Now, let's just tuck this blanket in and get some water in you." He blinked slowly, each time wondering if his eyelids would ever open again. He was shirtless. It struck him as odd that he hadn't noticed sooner, and even stranger that he didn't care about her maidenly modesty. Maybe she was blushing, but it was too dark to tell. It didn't matter, anyway. This was Honoria. She was a sensible, good-natured person. She wouldn't be traumatized by the sight of his bare chest. He took a long gulp of water, then another, barely noticing when a few drops ran down his chin. It was pure heaven on his dry, swollen tongue. Honoria made a soft sound and reached out, wiping the moisture from his skin with her fingers. "Sorry," she murmured. "I don't have a handkerchief." He nodded slowly, the memory of her touch lingering on his cheek. "You were here earlier," he said. She looked at him, confused. "You touched me on my shoulder." A faint smile tugged at her lips. That was just a few minutes ago, was it? He frowned, trying to piece the timeline together. Oh, I've been here for hours, she said. His chin dipped slightly. Thank you, he said, his voice barely a whisper. He hated how weak he sounded. I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you awake. I mean, you look awful, but you're so much better than before. You're talking and actually making sense. She clasped her hands together, a nervous, almost frantic gesture, which is more than I can say for myself right now. Don't be ridiculous, he said. She shook her head and looked away, but not before he saw her quickly wipe at her eyes. He'd made her cry. The thought was exhausting, heartbreaking. He never wanted to be the reason Honoria cried. She shouldn't have to. He was so tired, but he knew that much. You scared me, she said, trying to joke but failing. I bet you didn't think you could do that. He appreciated the effort, though. Where's Mrs. Weatherby? He asked. I sent her to bed. She was worn out. Good. She's been taking excellent care of you. He nodded again, that tiny motion he hoped she could see. His housekeeper had nursed him through a fever when he was 11, while his father hadn't bothered to check on him once. He wanted to tell Honoria about that, or about the time his father had left before Christmas, and Mrs. Weatherby had decorated the entire house with so much holly it smelled like a forest for weeks. That Christmas had been the best, until the year he spent it with the Smythe-Smiths. That was the best it always would be.
Do you want more water? Honoria asked.
He did, but didn't have the energy to swallow. I'll help you, she said, lifting the glass to his lips. He took a tiny sip and let out a tired sigh. My leg hurts. It's probably still sprained, she said. He yawned. Feels like a little fire, a little poker. Her eyes widened. He couldn't blame her. He had no idea what he meant either. She leaned in, her brow furrowed with worry, and pressed her hand to his forehead again. You're starting to feel warm again. He attempted a smile, hoping at least one corner of his mouth cooperated. Was there ever a time I wasn't? No, she answered bluntly. But you're definitely warmer now. It comes and goes. The fever, he gave a slight nod, her lips pressed together, and for a moment she appeared older than he had ever seen her. Not old, she could never look old. But there was a definite worry etched into her features. Her hair was the same, pulled back into its familiar loose bun. Her movements were unchanged, that bright, quick step so uniquely her own. But her eyes were different, darker, somehow pulled inward by concern. He didn't like it. Could I have more water? He asked, feeling a thirst he couldn't recall ever experiencing before. Of course, she replied quickly, refilling the cup from the pitcher. He drank it down too fast, but this time he wiped the stray drops away with the back of his hand. It'll probably come back, he warned. The fever. This time, she didn't phrase it as a question. He nodded. I thought you should know. I don't understand, she said, taking the glass from his unsteady hand. You were perfectly fine when I last saw you. He tried to raise an eyebrow, unsure if he succeeded. Oh, very well, she corrected. Not perfectly fine, but you were clearly getting better. There was that cough, he reminded her. I know, but I just don't think. She let out a self-deprecating snort and shook her head. What am I saying? I don't know anything about illness. I don't even know why I thought I could take care of you. Honestly, I didn't think at all. He had no idea what she was talking about, but for some strange reason it made him happy. She sat in the chair beside him. I just came. I got the letter from Mrs. Weatherby and I didn't stop to think that I couldn't do anything to help you. I just came. You are helping, he whispered, and she was. He already felt a little better. The next morning, Honoria woke in agony. Her neck was stiff, her back ached, and her left foot had completely fallen asleep. She was also hot and sweaty, which, besides making her uncomfortable, made her feel deeply unattractive, and possibly fragrant. And by fragrant, she meant, oh bother. She knew exactly what she meant, and so would anyone who came within 5 feet of her. She had closed the window after Marcus dozed off. It had nearly killed her to do it, going against every instinct, but she wasn't confident enough to defy the doctor's orders and leave it open. She shook out her foot, wincing as tiny needles of pain shot through it. Blast it, she hated when her foot fell asleep. She reached down to squeeze it, trying to restore circulation, but it only made her entire lower leg feel like it was on fire. With a yawn and a groan, she pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the ominous creaking in her joints. There was a reason human beings didn't sleep in chairs, she decided. If she was still here tomorrow night, she was taking to the floor. Half walking, half hobbling, she made her way to the window, eager to pull back the curtains and let in some sunshine. Marcus was sleeping, so she didn't want to make it too bright, but she felt an urgent need to see him. The color of his skin, the circles under his eyes. She wasn't sure what she would do with that information, but then again, she hadn't been sure of anything since she entered his room the night before, and she needed a reason to get out of that damn chair. She pulled back one side of the curtain, blinking in the flood of early morning light. It couldn't be much past dawn. The sky was still streaked with pink and peach, and the morning mist drifted softly across the lawn. It looked lovely out there, gentle and fresh, and Honoria cracked the window open again, pressing her face to the small opening just to breathe in the cool, damp air. She had a responsibility to fulfill. Stepping back and spinning around, she meant to gently press her palm against Marcus's forehead to see if his fever had returned. But before she could take more than a couple of steps, he shifted in his sleep, and, good Lord, had his face been this flushed last night? She rushed to his side, tripping over her still tingling left foot. He looked dreadful, blotchy and swollen, and when she touched him, his skin felt dry and scorching, frighteningly hot. In a hurry, Honoria dashed to the water pitcher. Spotting no towels or cloths, she simply dipped her hands in and pressed them to his cheeks, hoping to cool him down. It was obvious this wouldn't work for long, so she rushed to a dresser, yanking open drawers until she found what she assumed were handkerchiefs. Only when she shook one out to soak it did she realize it was something else entirely. Oh, heavens! She was about to press his undergarments onto his face. Her own cheeks flushed as she wrung out the excess water and hurried back to his side. She muttered an apology, not that he could grasp it, or the impropriety she was about to commit, and placed the damp cloth on his forehead. He immediately started thrashing, making strange, alarming noises, grunts and fragments of words, sentences without any clear start or finish. She caught stop and no, but also thought she heard facilitate, monkfish, and footbridge. She definitely heard him say, Daniel. Fighting back tears, she left him for a moment to bring the water pitcher closer. By the time she returned, he had knocked the cooling cloth off his face. When she tried to put it back, he shoved her away. Marcus, she said firmly, though she knew he couldn't hear her. You have to let me help you. But he fought her, twisting and jerking until she was practically sitting on him to keep him still. Stop it, she snapped when he pushed against her.
You will not win.
And by that, she pressed down hard on his shoulder with her forearm. I mean that if I win, you win. He suddenly lurched up and their heads smacked together. Honoria grunted in pain but held on. Oh no, you don't, she growled. And by that I mean, she leaned close to his face. You are not going to die. Using all her weight to pin him down, she stretched one arm toward the pitcher to re-wet the cloth. You'll hate me tomorrow when you find out what I'm putting on your face, she told him, slapping it back onto his forehead. She hadn't intended to be so rough, but he wasn't giving her any chance for gentle care. Calm down, she said slowly, moving the cloth to his neck. I promise, if you stay calm, you'll feel much better. She dipped the cloth again. Which is nothing compared to how much better I'll feel. The next time she managed to press the wet cloth onto his chest, which she had long stopped noticing was bare, he didn't seem to like it. He shoved back hard, and she tumbled off the far side of the bed, landing on the carpet with a jarring thud. Oh no, you don't, she muttered, ready to fight back with everything she had, but before she could crawl around the bed to the water pitcher, he thrust one leg out from under the covers, catching her in the stomach. She stumbled, flailing her arms forward in a desperate attempt to stay upright. Without thinking, she grabbed the first thing her hand found. Marcus screamed. Honoria's heart slammed into overdrive and she let go of what she now realized was his leg. With nothing to hold her up, she fell back to the floor, landing hard on her right elbow. Ow! She cried, letting out her own shriek of pain as electric jolts shot down to her fingertips. Somehow, she managed to get to her feet, pressing her elbow tightly against her ribs. The sound Marcus had made. It wasn't human. He was still whimpering when she reached his bedside, his breathing coming in short, shallow gasps, the kind people used to brace against pain. "What happened?" Honoria whispered. This wasn't the fever. This was something far more urgent, his leg. She had grabbed his leg. That's when she realized her hand was sticky. Still clutching her elbow, she turned her other hand over, twisting until her palm faced up. Blood. Oh my God! A knot of dread twisted in her stomach as she moved closer. She didn't want to startle him. He'd already knocked her down twice, but the blood, it wasn't hers. He'd pulled his leg back under the covers, so she carefully lifted the blanket, pushing it back until his leg was bare to the knee. Oh my God! A long, angry gash split the side of his calf, oozing blood and something else she didn't even want to think about. The leg was terribly swollen and discolored, the skin near the wound red and glistening with a sickening sheen. It looked awful, like something rotting, and with horror Honoria wondered if he was actually rotting. She dropped the blanket and stumbled back, barely able to keep her stomach contents down. "Oh my God," she said again, unable to say anything else, barely able to think anything else. This had to be the cause of the fever. It had nothing to do with the chill or his cough. Her mind was spinning. He had an infected wound. It must have happened when he cut off his boot, but he hadn't mentioned being cut. Why hadn't he said anything? He should have told someone. He should have told her. A light knock came at the door and Mrs. Weatherby poked her head in. "Is everything all right?" "I heard a tremendous crash." "No," Honoria answered, her voice shrill and panicked. She tried to calm the rising terror inside her. She needed to be rational. She was no help to anyone like this. "His leg? Did you know about his leg?" "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Weatherby asked, hurrying to her side. "His leg, it's terribly infected. I'm sure it's causing the fever. It has to be. The doctor said it was the cough. Oh, Mrs. Weatherby flinched when Honoria lifted the blanket to show her Marcus's leg. "Oh, my dear heavens." She stepped back, covering her mouth with her hand. She looked like she might be sick. "I had no idea. None of us did. How could we not have seen it?" Honoria was wondering the exact same thing, but this wasn't the time to point fingers. Marcus needed them to work together to help him, not to argue over who was to blame. "We need to call the doctor," she said to Mrs. Weatherby. "It needs to be cleaned, I would imagine." The housekeeper gave a quick nod. "I'll send for him." "How long will it take for him to get here?" "It depends on whether he's out seeing other patients. If he's at home, the footman can be back with him in less than 2 hours." 2 hours! Honoria bit her lip in a late attempt to muffle her shriek. She'd never seen anything like this, but she'd heard stories. This was the kind of infection that could kill a man, quickly. "We can't wait 2 hours. He needs medical attention now." Mrs. Weatherby turned to her with frightened eyes. "Do you know how to clean a wound?" "Of course not, do you?" "Nothing like that," Mrs. Weatherby answered, eyeing Marcus's leg with a queasy expression. "Well, how would you take care of a smaller one?" Honoria demanded. "A wound, I mean." Mrs. Weatherby wrung her hands together, her panicked eyes darting from Honoria to Marcus. "I don't know," she sputtered. "A compress, I imagine. Something to draw out the poison." "The poison?" Honoria echoed. Good God, it sounded positively medieval. "Call the doctor," she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "Now." And then come right back, with hot water and towels. "Is there anything else you can imagine? Should I fetch your mother?" "My mother?" Honoria stared at her, not because having her mother in the sick room was a terrible idea. Rather, why was Mrs. Weatherby thinking about it now? I'm not sure. "Do whatever you think is best, but please, hurry." Mrs. Weatherby nodded and dashed out of the room. Honoria turned back to Marcus. His leg was still uncovered, the angry gash staring at her like a grumpy scowl. "Oh, Marcus," she whispered. "How did this happen?" She took his hand, and for once he didn't pull away. He seemed a bit calmer. His breathing was steadier than it had been just moments ago, and could it be that his skin wasn't quite as flushed? Or was she grasping at any tiny sign of improvement, imagining things that weren't real? "Maybe," she said out loud, "but I'll take any shred of hope." She forced herself to examine his leg more closely. Her stomach churned, but she swallowed her discomfort. She needed to start cleaning the wound. Heaven only knew how long it would take the doctor to arrive, and while hot water would make a better compress, there was no reason not to begin with what she had. Marcus had thrown the wet linen she'd been using to cool him across the room, so she walked to his dresser and grabbed another pair of his undergarments, trying not to focus on anything about them, except that they were made of reasonably soft cloth. She twisted them into a loose roll and dipped one end into the water. "I'm so sorry, Marcus," she whispered, then gently touched the damp cloth to the wound. He didn't flinch. She exhaled the breath she'd been holding and glanced at the cloth. It was stained with spots of red from his blood, and yellowish, too, from the infection seeping out. Feeling a bit more confident in her nursing skills, she shifted the cloth to a clean spot and pressed it against the wound again, applying slightly more pressure than before. It didn't seem to bother him much, so she repeated the process over and over until almost no clean cloth remained. She looked anxiously at the door. Where was Mrs. Weatherby? Honoria was making progress, but she knew she could do a better job with hot water. Still, she wasn't about to stop, not while Marcus stayed relatively calm. She went to the dresser and grabbed another pair of Marcus's undergarments. "I have no idea what you'll wear after I'm done with you," she said to him, hands on her hips. "Back in the water," she muttered to herself, dipping the cloth. "And back on you," she pressed, harder this time. She knew you were supposed to press on cuts to stop the bleeding. He wasn't bleeding much now, but surely pressure couldn't hurt. "And by that, I mean hurt you permanently," she said to Marcus, who stayed blessedly unconscious. "I'm pretty sure it'll hurt you right now." She dipped the cloth again, finding a nice clean section, then moved to the part of the wound she'd been avoiding. Near the top, there was a spot much uglier than the rest, more yellow, definitely more swollen. She dabbed lightly, trying not to cause pain, and when he only muttered in his sleep, pressed a little harder. "One step at a time," she whispered, forcing herself to take a deep breath. "Just one." She could do this. She could help him. No, she could fix him. It felt like everything in her life had been leading to this moment. "This is why I didn't get married last year," she told him. "I wouldn't be here to take care of you." She paused to think. "Of course, you could argue that you wouldn't be in this mess if not for me, but we're not going to focus on that." She kept working, carefully cleaning his wound, then stopped to stretch her neck from side to side. She looked down at the cloth in her hands. It was still revolting, but she no longer let it get to her. "See there?" she said to him. "I must be getting the hang of this." She genuinely felt she was improving, trying to be so practical and straightforward. But then, without any warning, right after her cheerful declaration, a terrible, strangled sound tore from her throat. It was a mix of a gasp and a horrible wheeze that completely caught her off guard. Marcus could die. The crushing weight of that truth slammed into her. He could die, and she would be completely alone. It wasn't like they had seen much of each other in the past few years, except for these last few weeks, but she had always known he was out there. The world was simply a better place knowing he existed. And now, he might die. She would be lost without him. How had she been so blind? "Honoria!" Honoria spun around. Her mother, Lady Winstead, burst through the door. "I came as fast as I could," she said, rushing across the room. Then she saw Marcus's leg. "Oh my God!" Honoria felt another one of those choking, wheezing sensations rising inside her. Seeing her mother, and her mother's reaction to Marcus, was like when she was 12 years old and fell off her horse. She had thought she was fine. She had walked all the way home, bruised and sore, her face bleeding from scraping against a rock. Then she saw her mother's expression and burst into tears. This was the same feeling. She wanted to cry. All she wanted was to turn away, push it all aside, and just sob. But she couldn't. Marcus needed her. He needed her to be calm and capable. Mrs. Weatherby is getting hot water, she told her mother. She should be back soon. Good. We'll need plenty of it. And some brandy, and a knife. Honoria looked at her mother in surprise. She sounded like she knew exactly what she was doing. Her mother. The doctor will want to amputate the leg, Lady Winstead said, her tone grim. What? Honoria hadn't even considered that. And he might be right. Honoria's heart seemed to stop. Then her mother added, but not yet. Honoria stared at her mother in shock. She couldn't remember the last time she had heard her sound so decisive. When Daniel fled the country, he had taken a piece of their mother with him. She had been utterly lost, unable to commit to anything or anyone, even her own daughter. It was as if she couldn't make any decisions, because doing so would mean accepting her life as it was, with her only son gone, perhaps forever. But maybe all she had needed was a reason to wake up, a critical moment. Maybe she just needed to be needed. Step back, Lady Winstead said, rolling up her sleeves. Honoria moved aside, trying to ignore the small pang of jealousy that sparked inside her. Hadn't she needed her mother? Honoria? She looked at her mother, who was watching her expectantly. Sorry, Honoria mumbled, holding out the cloth in her hand. Do you need this? A clean one, please. Of course, Honoria rushed to do her mother's bidding, further depleting Marcus's supply of undergarments. Her mother took the cloth, then looked at it with confusion. What is this? It's all I could find, Honoria explained, and I thought time was critical. It is, her mother confirmed. She looked up, her eyes meeting Honoria's with grave seriousness. I've seen this before, she said, her shaky breath the only sign of her nerves. Your father, on his shoulder. It was before you were born. What happened? Her mother looked back at Marcus's leg, narrowing her eyes as she examined the wound.
See if you can get more light on this.
Then, while Honoria went to the windows to pull the curtains wide open, she said, I don't even know how he cut himself. It became horribly infected, she said, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. Almost as bad as this one. Honoria moved back to her mother's side, knowing the rest of this story all too well. Her father had possessed two perfectly strong arms right up until his final day. Her mother nodded slowly. We were incredibly fortunate. The first doctor wanted to amputate, and her voice cracked, and she paused to collect herself. I would have let him. I was so terrified for your father's life. She used the clean cloth to gently probe Marcus's wound, trying to assess the damage. When she finally spoke again, her tone was barely audible. I would have done whatever they instructed. Why didn't they take his arm? Honoria asked softly. Her mother exhaled sharply, as if forcing out a dark memory.
Your father demanded a second opinion. He told me that if the next doctor agreed, he would follow their advice, but he refused to lose his arm based on one man's opinion. The second doctor said it wasn't necessary. Honoria pressed. Her mother let out a grim laugh. No, he said. Amputation was almost certainly required, but he suggested they try cleaning the wound first, a thorough cleaning. Honoria jumped in eagerly. That's exactly what I've been doing.
I think I've removed quite a bit of the infection. Her mother acknowledged this with a nod. It's a good start, but... She hesitated, swallowing hard. But what? Honoria demanded. Lady Winstead kept her eyes fixed on Marcus's leg, pressing the cloth against it as she examined the damage. Without looking up, she spoke in a hushed tone. The doctor told us that if your father wasn't screaming, we weren't cleaning it thoroughly enough. Honoria whispered, Do you remember what he did? Her mother nodded slowly. Everything, she said quietly. Honoria waited, then wished she hadn't asked. Her mother finally met her gaze. We're going to have to restrain him. In under 10 minutes, Marcus's bedroom was transformed into a makeshift operating room. Mrs. Weatherby returned carrying steaming water and fresh cloths. 2 footmen, their faces pale with horror, carefully tied Marcus to the bed as instructed. Lady Winstead requested the sharpest, smallest scissors available.
I need to remove the dead tissue,
she explained to Honoria. Determination etched around her mouth.
I watched the doctor perform this procedure on your father.
Honoria asked. But did you actually do it yourself? Her mother met her eyes, then looked away. No. Honoria swallowed hard, unable to find any adequate response. It's not particularly difficult if you can steady your nerves, her mother continued. You don't need to be extremely precise. Honoria stared at Marcus, then back at her mother, her mouth hanging open. Not precise? What are you talking about? It's his leg. I'm fully aware of that, her mother replied. But I promise you, cutting away too much won't cause him harm. When Honoria protested, Lady Winstead looked down at Marcus with an expression of genuine regret. Of course it will hurt, that's why we had to restrain him. But it won't cause permanent damage. It's far better to remove too much than too little. We must eliminate every trace of infection. Honoria nodded, understanding the logic even if it horrified her. I'm going to begin now, her mother announced. There's plenty I can accomplish even without the scissors. Honoria watched as Lady Winstead settled beside Marcus and dipped a cloth into the steaming water. Can I help with anything? Honoria asked, feeling useless standing at the foot of the bed. Sit on the other side, near his head, her mother instructed. Talk to him. Your voice might comfort him. Honoria doubted Marcus found comfort in anything she did, but she knew she needed this herself. Anything was better than standing helplessly doing nothing. Hello, Marcus, she said, pulling her chair close to the bed. She didn't really expect him to respond. And true to form, he stayed silent. You're pretty sick, you know, she went on, forcing her voice to stay light and cheerful, even if her words weren't. She swallowed hard and pushed ahead in the most upbeat tone she could find. But it turns out my mom is kind of an expert with this stuff. Isn't that amazing? She glanced over at her mother, feeling a wave of pride. I have to admit, I had no clue she knew all this. Leaning in close to his ear, she whispered, I honestly thought she'd be the type to pass out at the first drop of blood. I heard that, her mother said from across the room. Honoria shot her an apologetic look. Sorry, but no need to apologize. Her mother gave a small, wry smile before turning back to her work, not looking up as she spoke. I haven't always been quite so. There was just a brief pause, long enough for Honoria to sense her mother was struggling to find the right words, as strong as you might have needed me to be. Lady Winstead finished. Honoria sat perfectly still, biting her lower lip as her mother's words sank in. It was an apology as clear as if she'd actually said, I'm sorry. But it was also a plea. Her mother clearly didn't want to talk about it anymore. Just saying that much had been hard enough. So Honoria accepted the apology the way her mother hoped she would. She turned back to Marcus and said, Anyway, I don't think anyone checked your leg. With that cough, you know, the doctor thought that was what caused the fever. Marcus let out a small whimper of pain. Honoria quickly looked down at her mother, who was now using the scissors Mrs. Weatherby had brought. She'd opened them wide and was aiming one blade at Marcus's leg like a scalpel. In a single smooth move, her mother made a long cut right down the center of the wound. He didn't even flinch, Honoria said, surprised. Her mother didn't look up. That's not the painful part. Oh, Honoria said, turning back to Marcus. Well, see, that wasn't so bad, he screamed. Honoria's head shot up just in time to see her mother handing a bottle of brandy back to a servant.
Okay, that was bad,
she said to Marcus. But the good news is, it probably won't get much worse. He screamed again. Honoria gulped. Her mother had adjusted the scissors and was now carefully trimming away bits of tissue. All right, she said again, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. It might not get better either. Honestly, I have no idea. But I'll be right here with you the whole time, I promise. This is worse than I thought, her mother muttered mostly to herself. Can you fix it? Honoria asked. I don't know, I can try, it's just. Lady Winstead paused, letting out a long, slow breath through pursed lips. Can someone wipe my forehead? Honoria started to get up, but Mrs. Weatherby jumped in, dabbing Lady Winstead's face with a cool cloth. It's so hot in here, Lady Winstead said. We were told to keep the windows shut, Mrs. Weatherby explained. The doctor insisted. The same doctor who missed this huge wound on his leg, Lady Winstead asked sharply. Mrs. Weatherby didn't answer, but she did go to the window and crack it open. Honoria watched her mother closely, barely recognizing this focused, determined woman. "Thank you, Mom," she whispered. Her mother looked up. "I'm not going to let this young man die." He wasn't a young man anymore, but Honoria wasn't surprised her mother still saw him that way. Lady Winstead went back to her work and said, very quietly, "I owe it to Daniel." Honoria froze. It was the first time she'd heard her mother say his name since he'd left the country in disgrace. "Daniel," she repeated, her voice steady and cautious. Her mother didn't look up. "I've already lost one son," was all she said. Honoria stared at her mother in complete shock, then looked down at Marcus and back up again. She had no idea her mother felt that way about him. She wondered if Marcus had ever known, because she glanced down at him again, fighting to hold back her tears as quietly as she could. He had spent his whole life wanting a family. Did he even realize he already had one in hers? "Do you need a moment?" her mother asked. "No," Honoria replied, shaking her head even though her mother wasn't watching. "No, I'm perfectly fine." She took a second to steady herself, then leaned down to whisper in Marcus's ear. "Did you catch that? Mama is very serious, so don't let her down." She brushed his hair back, smoothing a thick, dark lock away from his forehead. "Or me?" A sharp cry of pain escaped him, and Honoria flinched, startled by the sound. Occasionally her mother's work caused him more pain than usual, and his whole body would jerk against the cloth strips they had used to keep him still. It was terrible to witness, and even worse to feel. It was like his agony passed straight into her, but it didn't exactly hurt. It made her feel sick, a deep, twisting sickness in her stomach. Sick with guilt. It was her fault he had stepped into that stupid fake mole hole. Her fault he had twisted his ankle. It was her fault they had to cut off his boot, and her fault he was so sick because of it. And if he died, it would be her fault too. She swallowed hard, trying to push down the lump forming in her throat, and leaned closer to whisper, "I'm so sorry. I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am." Marcus went completely still, and for a terrifying moment Honoria thought he had heard her, but then she realized it was only because her mother had stopped working. It was her mother who had caught her words, not Marcus. But if her mother was curious, she didn't push. She didn't ask why Honoria had apologized, just gave a small nod and went back to her task.
"I think that when you're better, you should come to London," Honoria continued, forcing her voice back into a cheerful tone. "At the very least, you'll need a new pair of boots, maybe something a bit roomier. It's not fashionable, I know, but you could always start a new trend." He winced again. "Or we could just stay in the country, skip the season."
"I know, I said I was desperate to get married this year, but—" She shot a quick glance at her mother, then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "My mother seems oddly different lately. I think I can survive another year with her. And 22 isn't that old for marriage?" "You're 21, her mother said without looking up. Honoria froze. "How much of that did you hear?" "Just the last part." Honoria wasn't sure if her mother was being honest, but they seemed to have an unspoken agreement not to pry, so she just replied, "I meant that if I don't marry until next year, when I'm 22, I won't mind." "That means another year with a family quartet," her mother said with a smile. Not a sly smile, a completely genuine, completely encouraging one. Honoria wondered, not for the first time, if her mother might be a little hard of hearing. "I'm sure your cousins will be happy to have you another year," Lady Winstead continued. "When you leave, Harriet will have to take your place, and she's still a bit young. I don't think she's even 16 yet." "Not until September," Honoria confirmed. Her cousin Harriet, Sarah's younger sister, was probably the worst musician in the Smythe-Smith family, and that was truly saying something. "I think she could use more practice," Lady Winstead said with a grimace. "Poor thing, she just can't seem to get the hang of it. It must be tough for her coming from such a musical family." Honoria tried not to stare in disbelief. "Well, maybe she just likes pantomimes more," Honoria said, her voice carrying a hint of desperation. Lady Winstead squinted at Marcus's leg, frowning as she resumed her work. It's hard to believe there's no one else to play the violin between you and Harriet, Honoria replied. Just Daisy, another cousin from a different side of the family, but she's already been recruited since Viola got married. Her mother laughed lightly. Recruited? You make it sound like a chore. Honoria paused, trying to keep her composure, not wanting to laugh or cry. Of course not. I love the quartets. And she meant it. She adored practicing with her cousins, even if she had to stuff cotton in her ears beforehand. The real trouble was the performances, which her friend Sarah liked to call horrific, ghastly, apocalyptic. Sarah always had a flair for the dramatic. Still, Honoria never took the embarrassment to heart, keeping a smile on her face the whole time. She played her violin with enthusiasm, knowing her family was watching and that it meant so much to them. Anyway, she said, trying to steer the conversation back to its original point, I'm sure I won't skip the season. I was just rambling, making small talk. Her mother, sounding wise, said, It's better to marry a good man than rush into a disaster. Your sisters all found good husbands. Honoria agreed. Even if her brothers-in-law weren't exactly her type, but they treated their wives with respect. They didn't all marry in their first season either, Lady Winstead noted. True, but by the end of their second, they all did. Her mother looked up, blinking. I suppose you're right. Even Henrietta, right at the end, you'll find someone. I'm not worried, Honoria snorted. I'm glad you're not. I'm not sure what happened last year. I thought Travers would propose. Or maybe Lord Fotheringham, her mother mused. Honoria shook her head. I thought so too. Lord Bailey seemed especially interested. Then suddenly, nothing like they lost interest overnight. She shrugged, glancing at Marcus. Maybe it's for the best. What do you think, Marcus? You didn't like any of them. Not that it matters, but I value your opinion. She let out a tiny laugh. Can you believe I said that? He turned his head. Marcus, was he awake? She leaned closer, searching his face for any sign. What is it? Her mother asked. I'm not sure. He moved his head differently this time. She squeezed his shoulder, hoping he could feel her through his fever. Marcus, can you hear me? His dry, cracked lips moved slightly. Hon, thank God. Don't speak. It's okay. Hurts, he gasped. Like the devil. I know. I'm so sorry. Is he conscious? Her mother asked, barely. Honoria reached down, lacing her fingers through his. You have a bad cut on your leg? We're cleaning it and it will hurt quite a bit, but it has to be done. He nodded faintly. Honoria looked at Mrs. Weatherby. Do we have any laudanum? Maybe we should give him some while he can still swallow. I think so, the housekeeper replied. Her hands had been twisting nervously ever since she returned with the hot water and towels, and she seemed grateful for a task. I'll go look right now. There's only one place it could be. Good thinking, Lady Winstead said. She rose and walked toward the head of the bed. Can you hear me, Marcus? His chin shifted slightly. Barely, but enough. You're very sick, she told him. He actually smiled. Yes, she said, grinning back, stating the obvious, I know. But you'll be perfectly fine, I promise. It'll just hurt a bit at first. A bit? Honoria felt a shaky smile cross her lips. She couldn't believe he was joking at a time like this. She felt so proud. We'll get you through this, Marcus, she said. And then without thinking, she leaned down and kissed his forehead. He turned toward her, his eyes now wide open. His breathing was heavy and his skin still burned with fever, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw him there, beyond the fever, beyond the pain. He was still Marcus, and she wouldn't let anything happen to him. Half an hour later, Marcus's eyes were closed again, his sleep deepened by a dose of laudanum. Honoria had shifted him so she could hold his hand, and she kept talking in a steady stream. It didn't matter what she said, but she wasn't the only one who noticed her voice seemed to calm him. At least she hoped so, because if it didn't, she felt completely useless. And that was unbearable. I think we're almost done, she told him. She glanced nervously at her mother, still working on his leg. We must be. I can't imagine what's left to clean. But her mother let out a frustrated breath and leaned back, wiping her forehead. Is something wrong? Honoria asked. Her mother shook her head and went back to work, but after just a moment she pulled away. I can't see clearly. What? No, that can't be. Honoria took a breath, trying to stay calm. Just bring your head closer. Lady Winstead shook her head. That's not the issue. It's like when I read, I have to hold the book away. I can't. She sighed, defeated and impatient. I just can't make out the small details. I'll do it, Honoria said, her voice steadier than she felt. Her mother looked at her, but without surprise. It's not easy. I know. He might scream. He already has, Honoria said, though her throat tightened and her heart raced. It's harder when you're the one holding the scissors, her mother said softly. Honoria wanted to say something brave, something about how much worse it would be if he died and she hadn't tried everything. But she didn't. She couldn't. She had little energy left, and words weren't the best use of it now.
I can do it, was all she said.
She looked at Marcus, still strapped tightly to the bed. In the last hour, his skin had gone from burning red to deathly pale. Was that a good sign? She'd asked her mother, but she didn't know either.
I can do it,
Honoria repeated, even as her mother handed her the scissors. Lady Winstead stood up and Honoria sat down, taking a deep breath. One step at a time, she whispered to herself, examining the wound carefully. Her mother had shown her how to tell which tissue needed cutting. She just had to look at one piece and trim it. Then, once that was done, she'd find another. Cut as close to the healthy tissue as you can, her mother instructed. Honoria nodded, moving the scissors higher up the wound. Gritting her teeth, she cut. Marcus let out a moan, but he didn't wake. Excellent work, Lady Winstead murmured. Honoria responded with a nod, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill. It was surprising how such simple praise could stir such deep emotion. I missed a section at the bottom, her mother added. The lighting wasn't good enough to see the edges clearly. I can handle it, Honoria said, her voice firm. She carefully cut away some dead tissue, though the area remained puffy. Following the technique she'd learned from watching her mother, she took the scissors and made a small incision, releasing the yellowish infection that had built up. Marcus tensed against the restraints, and she quietly apologized but continued working. Grabbing a cloth, she applied pressure. I need some water. A cup was passed to her and she carefully poured it over the wound, struggling to block out Marcus's pained sounds. The water was scalding, but her mother had always insisted that this method had saved her father years ago. The heat helped draw out the infection. Honoria silently hoped she was making the right call. She pressed a cloth against the wound to soak up the excess. Marcus let out another strange noise, less agonizing this time, but then he started trembling. Oh no, she gasped, pulling the cloth away. What have I done to him? Her mother looked down, a curious expression on her face. It almost seems like he's laughing. Should we give him more laudanum? Mrs. Weatherby asked.
I don't think that's wise, Honoria replied. I've heard stories of people not waking up after too much. I'm quite sure he looks like he's laughing, her mother repeated. He's definitely not laughing, Honoria said bluntly. For heaven's sake, what on earth could be amusing about this situation?
She gently nudged her mother back and poured more hot water over Marcus's leg, working until she was confident the wound was as clean as possible. I think that's everything, Honoria announced, sitting back with a deep breath. Every muscle in her body was coiled with tension. She set the scissors aside and tried to flex her hands, but they felt stiff and cramped. What if we applied the laudanum directly to the wound? Mrs. Weatherby suggested. Lady Winstead looked surprised. I'm not sure about that. Could it really make things worse? Honoria asked. It's not likely to irritate his skin if it's safe to swallow, and if it could help with the pain. I have it right here, Mrs. Weatherby said, holding up a small brown bottle. Honoria took it and removed the cork. Mother? Just a small amount, Lady Winstead replied, looking uncertain. Honoria poured a little laudanum onto Marcus's leg, and he let out a sharp howl of pain. Oh dear, Mrs. Weatherby groaned. I'm sorry, that was my idea. No, Honoria said. It's the sherry in it. That's how it's made. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she was pretty sure the bottle, which had poison written in much larger letters than laudanum, also contained cinnamon and saffron. She dipped her finger in and took a tiny taste. Honoria, her mother exclaimed. Oh God, that's awful, Honoria said, rubbing her tongue against the roof of her mouth. But there's definitely sherry in it.
I can't believe you actually tasted that, Lady Winstead said. It's dangerous. I was just curious. He made such a face when we gave it to him earlier, and it clearly hurt when we poured it on. Besides, it was just a drop. Her mother sighed, looking frustrated. I wish the doctor would get here soon. It's going to be a while, Mrs. Weatherby said. At least an hour, if he's at home. If he's out on a call. Her voice trailed off. For a long moment, no one spoke.
The only sound was Marcus's breathing, which was oddly shallow and strained. Finally, unable to bear the silence, Honoria asked, So what do we do now? She looked down at his leg. It was raw and open, still oozing slightly in spots. Should we wrap it up with a bandage? Honoria asked. Probably not a good idea, her mother replied gently. We'll just have to remove it when the doctor gets here. Are you hungry? Mrs. Weatherby inquired. No, Honoria lied, even though her stomach was growling. She was absolutely starving, but the thought of food made her queasy. Lady Winstead? Mrs. Weatherby said softly. Maybe just a little something, she replied, her eyes fixed anxiously on Marcus. How about a sandwich? Mrs. Weatherby suggested. Or, my goodness, breakfast. You haven't had a bite yet. I could have whip up some eggs and bacon. Whatever's simplest, Lady Winstead answered. And please make sure Honoria gets something too. She turned to her daughter. You really need to try and eat. I know, Honoria trailed off, knowing her mother understood exactly what she was going through. A warm hand rested on her shoulder. You should sit down as well. Honoria took a seat and began to wait. It was the hardest thing she'd ever had to do. Laudanum was a miracle. Marcus usually avoided the stuff, and he'd even looked down on people who used it. But now he was thinking he might owe them all an apology, maybe even the whole world, because clearly he'd never experienced real pain before. Not like this. It wasn't the cutting and snipping that got to him. You'd think having pieces of your body hacked off like a woodpecker drilling into a tree would be unbearable, but honestly that part wasn't so bad. It hurt, but he could handle it. No, what really killed him was when Lady Winstead brought out the brandy. Every few minutes, she'd pour what felt like a gallon of the stuff right onto his open wound. She could have set him on fire and it wouldn't have stung more. He was never touching brandy again, unless it was the really expensive kind. And even then, he'd only drink it on principle, because good brandy deserved to be consumed. He paused to think about that. It had made perfect sense a moment ago. Actually, it still did, didn't it? Anyway, after Lady Winstead had poured what he desperately hoped wasn't the good brandy on his leg, they managed to get some laudanum down his throat, and honestly, it was wonderful. His leg still felt like it was being slow roasted over a fire, which most people would find unpleasant. But after enduring Lady Winstead's care without any pain relief, getting stabbed with a knife while under the influence of an opiate felt almost pleasant. Nearly relaxing, and on top of that, he felt strangely happy. He grinned up at Honoria, or at least, he grinned in the direction he thought she might be. His eyelids felt like they'd been weighed down by rocks. Actually, he wasn't even sure if he was smiling. His mouth felt pretty heavy too, but he wanted to smile. He would have, if he could. That had to be what mattered most. The poking at his leg stopped for a moment, then started again. Then there was a nice brief pause, and then, damn, that hurt, but not enough to make him scream, though he might have groaned. He wasn't sure. They'd poured hot water on him, a lot of it. He wondered if they were trying to poach his leg. Boiled meat, how terribly British of them. He chuckled. He was hilarious. Who knew he had such a sense of humor? Oh my God, he heard Honoria yell. What did I do to him? He laughed even harder, because she sounded ridiculous, like she was talking through a foghorn. Or my grrr? He wondered if she could hear it too. Wait a minute. Honoria was asking what she'd done to him? Did that mean she was holding the scissors now? He wasn't sure how he felt about that. But then again, boiled meat. He laughed again, deciding he didn't care. God, he was funny. How was it possible no one had ever told him that before? Should we give him more laudanum? Mrs. Weatherby asked. Oh, yes, please. But they didn't. Instead, they tried to boil him again, with a bit more poking and stabbing for good measure. After only a few more minutes, they were finally finished. The women turned their attention back to the laudanum, and their behavior was remarkably cruel. Not a single one of them produced a glass or spoon to give him any. Instead, they proceeded to pour the liquid directly onto his leg. That method of application hurt even more than the brandy had. The ladies must have eventually decided they had tortured him enough. After some discussion, they untied his restraints and shifted him to the other side of his bed. That side was dry, unlike the area soaked by all the hot water they had been using to boil him. After that, he might have drifted off to sleep. He certainly hoped he was dreaming because he was absolutely sure he had seen a 6-foot rabbit hopping through his bedroom. If that wasn't a dream, they were all in serious trouble. However, it wasn't the rabbit that was truly dangerous, but rather the giant carrot it was swinging around like a weapon. That carrot could have fed an entire village. He liked carrots. Although orange had never been a favorite color of his, he always found it a bit jarring. It seemed to pop up when he least expected it, and he preferred a life without surprises. Blue, on the other hand, was a proper color, lovely and soothing. Light blue, like the sky on a sunny day. Or Honoria's eyes. She called them lavender, and had done so since she was a child, but they weren't, not in his opinion. For one thing, they were far too luminous to be lavender. Lavender was a flat color, almost as gray as it was purple, and far too fussy. It made him think of elderly ladies in mourning with turbans on their heads. He had never understood why lavender was considered the appropriate step up from black in the mourning calendar. Wouldn't brown have been more suitable, something more medium-toned? And why did elderly ladies wear turbans? This was all very interesting. He didn't think he had ever thought so much about color before. Maybe he should have paid more attention when his father had made him take those painting lessons so many years ago. But really, what 10-year-old boy wants to spend 4 months studying a bowl of fruit? He thought about Honoria's eyes again. They really were more blue than lavender, although they did have that purplish tint that made them so unique. It was true that no one had eyes quite like hers. Even Daniel's weren't exactly the same. His were darker. Not by much, but Marcus could tell the difference. Honoria wouldn't agree, though. When she was a child, she often talked about how she and Daniel had the same eyes. Marcus always thought she was looking for a bond between them, something that connected them in a special way. She just wanted to be a part of things. That was all she ever wanted. No wonder she was so eager to get married and leave her silent, empty home. She needed noise, laughter. She needed not to be lonely. She needed to never be lonely. Was she even in the room? It was rather quiet. He tried again to open his eyes. No luck. He rolled onto his side, happy to be free of those damned bindings. He had always been a side sleeper. Someone touched his shoulder, then pulled up his blankets to cover him. He tried to make a little murmuring sound to show his appreciation. He guessed he must have been successful because he heard Honoria say, "Are you awake?" He made the same sound again. It seemed to be the only one he could manage. "Well, maybe a little bit awake," she said. "That's better than nothing, I suppose," he yawned. "We're still waiting for the doctor," she said. "I had hoped he would be here by now." She was quiet for a few moments, then added in a bright voice, "Your leg looks much improved, or at least that's what my mother says. I'll be honest, it still looks terrible to me, but definitely not as bad as it did this morning." This morning? Did that mean it was afternoon? He wished he could get his eyes to open. She went to her room. My mother, she said she needed a break from the heat. Another pause, and then, "It is quite hot in here." We cracked the window just the slimmest bit. Mrs. Weatherby worried you'd catch a chill. I know it sounds ridiculous to think you could get cold in this heat, but she insists it's possible. "I prefer sleeping in a freezing room under a heavy blanket," she added. "Not that I think you care." He did care. Not so much about the words themselves. He just enjoyed the sound of her voice. "And Mama is always warm lately. It drives me crazy. 1 minute she's hot, then she's cold, then hot again, and there's no pattern to it at all. but she does seem to be hot more often than cold. If you ever want to get her a gift, I'd suggest a fan. She's always needing one. Her hand brushed his shoulder, then his forehead, lightly sweeping the hair from his face. It felt wonderful, tender and soft, and full of a care that was completely foreign to him. It was a bit like when she'd come over and made him drink tea. He realized he liked being fussed over. Imagine that! A small sigh escaped him. It sounded, to his own ears, like a happy one. He hoped she thought so too. "You've been asleep for a long time," Honoria said. "But I think your fever is going down, not completely, but you seem calmer. Although, did you know you talk in your sleep?" Really, she replied. "Earlier today, I could have sworn you said something about a monkfish, and then, just a little while ago, I think you mentioned onions. Onions, not carrots? What are you thinking about, I wonder? Food, monkfish with onions? That wouldn't be my first choice when I'm sick, but to each their own." She stroked his hair again, and then, to his utter shock and delight, she pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. "You're not so bad, you know," she said, and he could hear the smile in her voice. He couldn't see it, but he knew it was there. "You like to pretend you're standoffish and brooding, but you're not, even if you do frown a lot," did he? He certainly didn't mean to, not at her. "You almost fooled me, you know. I was really starting to dislike you in London, but it was just that I'd forgotten you, the person you used to be, I mean, who you probably still are." He had no clue what she was talking about. "You don't like to let people see the real you." She fell silent again, and he thought he heard her shift in her chair. When she spoke, he could hear that smile again. "I think you're shy." Well, for goodness sake, he could have told her that himself. He always hated making small talk with strangers. He always had. "It's strange to think of you that way," she went on. "People never think of a man as being shy." He couldn't imagine why not.
"You're tall," she said thoughtfully, "and athletic, and smart, and all those things men are supposed to be." He noticed she didn't call him handsome. Not to mention ridiculously wealthy. Oh, and of course, there's that title too. If you ever wanted to get married, I'm sure you could pick anyone you wanted. Did she think he was ugly? She poked his shoulder with her finger. "You can't imagine how many people would love to be in your shoes. Not right now, they wouldn't."
"But you're shy?" she said, almost in wonder. He could feel she had moved closer. Her breath was a light whisper on his cheek. "I think I like that you're shy." Really? Because he had always hated it. All those years in school, watching Daniel chat with everyone without a single moment of hesitation. Always needing a little more time to figure out how he might fit in. That's why he'd loved spending so much time with the Smythe-Smiths. Their home was always so chaotic and wild. He had slipped almost unnoticed into their unpredictable life and become one of the family. It was the only real family he'd ever known. Her hand touched his face again, her finger tracing the bridge of his nose. "You would be too perfect if you weren't shy," she said, "too much like a hero from a storybook. You've probably never picked up a novel in your life, but my friends always thought of you as a character straight out of one of Mrs. Gourley's Gothic stories." He'd always had a hunch he didn't like her circle of friends. "I was never sure if you were the hero or the villain, though." He chose not to take that as an insult. He could sense the sly smile in her voice. "You have to get better," she whispered, her breath warm near his ear. "I don't know what I'll do if you don't." Then, so faintly he almost missed it, "I think you're my anchor." He tried to move his lips to form a response, because words like that couldn't just hang in the air unanswered. But his face felt numb and heavy, and all he could produce were a few gasps. "Marcus, do you want some water?" He did. "Are you even awake, kind of?" "Here," she said. "Try this." He felt something cold press against his lips, a spoon trickling lukewarm water into his mouth. Swallowing was difficult, and she only gave him a few drops. "I don't think you're awake," she said. He heard her settle back into her chair. She sighed, a sound heavy with exhaustion. He hated that. But he was grateful she was there. He suspected she might be his anchor, too. Chapter 12. Dr. Honoria jumped to her feet about 20 minutes later as a surprisingly young man walked in. She couldn't recall ever meeting a doctor without gray hair. "It's his leg," she said. I don't think you saw it when— I didn't see him before, the doctor cut in briskly. My father did. Oh. Honoria took a respectful step back as the doctor bent over Marcus's leg. Her mother, who had followed him in, came to stand beside her and took her hand. Honoria squeezed it like a lifeline, grateful for the connection. The young man studied Marcus's leg for far less time than Honoria thought necessary, then leaned down and pressed his ear to his chest. How much laudanum did you give him? Honoria glanced at her mother, who had administered the dose. A spoonful, Lady Winstead said. Maybe 2. The doctor's mouth tightened as he straightened. Was it 1 or was it 2? It's hard to say, Lady Winstead answered. He didn't swallow it all. I had to wipe his face, Honoria added. The doctor didn't respond. He put his ear back on Marcus's chest, his lips moving as if counting silently. Honoria waited as long as she could, then said, Dr. Winters, her mother supplied. Yes, Dr. Winters, please tell us, did we give him too much? I don't think so, Doctor, Winters replied, but he kept his ear to Marcus's chest. Opium suppresses the lungs. That's why his breathing is so shallow. Honoria gasped, covering her mouth. She hadn't even noticed his breathing was shallow. She'd thought he sounded better, more peaceful. The doctor straightened and turned his focus to Marcus's leg. It's critical I have all the facts, he said curtly. I'd be far more worried if I didn't know he'd had laudanum. You're not worried? Honoria asked, stunned. Doctor Winters shot her a sharp look. I didn't say I wasn't worried. He returned to examining Marcus's leg closely. Just that I'd be more worried if he hadn't taken it. If his breathing were this shallow without it, it would point to a serious infection. This isn't serious? The doctor gave her another irritated glance. He clearly didn't appreciate her questions. Please hold your comments until I'm done examining him. Honoria felt her face tighten with frustration, but she stepped back. She'd be polite to Dr. Winters if it killed her. If anyone could save Marcus's life, it was him. Explain exactly how you cleaned the wound, the doctor demanded, glancing up briefly from his work on Marcus's leg. I also want to see what it looked like before you got started. Honoria and her mother took turns explaining what they had done to treat Marcus. The doctor appeared to approve, or at least he didn't object. Once they finished, he turned back to examine Marcus's leg, looked at it once more, and exhaled a long, slow breath. Honoria waited. It seemed he was taking his time to think, but for heaven's sake, he was taking forever. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. What do you think? She blurted out. Dr. Winters spoke slowly, almost as if he were voicing his thoughts aloud. He might get to keep the leg. Might? Honoria repeated. It's too early to say for sure. But if he does keep it, he said, looking at both Honoria and her mother, it will be thanks to your careful work. Honoria blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected any praise. Then she asked the question she dreaded. But will he survive? The doctor met her gaze with calm honesty. He will certainly survive if we amputate the leg. Honoria's lips quivered. What do you mean? She whispered. But deep down she already knew the answer. She just needed to hear him say it. I am confident that if I remove the leg right now, he will live. He glanced back at Marcus as if another look might reveal a hidden clue. If I don't remove it, he might make a full recovery, or he might die. I can't predict how the infection will progress. Honoria went still. Only her eyes moved from Dr. Winters's face to Marcus's leg and then back. How will we know? She asked quietly. Dr. Winters tilted his head in confusion. How will we know when it's time to decide? She clarified, her voice growing louder. Look for certain signs, the doctor replied. If you see red streaks moving up or down his leg, for example, then we'll know we have to amputate. And if that doesn't happen, does it mean he's healing? Not necessarily, the doctor admitted. But at this point, if the wound doesn't change in appearance, I'll consider that a good sign. Honoria nodded slowly, trying to absorb everything. Will you stay here at Fensmore?
I can't,
he told her, turning to pack his bag.
I have another patient to see, but I'll return this evening. I don't think we'll need to make any decision before then.
You don't think? Honoria asked sharply. So you're not certain? Dr. Winters sighed, and for the first time since entering the room, he looked exhausted. One is never certain in medicine, my lady. I wish it were otherwise. He looked toward the window where the curtains were pulled back to reveal the vast green of the south lawn. Maybe someday that will change. But not in our lifetime, I'm afraid. Until then, my job remains as much an art as a science. It wasn't what Honoria wanted to hear, but she recognized it as the truth. She nodded and thanked him for his care. Dr. Winters returned the courtesy with a bow, gave Honoria and her mother instructions, and left, promising to return later that night. Lady Winstead escorted him out, leaving Honoria alone once more with Marcus, who lay terrifyingly still in his bed. For several minutes she stood motionless in the middle of the room, feeling oddly drained and lost. There really wasn't anything to do. She had been just as frightened that morning, but at least then she could focus on treating his leg. Now all she could do was wait, and her mind, deprived of a task, had nothing left but fear to fill the void. What a choice, his life or his leg, and she might have to be the one to make it. She didn't want that responsibility. God, she didn't want it. Oh, Marcus, she sighed, finally walking over to the chair by his bedside. How did this happen? Why did it happen? It's not fair. She sat down and leaned against the mattress, folding her arms and resting her head in the crook of her elbow. She would, of course, sacrifice his leg to save his life. That was the decision Marcus would make if he had the strength to speak for himself. He was a man of pride, but not so stubborn that he would choose death over losing a limb. She understood that about him. They had never discussed it openly. Who ever has those conversations? No one sits around the dinner table debating amputation versus dying. But after 15 years of knowing him, she didn't need to ask. She knew what he would pick. Still, he would be furious. Not at her, and not even at the doctor. He'd be angry at fate, maybe at God. But he would push through. She'd make sure of it. She wouldn't leave his side until he, oh God, she couldn't even picture it. She took a shaky breath, trying to steady her nerves. Part of her wanted to race back to Dr. Winters and demand he take the leg right now. If that was the only way to save him, she'd grab the saw herself, or at least hand it over. She couldn't imagine a world without him. Even if they went their separate ways, if he stayed in Cambridgeshire and she married someone from Yorkshire or Wales or the Orkney Islands, and they never saw each other again, she'd still find comfort knowing he was alive, riding a horse, reading a book, or sitting by a crackling fire. But the time for that choice hadn't come yet, no matter how much she despised the waiting. She couldn't be selfish. She had to keep him whole for as long as possible. But what if holding on meant waiting too long? She squeezed her eyes shut, even though her head was buried in her arms. She felt the heat of tears pressing against her eyelids, ready to spill over with all the fear and frustration building inside her. Please don't leave me, she whispered. She wiped her face on her sleeve, then rested her head back down. Maybe she should be begging his leg instead of him, or maybe she should plead with God, the devil, Zeus, or Thor. She'd even beg the man milking the cows if it would help. Marcus, she said again, because saying his name brought her a strange sense of peace. Marcus, Noria. She froze and sat up straight. Marcus? His eyes stayed closed, but she saw movement under the lids, and his chin gave a tiny nod. Oh, Marcus, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be crying. She looked around for a tissue, then just wiped her eyes on the edge of his sheet. I'm just so relieved to hear your voice, even if you sound nothing like yourself. Whoa. Do you want water? She asked, jumping at his broken words. He nodded again. Here, let me lift you up a bit, that'll help. She slid her arms under him and managed to raise him a few inches. It wasn't much, but it was something. A glass of water sat on the nightstand, the spoon still inside from her last attempt to get him to drink. I'll just give you a few drops, she said, slowly. I'm worried you might choke if I give you too much. This time, he did much better, and she managed to get 8 spoonfuls into him before he signaled he'd had enough and sank back down. How are you feeling? She asked, trying to fluff his pillow. Other than awful, I mean. He moved his head slightly, a weak imitation of a shrug. Of course you feel terrible, she said. But has it changed worse, better? He gave no response. So the same level of terrible? She laughed. She actually laughed, amazing. I sound ridiculous. He nodded. It was a small motion, but bigger than anything he'd done so far. You heard me, she said, unable to hide the trembling smile spreading across her face. You made fun of me, but you heard me. He nodded again. That's good. You can keep going. Once you're better, and you will be, you're not allowed to do that anymore. By that I mean make fun of me. But for now, feel free. She sprang up, a sudden rush of nervous energy filling her. I need to check your leg. It hasn't been long since Dr. Winters left, I know, but there's no harm in looking. It took just a couple of steps and a second to see things were the same. The wound was still an angry, shiny red, but that sickly yellow tint was gone, and more importantly, there were no red streaks creeping up his leg. No change, she reported. Not that I expected any, but as I said, there's no harm in, well, you get it. She gave a shy smile. I already said that. She stayed quiet for a moment, happy just to look at him. His eyes were shut, and he didn't look any different from when Dr. Winters had been examining him. But Honoria had heard his voice and given him water, and that was enough to spark hope in her heart. Your fever, she suddenly blurted out. I should check that. She pressed her hand to his forehead. You feel the same to me, which means warmer than you should be, but better than before. You are definitely better. She paused, wondering if she was talking to thin air. Can you still hear me? He moved his head a little. Oh, good, because I know I sound ridiculous, and there's no point being ridiculous for no one. His lips twitched. She thought he might be smiling. Somewhere deep in his mind, he was smiling. I'm happy to be ridiculous for you, she declared. He nodded. She pressed a hand to her mouth, her elbow resting on the opposite arm crossed over her waist. I wish I knew what you were thinking. He gave a tiny shrug. Are you trying to tell me you're not thinking about anything at all? She pointed a finger at him. Because I won't believe that. I know you too well. She waited for another response, no matter how small. When none came, she kept talking. You're probably figuring out how to get the best corn harvest this year, she said, or maybe wondering if your rents are too low. She thought for a moment. No, you'd be wondering if they're too high. I'm pretty sure you're a soft-hearted landlord. You wouldn't want anyone to struggle. He shook his head, just enough for her to understand. No, you don't want anyone to struggle? Or no, that's not what you're thinking about. You, he rasped. You're thinking about me? She whispered. Thank you. His voice was soft, barely audible, but she heard him. It took every bit of her strength not to cry. I won't leave you, she said, taking his hand in hers. Not until you're well. It's okay, she told him. You don't have to say it again. You didn't have to say it the first time, but she was glad he did. She wasn't sure which statement had moved her more, his 2 words of thanks, or the first, his simple, solitary you. He was thinking about her. While he lay there, possibly close to death, even more possibly on the verge of losing his leg, he was thinking about her. For the first time since she'd arrived at Fensmore, she wasn't scared. Chapter 13. The next time Marcus woke up, he could tell something had shifted. First, his leg hurt like hell again, but somehow he suspected that wasn't such a bad thing. Second, he was hungry. Starving, actually, as if he hadn't eaten in days, which was probably true. He had no idea how much time had passed since he'd gotten sick. Lastly, he could open his eyes. That was great. He wasn't sure what time it was. It was dark, but it could have been 4 in the morning just as easily as 10 at night. Being sick was completely disorienting. He swallowed, trying to wet his throat. Some more water would be nice. He turned his head toward the nightstand. His vision was still struggling to adjust to the darkness, but he could make out a figure slumped in the chair beside his bed. Honoria, it had to be. He had a strong suspicion she hadn't left his room during the whole ordeal. He blinked, trying to piece together how she had ended up at Fensmore in the first place. Right. Mrs. Weatherby had sent her a letter. He couldn't fathom why his housekeeper had taken that step, but he would be forever thankful she had. He was pretty sure he would have died if not for the relentless, painful care Honoria and her mother had given his leg, but that wasn't the full story. He knew he had drifted in and out of consciousness, and he accepted there would be permanent blank spots in his memory of this terrible time. Yet, even so, he had sensed her presence in his room. She had held his hand and spoken to him, her gentle voice reaching his soul even when he couldn't understand the words. Knowing she was there had made everything more bearable. He hadn't been alone. For the first time in his entire life, he hadn't been alone. He let out a soft, scoffing laugh. He was being overly dramatic. It wasn't like he walked around with some invisible barrier keeping everyone away. He could have had more people in his life. He could have had many more. He was an earl, for goodness sake. He could have snapped his fingers and filled his house with guests. But he had never wanted company just for the sake of idle chatter, and for everything in his life that truly mattered, he had been alone. It was what he had wanted, or at least what he thought he had wanted. He blinked a few more times and his room started to come into focus. The curtains were open and the moonlight was bright enough for him to see the faintest hints of color. Or maybe it was just that he knew the walls were burgundy and the big landscape painting above the fireplace was mostly green. People see what they expect to see. It was one of life's most basic truths. He turned his head again, studying the person in the chair. It was definitely Honoria, and not just because she was who he expected to see. Her hair had come partly loose, and it was clearly a light brown, not nearly dark enough to be Lady Winstead's. He wondered how long she'd been sitting there. She couldn't possibly be comfortable. But he shouldn't disturb her. She likely needed her rest. He tried to push himself up into a sitting position, but found he was too weak to manage more than a few inches. Still, he could see a little better, maybe even reach across Honoria to the glass of water on the table. Or maybe not. He lifted his arm about half a foot before it fell back to his side. He was so tired and thirsty. His mouth felt like it was filled with sawdust. That glass of water looked like heaven, just out of reach. He sighed, then immediately regretted it because it made his ribs ache. His entire body was in pain. How could a body ache absolutely everywhere, except for his leg, which burned? But he thought maybe he didn't have a fever anymore. Or at least not a high one. It was hard to tell. He certainly felt more lucid than he had in a while. He watched Honoria for about a minute. She didn't move at all in her sleep. Her head was tilted to the side at an awkward angle, and he could only imagine she would wake up with a terrible crick in her neck. Maybe he should wake her up. It would be the considerate thing to do. "Honoria," he croaked. She didn't stir. "Honoria." He tried to say it louder, but it came out just as raspy and hoarse, like a bug buzzing against a window pane. Not to mention the effort was draining. He tried reaching out to her again. His arm felt like a dead weight, but somehow he managed to get it off the bed. He meant to just tap her, but instead his hand landed heavily on her outstretched leg. Ah! She jolted awake with a shriek, her head snapping up so fast it hit the back of the bedpost. "Ow," she groaned, bringing her hand up to rub the sore spot. "Honoria," he repeated, trying to capture her focus. She let out a sleepy murmur and yawned wide, rubbing her cheek with the back of her hand. Then, a soft realization. "Marcus?" Her voice was drowsy, and it sounded absolutely beautiful. "Could I trouble you for some water?" he asked. Perhaps he should have said something more meaningful. He had, after all, just crawled back from the brink of death. But thirst consumed him. It was the kind of dry, wandering in the desert thirst that left no room for grand speeches. Asking for water was about as profound as a man in his state could manage. Of course. Her fingers fumbled through the dark until they found the glass. "Oh, shoot," she whispered. "Just a second." He watched as she rose and shuffled to another table, grabbing a pitcher. "There's not a lot left," she said, her voice thick with sleep. "But it should be enough." She poured the water, then reached for a spoon. "I can handle it," he insisted. She looked at him, surprised. "Are you sure? Can you help me sit up?" She nodded and wrapped her arms around him in a gentle embrace.
Here we go.
she whispered, lifting him up. Her words brushed softly against the curve of his neck, almost like a kiss. He let out a sigh and paused, savoring the warmth of her breath on his skin for a brief, stolen moment. "Are you okay?" she asked, pulling away. "Yes, I'm fine," he said, snapping back to reality as quickly as a man in his sorry state could. "Sorry." Together, they managed to prop him up, and Marcus took the glass and drank without any help. It felt like a monumental victory. "You look so much better," Honoria said, blinking the sleep from her eyes. I... She blinked again, and this time he suspected it was to hold back tears. "It's so good to see you." He nodded and held out the glass. "More, please?" "Of course." She poured another and handed it to him. He drank it down greedily, only exhaling once the glass was empty. "Thanks," he said, passing it back. She took it, set it aside, and settled back into her chair. "I was so worried about you," she confessed. "What happened?" he asked. He remembered bits and pieces, her mother and the scissors, that giant rabbit, and the word she'd used, touchstone. He'd never forget that. "The doctor's been by twice," she explained. "Dr. Winters, the younger one, his father. Well, I don't know what happened to him, and honestly, I don't really care. He never even checked your leg. He had no clue about the infection. If he'd seen it before it got this bad, well, maybe things would have been different." Her lips pressed together in frustration, but maybe not. "What did Dr. Winters say?" Marcus asked, then clarified. "The younger one." A smile crossed her face. "He thinks you'll get to keep your leg." "What?" He shook his head, trying to process it. "We were worried we might have to take it off." "Oh my God." He felt himself sink deeper into the pillows. "Oh my God, it's probably better you didn't know that was a possibility," she said softly. Oh my God. He couldn't picture life missing a leg. He guessed no one could until they had to. She took his hand. "It's going to be okay." "My leg?" he whispered. He felt a crazy urge to sit up and check, just to make sure it was still attached. He forced himself to stay still. She'd think he was ridiculous for wanting to see it, but it hurt. It hurt a lot, and he was grateful for that pain. At least it meant everything was still where it belonged. Honoria pulled her hand away to stifle a huge yawn. "Oh, excuse me," she said when she was done. "I haven't gotten much sleep." His fault, he realized. Another reason he owed her everything. "That chair can't be comfortable," he said. "You should take the other side of the bed." "Oh, I couldn't possibly. It can't be any more improper than everything else that's happened today." "No," she replied, looking like she might laugh if only she weren't so exhausted. "I mean it, truly. The mattress is still damp from when we cleaned your leg." "Oh." And then he actually laughed. It was genuinely funny, and it felt so good to smile. She shifted uncomfortably in the chair, trying to find a better position. "Maybe I could just lie on top of the blanket," she suggested, craning her neck to glance past him at the empty space. "Whatever you'd like." She let out a tired sigh. "My feet might get a little wet, but honestly, I don't think I care." A moment later, she was on the bed, lying on top of the blanket. He was too, for the most part, though most of his body was under another quilt. He figured they must have wanted to keep his injured leg exposed to the air. She yawned again. "Honoria," he whispered. Thank you." A few seconds passed, and then he felt compelled to add, "I'm glad you were here." "Me too," she murmured, her voice heavy with sleep. "Me too." Her breathing gradually slowed, and soon his did as well, and they slept. Honoria woke the next morning feeling wonderfully warm and cozy. With her eyes still closed, she pointed her toes and then flexed her feet, rolling her ankles one way then the other. It was her usual morning routine, stretching in bed. Next came her hands, extending outward like tiny starfish before curling back into claws. Then her neck, moving back and forth and in a circle. She yawned, balling her hands into fists as she stretched her arms forward and crashed into someone. She froze, opened her eyes. Everything came flooding back. Good heavens, she was in bed with Marcus. No, that wasn't quite right. She was in Marcus's bed. But she wasn't with him. Improper, yes, but surely there was a special exception for young ladies who end up in bed with a gentleman too ill to compromise them. Slowly, she tried to inch away. No need to wake him. He probably had no idea she was even there. And by there, she meant right next to him, side by side, her feet touching his, definitely not on the far end where she'd started the night before. Bending her knees, she pressed the soles of her feet into the mattress for leverage. First, she lifted her hips, moving them an inch to the right, then her shoulders, then her hips again, followed by her feet, time for the shoulders, and then, whomp, one of Marcus's arms came crashing down across her. Honoria froze again. Good heavens, what was she supposed to do now? Maybe if she waited a minute or two, he'd roll back to where he was before. She waited, and then he moved, toward her. Honoria swallowed nervously. She had no idea what time it was, sometime after dawn, but beyond that, she was clueless, and she really didn't want Mrs. Weatherby walking in to find her pressed up against Marcus in bed, or worse, her mother. Surely no one would think badly of her, especially after everything that had happened the day before. But she was unmarried, and so was he, and it was a bed, and he was wearing very little clothing, and that was it. She was getting out. If he woke up, so be it. At least he wouldn't wake up with a metaphorical gun to his back, pushing him toward marriage. She pulled herself up and out of the bed, trying to ignore the rather pleasant sleepy sounds he made as he rolled over and burrowed under his quilt. Once her feet were firmly on the carpet, she took a quick look at his leg. It appeared to be healing well, with no sign of those ominous red streaks Dr. Winters had warned about. "Thank you," she whispered, sending up a quick prayer for his continued recovery. "You're welcome," Marcus murmured. Honoria let out a little shriek of surprise, jumping back nearly a foot. "Sorry," he said, though he was laughing. It was the loveliest sound Honoria had ever heard. "I wasn't thanking you," she said sharply. "I know." He smiled. She tried to smooth down her horribly wrinkled skirt. It was the same blue dress she had worn in London, which had been, good heavens, 2 days ago. She couldn't even imagine how dreadful she must look. "How are you feeling?" she asked.
Much better,
he replied, sitting up. She noticed he pulled the blankets with him, which was surely the only reason her blush was pink instead of deep red. It was almost funny. She had seen his bare chest countless times the day before, had poked and prodded at his naked leg, and even though she would never tell him, caught a glimpse of one of his buttocks when he was thrashing about. But now, with both of them fully awake and him no longer at death's door, she couldn't even meet his eyes.
"Is it still very painful?" she asked, gesturing to his leg which stuck out from under the covers. "More of a dull ache now. You'll have a terrible scar." He smiled wryly. "I'll wear it with pride and a bit of a lie." "A lie?" she echoed, unable to hide her amusement. He tilted his head as he studied the large wound on his leg. "I was thinking I'd tell people I wrestled a tiger." "A tiger in Cambridgeshire." He shrugged. "It's more believable than a shark." "Wild boar," she decided.
Now that's just undignified. She pressed her lips together, then let out a small laugh. He did too, and only then did she allow herself to believe it. He was going to recover. It was a miracle. She could think of no other word. The color had returned to his face, and though he might look a bit too thin, that was nothing compared to the clarity in his eyes. He was going to be okay, Honoria? She looked up, questioning. "You swayed," he said. "I'd help you, but I do feel a little unsteady," she said, moving to the chair by his bed. "I think? Have you eaten?" "Yes," she said. "No, well, some. I probably should. I think I'm just relieved." And then, to her absolute horror, she began to sob. It came on suddenly, hitting her like a tall ocean wave. Every part of her had been wound so tightly. She had stretched herself as far as she could go, and now that she knew he would be well, she fell apart. She was like a violin string, pulled taut and then snapped in two. "I'm sorry," she said, gasping for breath between sobs. "I don't know. I didn't mean. I'm just so happy." "Shh," he murmured, taking her hand. "It's okay. Everything is going to be okay." I know, she sobbed. I know. That's why I'm crying. That's why I'm crying too, he said softly. She turned. There were no tears rolling down his face, but his eyes were wet. She had never seen him show such emotion, never even thought it possible. With a trembling hand, she reached out and touched his cheek, then the corner of his eye, drawing her fingers back when one of his tears slid onto her skin, and then she did something so unexpected that it surprised them both. She threw her arms around him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, and held tight. I was so scared, she whispered. I don't think I even knew how scared I was. His arms came around her hesitantly at first, but then, as if he only needed that little push, he relaxed into the embrace, holding her softly against him, stroking her hair. I just didn't know, she said. I didn't realize. But these were only words now, with meanings even she didn't understand. She had no idea what she was talking about, what it was she didn't know or didn't realize. She looked up. She just needed to see his face.
Honoria,
He whispered, looking down at her as if he had never seen her before. His eyes were warm, chocolatey brown and rich with emotion. Something flared in their depths, something she didn't quite recognize. And slowly, ever so slowly, his lips dipped to meet hers. Marcus could never have explained why he kissed Honoria. He wasn't sure why he had done it. He was holding her while she cried, and it had felt like the most natural, innocent thing in the world. There had been no urge to kiss her, no impulse to push things any further. But then she looked up at him. Her eyes, those incredible eyes, were shimmering with tears, and her lips full and trembling. He forgot to breathe. He forgot to think. Something deeper took over, something inside him that felt the woman in his arms, and he was lost. He was changed forever. He had to kiss her. It was as fundamental as his heartbeat, his breath, his very soul, and when he finally did, the world seemed to stop. The birds fell silent. Everything in existence came to a standstill except for him and her, and the delicate kiss that linked them. A fire stirred within him, a burning passion and desire, and he realized if he hadn't been so weak, so drained, he would have taken it much further. He wouldn't have been able to hold back. He would have pressed her body close, savoring her softness and her scent. He would have kissed her deeply, touched her everywhere. He would have pleaded with her, pleaded for her to stay, to welcome his passion, to take him completely. He wanted her more than anything, and nothing could have scared him more. This was Honoria. He had sworn to protect her, and instead, he lifted his lips from hers, but he couldn't pull away completely. Resting his forehead against hers, savoring one last moment, he whispered, "Forgive me." She left then. She couldn't get out of the room fast enough. He watched her go, saw her hands shaking, her lips quivering. He was a monster. She had saved his life, and this was how he repaid her. "Honoria," he murmured. He touched his fingers to his lips, as if he might still feel her there. And he did. It was the strangest thing. He could still feel her kiss, still tingle from the gentle touch of her lips beneath his. She was still with him, and he had the oddest feeling she always would be. Thankfully, Honoria didn't have to spend the next day agonizing over that brief kiss with Marcus. Instead, she slept. It was a short walk from Marcus's bedroom to her own, so she focused on the task at hand, simply putting one foot in front of the other and staying upright long enough to reach her room. Once there, she collapsed on her bed and didn't get up for 24 hours. If she dreamed, she didn't remember anything. When she finally woke, it was morning, and she was still wearing the same dress she'd put on, how many days ago was it? In London. A bath seemed necessary, along with fresh clothes, and then breakfast, where she cheerfully insisted Mrs. Weatherby join her at the table and talk about anything that had nothing to do with Marcus. The eggs were incredibly fascinating, as was the bacon, and the hydrangeas outside the window were absolutely captivating. Hydrangeas, who would have thought? She managed to avoid not just Marcus, but all thoughts of him quite successfully until Mrs. Weatherby asked, "Have you visited his lordship yet this morning?" Honoria paused, her muffin halfway to her mouth. Not yet," she said. Butter from the muffin was dripping onto her hand. She set it down and wiped her fingers. Then Mrs. Weatherby added, "I'm sure he would love to see you." That meant Honoria had to go. After all the time and effort she'd spent caring for him during the worst of his fever, it would have seemed strange if she just waved her hand and said, "Oh, I'm sure he's fine." The walk from the breakfast room to Marcus's bedroom took about 3 minutes, which was 3 minutes longer than she wanted to spend thinking about a 3-second kiss. She had kissed her brother's best friend. She had kissed Marcus. She realized, with a jolt, that he had somehow become one of her closest friends, too. That realization stopped her almost as abruptly as the kiss had. How did that even happen? Marcus had always been Daniel's friend, not hers. Or, more accurately, he was Daniel's friend first and hers by extension, which wasn't to say. She shook her head, dizzy from the mental gymnastics. Oh, for goodness sake. He probably hadn't given it a second thought. Maybe he was still a little out of it from the fever. Maybe he wouldn't even remember it at all. And could you really call it a kiss? It was incredibly brief. Did it mean anything if the person doing the kissing had been overwhelmingly grateful to the one being kissed and maybe even felt indebted in a very basic way? She had saved his life, after all. A kiss wasn't completely out of line. Besides, he had said, "Forgive me?" Does a kiss count if the kisser asks for forgiveness? Honoria didn't think so. Still, the last thing she wanted was to discuss it with him. So when Mrs. Weatherby mentioned he was still asleep, Honoria decided to visit immediately to catch him before he woke up. His door was slightly ajar, so she placed her hand on the dark wood and pushed it open very slowly. You'd think a house as well maintained as Fensmore wouldn't have a creaky door hinge, but you could never be too careful. Once she had a head-sized opening, she peered in, craning her neck to see him. He turned and looked right at her. "Oh, you're awake!" The words flew out of her mouth like a startled little bird. Darn it all. Marcus was sitting up in bed, his blankets tucked neatly around his waist. She was relieved to see he had finally put on a nightshirt. He held up a book I've been trying to read.
"Oh, then I won't disturb you,"
she said quickly, even though his tone clearly suggested he was struggling to focus on it. Then she curtsied. Curtsied? Why on earth did she do that? She had never curtsied to Marcus in her entire life. She might have nodded, or even given a little bob at the knees, but good heavens, he would have laughed himself silly if she had curtsied to him. In fact, he was probably laughing at her right that second, but she would never know, because she fled before he could make a sound. Still, when she ran into her mother and Mrs. Weatherby in the drawing room later that day, she could honestly say she had visited Marcus and found him much improved. "He's even reading," she said, trying to sound perfectly casual. "That must be a good sign." "What was he reading?" her mother asked politely, reaching for the teapot to pour her a cup. Honoria blinked, only remembering the dark red leather cover. "I didn't actually notice." "We should probably bring him a selection of books," Lady Winstead said, handing Honoria her tea. "It's hot," she warned. Then she added, "It's terribly boring to be stuck in bed. I speak from experience. I was confined for 4 months while carrying you and 3 with Charlotte. I didn't know." Lady Winstead waved it off. "There was nothing to be done about it. It's not like I had a choice, but I can tell you books saved my sanity. You can either read or embroider, and I don't see Marcus picking up a needle and thread." "No," Honoria agreed, smiling at the image. Her mother took another sip of tea. "You should look through his library and find something for him, and he can borrow my novel when we leave." She set down her cup. "I brought that one by Sarah Gorley. I'm almost finished. It's wonderful so far." "Miss Butterworth and the Mad Baron?" Honoria asked skeptically. She had read it too and found it highly entertaining, but it was almost ridiculously melodramatic, and she couldn't imagine Marcus enjoying it. If she remembered correctly, there was a lot of hanging from cliffs and from the tree branches and off the windowsills. Don't you think he'd prefer something a bit more serious? I'm certain he believes he would, but that young man is already far too somber. What he truly needs is more lightness in his life. He's hardly a young man anymore. He will always be a boy to me." Lady Winstead turned to Mrs. Weatherby, who had remained quiet during the whole discussion. "Don't you agree?" "Oh, absolutely," Mrs. Weatherby chimed in. "But then again, I've known him since he was in diapers." Honoria was quite sure Marcus would not appreciate this conversation. Perhaps you could pick out a few books for him, Honoria, her mother suggested. I'm certain you understand his reading preferences better than I do.
I'm not so sure about that,
Honoria said, staring into her tea. For some reason, that uncertainty unsettled her.
We have an extensive library here at Fensmore,
Mrs. Weatherby said proudly.
I'm sure I'll find something suitable.
Honoria replied, forcing a bright smile onto her face.
You'll have to,
her mother remarked, unless you plan on teaching him how to sew. Honoria shot her a panicked look, but then caught the amusement sparkling in her mother's eyes. Oh, can you picture that? Lady Winstead chuckled. I know men can be excellent tailors, but I'm sure they have teams of seamstresses hidden in their back rooms. Their fingers are just too large, Mrs. Weatherby agreed. They simply can't handle the needles properly. Well, he couldn't possibly be worse than Margaret. Lady Winstead turned to Mrs. Weatherby and explained, My oldest daughter. I have never encountered anyone so hopeless with a needle. Honoria glanced at her mother with curiosity. She had never realized Margaret was so terrible at needlework. But then again, Margaret was 17 years older than her. She had been married and out of the Smythe-Smith home before Honoria was old enough to form clear memories. It's fortunate she had such a gift for the violin, Lady Winstead continued. Honoria looked up sharply at that. She had heard Margaret play. Gift was hardly the word she would have chosen. All my daughters play the violin, Lady Winstead said proudly. Even you, Lady Honoria? Mrs. Weatherby asked. Honoria nodded. Even me. I wish you had brought your instrument. I would have loved to hear you perform. I'm not nearly as talented as my sister Margaret, Honoria said, which, sadly, was the honest truth. Oh, don't be ridiculous, her mother said, giving her arm a playful tap. I thought you were wonderful last year. You just need a bit more practice. She turned back to Mrs. Weatherby. Our family hosts a musicale every year. It's one of the most coveted invitations in London. What a treasure it must be to come from such a musical family. Oh, Honoria managed, unsure she could say anything else. Yes. I do hope your cousins are rehearsing while you're away, her mother said with a worried frown. I'm not sure how they could, Honoria replied. It's a quartet. You can't exactly rehearse when one of the violins is missing. Yes, I suppose that's true. It's just that Daisy is so inexperienced. Daisy? Mrs. Weatherby asked. My niece, Lady Winstead explained. She is quite young and, her voice dropped to a whisper, though Honoria couldn't imagine why, she's not very gifted. Oh dear, Mrs. Weatherby gasped, one hand flying to her chest. Whatever will you do, your musicale will be ruined. I'm quite confident Daisy will keep up with the rest of us, Honoria said with a weak smile. Honestly, Daisy was awful, but it was hard to imagine her actually making the quartet sound worse. And at least she would bring some much-needed energy to the group. Sarah was still insisting she'd rather have her teeth pulled than perform with the quartet again. Has Lord Chatteris ever attended the musicale? Mrs. Weatherby asked. Oh, he comes every year, Lady Winstead replied. And he sits right in the front row. He was a saint, Honoria thought. At least for one night each year. He truly has a passion for music, Mrs. Weatherby remarked. A true saint. A martyr, even. I suppose he'll have to go without it this year, Lady Winstead said with a sorrowful sigh. Maybe we can bring the girls here for a private performance. No, Honoria exclaimed, her voice so sharp that both women turned to stare. I mean, I'm certain he wouldn't appreciate that. He dislikes people making a fuss over him. Seeing her mother's skeptical expression, she quickly added, and Iris gets terribly carsick, a complete fabrication, but it was the best she could manage on the spot. Well, I suppose, her mother conceded reluctantly, though there's always next year, then. A flicker of worry crossing her face, she continued, Of course you won't be playing. When it became clear she needed to elaborate, she turned to Mrs. Weatherby and explained, It's tradition in our family. Each Smythe-Smith daughter must retire from the quartet once she's married. Are you engaged, Lady Honoria? Mrs. Weatherby asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. No, Honoria replied, and what she means, her mother interrupted, is that we expect her to be engaged by the end of this season. Honoria could only gape. Her mother had never shown such cunning or determination during her first 2 years in society. I do hope we haven't missed our chance with Madame Brovard, her mother mused. Madame Brovard, the most sought-after dressmaker in all of London? Honoria was stunned. Just days ago, her mother had told her to go shopping with her cousin Marigold and find something pink. Now she was talking about securing an appointment with the legendary Madame Brovard. She never uses the same fabric twice if it's at all distinctive, her mother was explaining to Mrs. Weatherby. That's why she's considered the finest in the city. Mrs. Weatherby nodded with approval, clearly savoring the gossip. But the problem is, if you see her too late in the season, Lady Winstead threw up her hands dramatically. All the best materials are already spoken for. Oh, how dreadful, Mrs. Weatherby replied. I know, and I want to make sure we find the perfect shades for Honoria this year, to make her eyes stand out, you see. She does have lovely eyes, Mrs. Weatherby agreed, turning to Honoria. Truly? Thank you, Honoria mumbled automatically. It was bizarre watching her mother behave like Mrs. Royal if she was being honest. Unsettling. I think I'll head to the library now, she announced. The two older women had already launched into an animated debate about the difference between lavender and periwinkle. Have a lovely time, dear, her mother said without glancing up. I'm telling you, Mrs. Weatherby, if you could find a softer shade of periwinkle. Honoria just shook her head. She needed a book, and perhaps another nap, and a slice of pie. Not necessarily in that order. Dr. Winters stopped by that afternoon and declared Marcus well on his way to recovery. His fever had vanished completely, his leg was healing beautifully, and even his sprained ankle, which everyone had completely forgotten about, showed no further swelling. With Marcus out of danger, Lady Winstead announced that she and Honoria would be packing up and heading to London immediately. It was already quite irregular to make this trip in the first place, she told Marcus privately. I doubt there will be much gossip, given our past connection and your fragile state, but we both know society won't be so forgiving if we overstay our welcome. Of course, Marcus murmured. It was for the best, really. He was terribly bored and would miss having them around, but the season was about to begin in full swing and Honoria needed to return to London. As the unmarried daughter of an earl, she was on the hunt for a suitable husband. There was simply nowhere else for her to be at this time of year. He would have to leave too, to keep his promise to Daniel and ensure she didn't end up with some fool, but he was confined to bed per the doctor's orders and would be for at least another week. After that, he'd be stuck at home for another week, possibly two, until Dr. Winters was sure he was free of infection. Lady Winstead had made him swear to follow the doctor's instructions. We didn't save your life just for you to throw it away, she told him. It would be nearly a month before he could follow them into town. He found that oddly frustrating. Is Honoria around? He asked Lady Winstead, even though he knew better than to ask about an unmarried young lady to her mother, even with those two, but he was so bored, and he missed her company, which was definitely not the same as missing her. We had tea just a little while ago, Lady Winstead said. She mentioned she saw you this morning. I think she plans to find some books for you in the library here. I imagine she'll stop by this evening to bring them. That would be much appreciated. I'm almost done with. He glanced over at his bedside table. What had he been reading? Philosophical inquiries into the essence of human freedom. Her eyebrows rose. Are you enjoying it? Not really, no. I'll tell Honoria to hurry along with the books then, she said with an amused smile. I look forward to it, he replied. He started to smile too, then caught himself and put on a more serious expression. I'm sure she does too, Lady Winstead said. Marcus wasn't so sure about that, but still, if Honoria didn't bring up the kiss, then neither would he. It was a small thing, really, or if not, it should be easily forgotten. They'd be back to their old friendship in no time. I think she's still tired, Lady Winstead said, though I can't imagine why. She slept for 24 hours, did you know that? He didn't. She didn't leave your side until your fever broke. I offered to take her place, but she wouldn't have it. I'm very grateful to her, Marcus said softly, and to you too, from what I understand. For a moment, Lady Winstead was silent, but then her lips parted, as if she was deciding whether to speak. Marcus waited, knowing that silence often worked best, and a few seconds later Lady Winstead cleared her throat and said, "We wouldn't have come to Fensmore if Honoria hadn't insisted." He wasn't sure what to say to that. I told her we shouldn't come, that it wasn't proper, since we're not family. "I have no family," he said quietly. "Yes, that's what Honoria said." He felt a strange pang at that. Of course Honoria knew he had no family, everyone did, but somehow to hear her say it, or just to hear someone else tell him she'd said it stung. Just a little. And he didn't understand why. Honoria had seen past all that, beyond his solitude and into his loneliness. She had seen him in a way even he hadn't understood. He hadn't realized how isolated his life was until she had stumbled back into it. She was very insistent, Lady Winstead said, breaking into his thoughts. And then so quietly he barely heard her. "I just thought you should know." Several hours later, Marcus was sitting up in bed, not even pretending to read philosophical inquiries into the essence of human freedom when Honoria came by for another visit. She carried about half a dozen books in her arms and was followed by a maid carrying a supper tray. He wasn't surprised she'd waited until someone else had to come up to his room, too. "I brought you some books," she said with a forced smile. She waited until the maid placed the tray on his bed, then set the stack down on the bedside table. "Mother said you'd probably need entertainment?" She smiled again, but her expression was too determined to be natural. With a small nod, she turned and started to follow the maid out of the room. "Hold on," he shouted. He wasn't ready to see her leave just yet. She stopped in her tracks, turning around with a puzzled expression. "Would you sit with me?" he asked, gesturing toward the chair. When she seemed unsure, he added, "I've been stuck with just my own thoughts for almost 2 days straight." She still looked hesitant, so he gave a crooked grin and admitted, "I'm starting to find myself pretty boring, to be honest." "Only pretty boring?" She shot back, slipping up before she could stop herself from engaging. "I'm desperate, Honoria," he confessed. She let out a sigh, but a soft smile flickered across her face as she stepped into the room, leaving the door wide open. Now that he wasn't on the verge of death, certain rules of decency had to be followed. "I hate that word," she said. "Desperate?" he guessed. "You think it's overused?" "No," she sighed, settling into the chair by his bed. "It's just too often accurate. It's a horrible feeling." He nodded, though deep down he wasn't sure he truly grasped desperation. Loneliness, sure, he knew that all too well, but not desperation. She sat quietly, her hands clasped in her lap. A long silence stretched between them, not exactly awkward, but far from comfortable, until she suddenly blurted out, "The soup is beef." He glanced at the small porcelain bowl on his tray, still covered with a lid. "The cook called it beef consommé," she continued, her words tumbling out faster than usual. "But really, it's just plain broth. Mrs. Weatherby swears it has unmatched healing powers." "I don't suppose there's anything else besides broth," he said glumly, staring at his meager meal. "Dry toast," Honoria added sympathetically. "I'm sorry." His head drooped lower. What he wouldn't give for a slice of Flindell's chocolate cake, or a creamed apple tart, or a shortbread cookie, or a Chelsea bun, or anything loaded with sugar. "It smells pretty good, though," Honoria offered. The broth, it did smell decent, but nothing compared to chocolate. He sighed, took a spoonful, blew on it, and tried it. "It's actually good," he said. "Really?" She looked skeptical. He nodded and ate, or drank, another spoonful. Did you eat soup or drink it? And more importantly, could he get some cheese to melt on top? "What did you have for dinner?" he asked. She shook her head. "You don't want to know." He took another spoonful. Probably not. Then he couldn't resist. "Was there ham?" She stayed silent. "There was," he said accusingly. He stared at the last drops of soup in his bowl. He figured he could use the dry toast to soak it up, but there wasn't enough liquid, and after 2 bites his toast was bone dry, like sawdust, like wandering through a desert. He paused. Hadn't he been wandering through a desert, thirsty, just a few days ago? He took another bite of his awful toast. He'd never seen a real desert in his life, and probably never would. but lately it seemed like a perfect metaphor for everything. "Why are you smiling?" Honoria asked curiously. Was I? It was a sad, sad smile. Trust me. He looked at his toast. Did you really have ham? And then, even though he dreaded the answer, was there dessert? He looked at her. She had a very guilty expression. "Chocolate?" he whispered. She shook her head. "Berries? Oh God, did the cook make treacle tart?" Nobody made treacle tart like Fensmore's cook. It was delicious, she admitted, letting out one of those blissful sighs reserved for the best desserts. It came with clotted cream and strawberries. "Is there any left?" he asked mournfully. "I imagine so. It was served in a huge—" "Wait a minute." Her eyes narrowed, and she gave him a suspicious glare. "You're not asking me to sneak you a piece, are you? Would you?" He hoped his face looked as pitiful as his voice sounded. He really needed her to feel sorry for him. "No." But her lips pressed together, clearly fighting a smile. "Treacle tart is hardly proper fare for someone recovering from illness. I fail to see why," he countered with absolute sincerity. "You're supposed to have broth and calf's foot jelly and cod liver oil. Everyone knows that." He forced his stomach not to revolt at the thought. "Have any of those delicacies ever actually made you feel better?" "No, but I don't believe that's the point." How could it possibly not be the point? Her lips parted for a quick answer, but then she froze in a comical way. Her eyes rolled upward and to the left, as if searching for a clever comeback. Finally, she said slowly, "I don't know. Then you'll sneak me a piece?" He flashed his best smile. His "I almost died, so how can you refuse me" smile, or so he hoped. The truth was, he was no master of flirtation, and it might have come across more as an "I'm slightly unhinged, so it's best you just go along with it" smile. There was really no telling. "Do you have any idea how much trouble I'd be in?" Honoria asked. She leaned forward conspiratorially, as if someone might be eavesdropping. "Not much," he replied. "It's my house. That counts for little against the combined fury of Mrs.
Weatherby, Dr. Winters, and my mother."
He shrugged. Marcus. But she had no real argument left. So he said, "Please." She studied him. He tried to look pitiful. "Oh, fine." She let out a small snort, surrendering without much grace. "Do I have to go right now?" He clasped his hands like a saint. "I would be deeply grateful if you did." She didn't move her head, but her eyes darted left and right, and he couldn't tell if she was trying to be stealthy. Then she stood, smoothing her hands over her pale green skirt. "I'll be back," she said. "I can't wait." She marched to the door and turned with tart. "You are my savior." Her eyes narrowed. "You owe me." "I owe you for far more than treacle tart," he said with surprising seriousness. She left without another word, leaving Marcus with his empty bowl and bread crusts and books. He glanced at the table where she'd left them, carefully so as not to disturb the lukewarm lemon water Mrs. Weatherby had prepared. He moved the tray aside. Leaning over, he grabbed the first book and examined it. Striking and picturesque delineations of the grand, beautiful, wonderful, and interesting scenery around Loch Earn. Good Lord, she'd found that in his library? He looked at the next, Miss Butterworth and the Mad Baron. It wasn't his usual taste, but compared to the striking and picturesque delineations of the grand, beautiful, etc., etc., somewhere in the wilds of Scotland I shall bore you to death, it seemed positively lively. He settled against his pillows, flipped to the first chapter, and began reading. It was a dark and windy night. Hadn't he heard that before? And Miss Priscilla Butterworth was certain that at any moment the rain would start, pouring from the heavens in sheets and streams. By the time Honoria returned, Miss Butterworth had been abandoned on a doorstep, survived the plague, and been chased by a wild boar. She was remarkably quick on her feet, that Miss Butterworth. Marcus turned eagerly to Chapter 3, where he expected Miss Butterworth to encounter a swarm of locusts and was deeply absorbed when Honoria appeared in the doorway, breathless and clutching a tea towel. "You didn't get it, then?" he asked, peering over the top of Miss Butterworth.
Of course I did.
She replied with scorn. She put the tea towel down and opened it to reveal a slightly crumbled but still perfectly recognizable treacle tart.
I brought a whole pie.
Marcus's eyes went wide. He was literally tingling with anticipation. Miss Butterworth and her locusts had nothing on this. "You're my hero. Not to mention I saved your life," she shot back. "Yeah, that too," he admitted. "One of the footmen chased me." She glanced over her shoulder toward the open door. I think he might have thought I was a thief, though honestly, if I were robbing Fensmore, a treacle tart wouldn't be my first target. "Really?" he mumbled, his mouth full of bliss. "That's exactly where I'd start." She broke off a piece and popped it in her mouth. "Oh, this is good," she sighed, "even without the strawberries and cream." "I can't think of anything better," he said with a happy sigh, "except maybe chocolate cake." She sat on the edge of the bed and took another small piece.
"Sorry,"
she said, swallowing. "I couldn't find any forks." "I don't care," he replied. He was just so thrilled to be eating real food with real flavor that required real chewing. Why anyone thought clear liquids were the key to recovering from a fever was beyond him. He started fantasizing about cottage pie. Dessert was great, but he needed some real sustenance. Ground beef, sliced potatoes, lightly crisped from the oven. He could almost taste it. He looked over at Honoria. He didn't think she'd be able to smuggle that out of the kitchen in a tea towel. Honoria reached for another piece of the tart. "What are you reading?" she asked. "Miss Butterworth and the, He glanced at the book, which lay open and face down on his bed. "Mad Baron, apparently." "Really?" She looked stunned. "I couldn't bring myself to open Reflections and Illuminations of a small, unpopulated area of Scotland." "What? This one," he said, handing her the book. She looked down, and he noticed her eyes had to travel quite a distance to take in the full title. "It seemed very descriptive," she said with a little shrug. "I thought you'd enjoy it." "Only if I wanted the fever to finish me off," he snorted. "I think it sounds interesting." "Then you should read it," he said with a gracious wave. "I won't miss it." Her lips pressed together in annoyance. "Did you look at anything else I brought?" "Actually, no." He held up Miss Butterworth. This was pretty intriguing. "I can't believe you're enjoying that. You've read it?" "Yes, but did you finish it?" "Yes, but did you like it?" She didn't have a ready answer, so he took advantage of her hesitation and pulled the tea towel closer. A few more inches and the treacle tart would be out of her reach entirely. "I did enjoy it," she finally said, "though I found some parts unbelievable." He flipped the book over and peered down. "Really?"
"You're not very far in," Honoria said, tugging the tea towel back toward her. "Her mother gets pecked to death by pigeons." Marcus looked at the book with newfound respect. "Really? It's quite dark. I can't wait." "Oh, come on," she said. "You can't possibly want to read this." "Why not? It's so." She waved a hand through the air, searching for the right word. "Unserious." "I'm not allowed to read something unserious." "Well, of course you are."
"I just find it hard to believe you'd choose to." "And why is that?" Her eyebrows rose. "You're sounding awfully defensive." "I'm just curious. Why wouldn't I choose to read something unserious?" "I don't know, why does that sound like an insult?" he asked, genuinely curious. "It's not." She took another piece of treacle tart and nibbled at it, and that was when the strangest thing happened. His gaze drifted to her mouth, and just then her tongue slipped out to catch a tiny crumb. It was barely a flicker, gone in an instant. Yet a jolt of electricity shot straight through him, and he inhaled sharply, recognizing it for what it was. Raw, gut-twisting desire for Honoria. "Are you okay?" she asked. He was not. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "I was worried I might have offended you," she confessed. "If so, please forgive me. Honestly, I didn't mean it as an insult. You're perfectly fine just as you are." "Fine," he repeated. Such a dull, empty word. "I suppose it's better than being terrible." At that moment, a bolder man might have grabbed her to demonstrate exactly how unfine he could be, and Marcus had enough imagination left to picture that scene in vivid color. But he was still weak from his brush with death, not to mention the open door and her mother, who was probably just down the hall. So instead, he asked, "What else did you bring for me to read?" It was a safer topic, especially since he'd spent most of the day convincing himself that their kiss had been a meaningless mistake, a fleeting madness born of intense emotion. That argument, however, was currently falling apart. Honoria had shifted to reach the books without standing, and that movement had brought her hip unsettlingly close to his. There was a sheet, a blanket, his nightshirt, her dress, and who knew what else between them, but he had never been so acutely aware of another person in his entire life. And he still couldn't pinpoint how it had happened. "Ivanhoe," she said. He blinked. "Marcus, are you listening? I brought you Ivanhoe by Sir Walter Scott. Although, look at this, isn't that curious?" She opened the book and flipped through the early pages. "His name isn't on it. I don't see it anywhere." She turned the book over and held it up. "It just says by the author of Waverley. See? Even on the spine." He nodded, trying to focus, but his eyes kept drifting back to her lips, which were pursed in that thoughtful little rosebud shape she always made. "I haven't read Waverley, have you?" She looked up, eyes bright. "No," he said. "Maybe I should," she mused. "My sister said she loved it, but anyway, I didn't bring you Waverley, I brought you Ivanhoe, or rather the first volume. I didn't see the point in hauling all three." "I've already read Ivanhoe," he told her. "Oh, well, let's set that aside then." She picked up the next book, and he watched her, her eyelashes. How had he never noticed how long they were? It was strange, because she didn't have the coloring that usually went with such lashes. Maybe that's why he'd missed them. They were long, but light. "Marcus, Marcus, Are you all right?" She leaned closer, her face creased with worry. "You look a little flushed." He cleared his throat. "Maybe some more lemon water." He took a sip, then another for good measure. "Don't you think it's warm in here?" "No," she said, her brow furrowing. "I don't. I'm sure it's nothing. She pressed her hand to his forehead. "You don't feel hot. What else did you bring?" he asked quickly, nodding toward the pile. "Oh, here we go." She picked up another book and read the title aloud. "History of the Crusades for the Recovery and Possession of the Holy Land." "Oh dear. What's wrong?" "I only brought volume 2. You can't start there. You'll miss the entire siege of Jerusalem and everything about the Norwegians." Well, that certainly took the edge off things, Marcus thought dryly. Nothing killed romantic enthusiasm quite like the Crusades. Still, he gave her a questioning look. "Norwegians? It's an obscure crusade from the early days," she said, brushing aside what was probably a full decade of history with a quick wave of her hand. "Hardly anyone ever mentions it?" She glanced over at him and caught what must have been a look of utter shock. "I find the Crusades fascinating," she said with a shrug. "That's impressive. How about the life and death of Cardinal Wolsey?" she asked, holding up another book. "No. I also have history of the rise, progress, and termination of the American Revolution." "You really think I'm boring?" he said. She gave him an accusing stare. The Crusades are anything but boring. "But you only brought volume 2, he pointed out. "I can easily go back and fetch the first one." He chose to take that as a warning. "Oh, here we go. Look at this." She held up a very thin, pocket-sized book with a look of triumph. "I have one by Byron, the least boring man in existence. Or so I've heard. I've never actually met him." She opened the book to the title page. "Have you read The Corsair? The day it was published." "Oh." She frowned. "Here's another by Sir Walter Scott, Peveril of the Peak. It's quite long, should keep you busy for a while." "I think I'll stick with Miss Butterworth." "Your choice." She gave him a look that clearly said, "There's no way you'll actually enjoy that. It belongs to my mother, though she did say you can keep it. If nothing else, it will probably reignite my love for pigeon pie." She laughed. "I'll tell cook to prepare it for you after we leave tomorrow." She looked up suddenly. "You did know we're heading back to London tomorrow, right?" "Yes, your mother mentioned it. We wouldn't go unless we were sure you were recovering," she assured him. "I understand you must have plenty to do in town." She grimaced. "Rehearsals, actually." "Rehearsals?" "For the— Oh no, musicale." The Smythe-Smith musicale, it finished off what the Crusades had started. No man could hold on to a romantic thought when faced with the memory or the threat of a Smythe-Smith musicale. "You're still playing the violin?" he asked politely. She gave him an odd look. "I haven't exactly switched to the cello since last year." No, of course not. It was a foolish question, but probably the only polite one he could come up with. Do you know when the musicale is scheduled this year?" "April 14th. It's not far off, just a little over 2 weeks." Marcus grabbed another piece of treacle tart and chewed, trying to figure out how long he might need to recover. 3 weeks seemed just about right. "I'm sorry I'll miss it," he said. "Really?" She sounded genuinely doubtful. He wasn't sure how to take that. "Well, of course," he said, stumbling over his words a bit. He'd never been a very good liar. "I haven't missed it in years."
I know,
she said, shaking her head.
"You've made a magnificent effort."
He looked at her. She looked at him. He studied her more closely.
"What are you getting at?"
he asked carefully. Her cheeks flushed slightly.
"Well,"
she said, glancing at a blank wall.
"I realize we're not exactly the most,
She cleared her throat.
Is there an opposite for discordant?"
He stared at her in disbelief. "Are you saying you know, that we're terrible?" she finished for him.
Of course I know. Did you think I was an idiot? Or deaf? No, he said, drawing out the word to buy himself time. Though what good that would do, he had no idea. I just assumed. He let it hang. We're awful, Honoria said with a shrug. There's no point in making a scene or pouting about it. We simply can't change a thing. What about practicing? He offered, though he chose his words with caution.
He never imagined a person could look both scornful and entertained at once, but if Honoria's face was anything to go by, she had mastered it. "If I honestly believed practice would make us any better," she replied, her lip curling just a little while, her eyes sparkled with amusement. "You can bet I'd be the most dedicated violin student this world has ever known. Maybe if we—" "No," she cut him off, her tone resolute. "We are terrible, plain and simple. There isn't a single musical bone in either of us, especially not in our ears." He could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had attended so many Smythe-Smith musicals that it was a miracle he still had any appreciation for music left. And last year, when Honoria made her violin debut, she had looked absolutely glowing, playing her part with a smile so wide you'd think she was lost in pure bliss. "Actually," she went on, "I find it all rather charming in its own way." Marcus doubted she could find another soul on earth who would agree with that, but he kept that thought to himself. "So I just smile," Honoria continued, "and pretend I'm having a wonderful time. And in a way, I really do. The Smythe-Smiths have been hosting musicales since 1807. It's a beloved family tradition." Then, her voice softening, she added, "I feel truly lucky to have family traditions like this." Marcus thought of his own family, or rather, the vast, empty space where a family should have been. "Yes," he said quietly, "you are lucky. For instance," she said, "I always wear my lucky shoes." He was sure he must have misheard her. During the musicale, Honoria explained, giving a little shrug, "It's a tradition specific to my side of the family. Henrietta and Margaret are always bickering about who started it, but we all wear red shoes." Red shoes. That flicker of desire he had tried to bury under thoughts of dreadful amateur musicians suddenly flared back to life. At that moment, nothing in the world seemed more alluring than red shoes. "Good heavens, are you sure you're okay?" Honoria asked. "You look a bit red in the face." "I'm fine," he said, his voice rough. "My mother doesn't know about them," she said. "What?" If he wasn't blushing before, he certainly was now. "Excuse me, about the red shoes, she has no idea we wear them." He cleared his throat. "Is there a reason you keep it a secret?" Honoria paused for a moment, then reached over and broke off another piece of treacle tart. "I don't know. I don't think so." She popped it into her mouth, chewed and shrugged. "Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure why it's red shoes. It could just as easily be green or blue." "Well, not blue. That wouldn't be unusual at all, but green would work. Or even pink. Nothing would ever work as well as red. Of that, Marcus was absolutely certain. I imagine we'll start rehearsing as soon as I'm back in London, Honoria said. I'm sorry, Marcus replied. Oh, no, she told him. I actually enjoy the rehearsals, especially now that all my siblings are gone and my house is just full of ticking clocks and meals on trays. It's wonderful to get together and have someone to talk to. She glanced at him with a sheepish grin. We talk at least as much as we rehearse. That doesn't surprise me in the least, Marcus murmured. She shot him a look that told him she hadn't missed his little jab, but she didn't take offense. He knew she wouldn't. And then it hit him. He rather liked that he knew her well enough to predict that. There was something truly special about knowing another person so deeply. So, she said, determined to wrap up the topic, Sarah will be at the pianoforte again this year, and she really is my closest friend. We have such a great time together, and Iris will be joining us on the cello. She is nearly my exact age, and I've always intended to get to know her better. She was at the Royals gathering too, and I. She stopped mid-sentence. What is it? He asked. She seemed almost worried. Honoria blinked. I think she might actually be talented. At the cello? Yes. Can you believe it? He decided to treat the question as rhetorical. Anyway, she continued, Iris will be performing along with her sister Daisy, who, I must admit, is terrible. Ah, how could he phrase this delicately? Terrible compared to most people, or terrible by Smythe-Smith standards? Honoria looked like she was fighting a smile. Terrible even for us. That is indeed quite serious, he said, somehow keeping a straight face. I know. I think poor Sarah is hoping she gets hit by lightning within the next 3 weeks. She's only just recovered from last year's performance. I take it she didn't smile and pretend everything was fine? Weren't you there? I wasn't watching Sarah. Her lips parted, but not from shock, at least not initially. Her eyes still sparkled with anticipation, the kind you feel when you're about to deliver a brilliant, witty remark. But then, before any sound came out, she seemed to grasp what he had said, and it was only then that he understood what he had admitted. Slowly, she tilted her head, looking at him as if... He wasn't sure. He didn't know what it meant, except he could have sworn her eyes grew darker as she sat there, staring at him. Darker and deeper, and all he could think was that she could see right through him, straight to his heart, straight to his soul. I was watching you, he said, his voice barely audible. I was watching only you, but that was before. She placed her hand on his. It looked small, delicate, and pale pink. It looked perfect. Marcus? She whispered, and then he finally understood. That was before he fell in love with her. Chapter 16. It was remarkable, Honoria thought, but the world truly did stop spinning. She was certain of it. There could be no other explanation for the dizziness, the intensity, the sheer uniqueness of this moment right here in his room, with a dinner tray and a stolen treacle tart and the breathless desire for one perfect kiss. She turned and felt her head tilt slightly to the side, as if somehow, by changing her angle, she would see him more clearly, and amazingly she did. She moved, and he came into focus, which was very strange because she would have sworn her vision had been perfectly clear just moments before. It was as if she had never truly seen him until now. She looked into his eyes and saw more than just color, more than shape. It wasn't that his iris was brown or his pupil was black. It was that he was there and she could see him, every part of him, and she thought, I love him. It echoed in her mind. I love him. Nothing could have been more astonishing, yet more simple and true. She felt as if something inside her had been misplaced for years, and he, with 5 innocent words, I wasn't watching Sarah, had nudged it back into place. She loved him. She would always love him. It made perfect sense. Who else could she possibly love but Marcus Holroyd?
I was watching you,
he said, so softly she couldn't even be certain she had heard it. I was watching only you. She looked down. Her hand rested on his. She didn't remember placing it there. Marcus, she whispered, and she didn't know why it came out as a question. but she couldn't have spoken any other word. "Honoria," he whispered, and then, "My lord, my lord." Honoria jumped back, nearly toppling out of the chair. There was a commotion in the hallway, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Quickly, Honoria stood and retreated behind the chair. A moment later, Honoria's mother and Mrs. Weatherby burst into the room. "A letter has arrived," Lady Winstead said, out of breath, from Daniel. Honoria swayed a little, catching herself on the back of the nearest chair. It had been more than a year since anyone in the family had heard from her brother. Maybe Marcus had gotten word, but she hadn't, and Daniel had long since stopped trying to write to their mother. "What does it say?" Lady Winstead asked, even as Marcus was still working at the wax seal. "Let him open it first," Honoria said quickly. She almost suggested they leave the room so he could read it alone, but she couldn't bring herself to move. Daniel was her only brother, and she had missed him terribly. As the months dragged on without even a brief note, she had convinced herself his letters must have been lost. Overseas mail was so unreliable. But right now, she didn't care about the reasons for the silence. She just needed to know what was in that letter to Marcus. So they all stood there, watching him with held breath. It was incredibly rude, but nobody was willing to give up their spot. "Is he well?" her mother finally asked when Marcus finished the first page.
Yes!
He murmured, blinking as if he couldn't believe his own eyes.
Yes, he's actually coming home.
"What?" Lady Winstead turned pale, and Honoria rushed to her side, ready to steady her. Marcus cleared his throat. "He writes that he received some kind of correspondence from Hugh Prentice. Ramsgate has finally agreed to let bygones be bygones." Honoria couldn't help but think that this particular bygone was enormous. The last time she'd seen the Marquis of Ramsgate, he had nearly had a fit just looking at her. True, that was over a year ago, but still. Could Lord Hugh be playing a trick? Honoria asked, trying to lure Daniel back to the country. "I don't think so," Marcus said, glancing at the second page. "He's not the type for that." "Not the type?" Lady Winstead repeated, her voice rising with disbelief. "He ruined my son's life."
"That's what makes it so strange," Marcus said, still reading as he spoke. "Hugh Prentice has always been a decent man. He's eccentric, but he has his honor." "Does Daniel say when he'll return?" Honoria asked. Marcus shook his head. "Not exactly. He says he has a few things to take care of in Italy, then he'll start his journey home." "Oh, my heavens," Lady Winstead said, sinking into a chair. "I never thought I'd see the day. I never even let myself think about it." Which of course meant I thought of nothing else. For a moment, Honoria just stared at her mother. For 3 years, she hadn't even spoken Daniel's name, and now she was saying he was all she had thought about? Honoria shook her head. There was no point in being angry. Whatever her mother had done or been these last few years, she had more than made up for it in the past few days. Honoria knew without a doubt that Marcus wouldn't be alive if not for her mother's nursing. "How long does it take to travel from Italy to England?" Honoria asked, because that seemed like the most important question now. Marcus looked up. "I have no idea. I'm not even sure which part of Italy he's in." Honoria nodded. Her brother always had a habit of telling stories while leaving out all the important details. "This is very exciting," Mrs. Weatherby said. "I know you've all missed him terribly." The room fell silent for a moment. It was one of those statements so obvious that nobody knew how to respond. Finally, Lady Winstead said, "Well, it's a good thing we're already planning to leave for London tomorrow. I'd hate to be away from home when he arrives." She looked over at Marcus and added, "We'll take our leave for the evening. I'm sure you need rest. Come along, Honoria. There is much we need to talk about, you and I." What Lady Winstead wanted to discuss, as it turned out, was how to celebrate Daniel's homecoming. However, the conversation stalled quickly. Honoria logically pointed out that planning was impossible without knowing his exact arrival date. Her mother managed to ignore this for a solid 10 minutes, weighing the merits of intimate dinners versus grand balls and debating whether to invite Lord Ramsgate and Lord Hugh, and if they did, could one truly count on them to decline? Any sensible person would, but with Lord Ramsgate you never really knew.
"Mother,"
Honoria repeated.
"we can't do anything until Daniel gets here. He might not even want a party."
"Rubbish. Of course he will, He left the country under a cloud," Honoria interrupted. She hated being so direct, but there was no other way. Yes, but it wasn't fair. Fairness doesn't matter, it is what it is, and he may not want to stir up old memories. Her mother looked skeptical but let the subject drop, and soon there was nothing left to do but retire for the night. The next morning, Honoria woke at dawn. They needed an early start to reach London without stopping overnight. After a quick breakfast, she went to Marcus's room to say goodbye and perhaps more, but when she arrived, he wasn't in his bed. A housemaid was there instead, stripping the sheets. "Do you know where Lord Chatteris is?" Honoria asked, hoping nothing was wrong. "He's just in the next room," the maid replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, with his valet. Honoria swallowed, feeling her own face grow warm as she realized Marcus was taking a bath. The maid left with her bundle of linens, and Honoria stood alone in his bedchamber, uncertain of her next move. She supposed she would have to say goodbye in writing. She couldn't wait for him here. It was far too improper, even by the standards of the liberties they'd taken over the past week. Certain rules of decorum could be bent when someone was gravely ill, but now Marcus was up and about, and apparently in some state of undress. Her presence in his room could only lead to utter scandal. Besides, her mother was eager to leave. She scanned the room for paper and pen. There was a small desk by the window, and on his bedside table she spotted Daniel's letter. It lay where Marcus had set it down the night before, 2 slightly crumpled pages filled with the cramped handwriting people used to save on postage. Marcus had only told her that Daniel was coming home, which was the most important news, but still, she was starving for details. It had been so long since she'd heard anything about him. She didn't care if he only described what he'd eaten for breakfast. It would be breakfast in Italy and thus wonderfully exotic. What was he doing? Was he bored? Could he speak Italian? She stared at the 2 sheets. Would it be so terrible to sneak a quick look? No, she couldn't. It would be a terrible betrayal of trust, a complete invasion of Marcus's privacy and Daniel's. But then again, what could they possibly discuss that wouldn't concern her? She turned, glancing toward the door the maid had indicated. She heard nothing coming through it. If Marcus was done with his bath, surely she'd hear him moving around. She looked back at the letter. She was a very fast reader. In the end, she didn't exactly decide to read Daniel's letter to Marcus. Instead, she simply didn't allow herself to decide not to. It was a subtle difference, but one that somehow let her ignore her own conscience and do something that would have infuriated her if it had been her own letter lying on the table. She moved with a sudden urgency, as if her own haste could somehow lessen the weight of the transgression, and snatched the 2 sheets of paper from the desk. Dear Marcus, and so on and so forth. Daniel wrote about the apartment he had rented, painting a lovely, detailed picture of all the neighborhood shops, but cleverly omitting the name of the city he was in. He then went on about the food, which he claimed was far superior to anything England had to offer. Following that was a short paragraph about his plans to return home. A smile touched Honoria's lips as she turned to the second page. Daniel wrote exactly as he spoke, and she could almost hear his voice leap from the page. In the next paragraph, Daniel asked Marcus to inform his mother of his impending return, which made Honoria smile even wider. Daniel could never have guessed that they would be standing right there with Marcus when he read the letter, and then, at the very end, she saw her own name. I haven't heard any news of Honoria getting married, so I assume she's still single. I must thank you again for scaring off Fotheringham last year. He's a complete scoundrel, and it infuriates me that he even tried to court her. What was this? Honoria blinked, hoping the words on the page would somehow change. Marcus had been involved in Lord Fotheringham not proposing. She had already decided she didn't like Lord Fotheringham and wouldn't have accepted him, but still, Travers too would have been a terrible match. I hope you didn't have to pay him to leave her alone, but if you did, I'll pay you back. What? People were being paid to what? To stay away from her? That didn't even make sense. I appreciate you looking out for her. It was a big favor to ask, and I know I didn't give you much of a choice asking you on the eve of my departure. I'll take over the responsibility when I return, and you'll be free to leave London, which I know you hate. And that was how Daniel ended his letter, setting Marcus free from the awful burden that was, apparently, her. She set the pages down, then rearranged them to look exactly as they had when she picked them up. Daniel had asked Marcus to watch over her? Why hadn't Marcus ever said anything? And how foolish was she, really, that she hadn't figured it out? It all made perfect, painful sense. All those parties where she'd caught Marcus glaring in her direction. He hadn't been angry because he disapproved of her behavior. He was miserable because he was stuck in London until she finally got a good marriage proposal. No wonder he always looked so unhappy, and all those suitors who had mysteriously disappeared, he had scared them off. He decided they weren't good enough for what Daniel would want for her, and he went behind her back and got rid of them. She should be furious, but she wasn't. Not about that, anyway. All she could think about was what he had said the night before. I wasn't looking at Sarah. Of course he hadn't been looking at Sarah. He was looking at her because he was forced to. He was looking at her because his best friend made him promise. He was looking at her because she was nothing more than an obligation, and now she was in love with him. A horrified, choked laugh escaped her throat. She had to get out of his room. The only thing that could make her humiliation complete would be him catching her reading his private mail. But she couldn't leave without a note. That would be completely out of character. He would know something was wrong for sure. So she found paper and a pen, and she scribbled a perfectly ordinary, perfectly boring farewell. Then she left. Chapter 17. The following week, the recently aired-out music room, Winstead House, London, Mozart, this year. Daisy Smythe-Smith announced, holding her new violin so high that her blonde curls nearly bounced out of her hairstyle. "Isn't it gorgeous? It's a Ruggieri. My father gave it to me for my 16th birthday." "That's a lovely instrument," Honoria acknowledged, "but we already performed Mozart last year." "We always do Mozart every year," Sarah noted lazily from the piano bench. "But I didn't get a chance to play last year," Daisy countered, giving Sarah an irritated look. "And this is only your second time in the quartet, so you can't really complain about repetition?" "I think I might have to kill you before the season ends," Sarah remarked with the same casual tone she'd used to order iced tea instead of lemonade. Daisy just stuck out her tongue. "Iris?" Honoria glanced at her cousin, who was slumped over the cello. "I don't care either way," Iris replied gloomily. Honoria let out a sigh. "We can't just repeat last year's program." "Why not?" Sarah challenged.
"I doubt anyone would recognize it from our playing anyway."
Iris sank deeper into her chair.
"But it's already been printed in the program?"
Honoria pointed out. "Do you really believe people save our programs from one year to the next?" Sarah asked.
"My mom does,"
Daisy insisted. "So does mine," Sarah replied, "but she's not comparing them side by side like a detective."
"My mom definitely does," Daisy repeated.
"Oh, for heaven's sake," Iris groaned. "Mozart didn't write just one piece," Daisy said cheerfully. "We have plenty of options. I think we should play Eine kleine Nachtmusik. It's my absolute favorite, so lively and joyful." "There's no piano part in that," Honoria reminded her. "I have no problem with that." Sarah quickly chimed in from behind the piano. "If I have to suffer, you have to suffer too," Iris hissed through clenched teeth. Sarah actually leaned back in surprise. "I never knew you could look so dangerous, Iris." "That's because she doesn't have any eyelashes," Daisy declared. Iris turned to her with eerie calm and said, "I absolutely hate you." "That was a horrible thing to say, Daisy." Honoria scolded, fixing her with a stern look. It was true that Iris had an unusually pale complexion, with strawberry blonde hair so light her lashes and brows were nearly invisible. But Honoria had always thought Iris looked stunning, almost otherworldly. "If she didn't have eyelashes, she'd be dead," Sarah argued. Honoria spun around, shocked at where the conversation had gone. Well, actually, she could believe it, unfortunately, but she couldn't understand why they were having it. "It's true," Sarah insisted defensively. "At the very least, she'd be blind. Lashes keep dust out of your eyes." "Why are we even talking about this?" Honoria wondered out loud. Daisy immediately jumped in. "It's because Sarah said she didn't think Iris could look venomous, and then I mentioned—" "I got it," Honoria interrupted. And when she saw Daisy still had her mouth open, Waiting to finish her thought, she repeated, I got it. It was a rhetorical question. It still had a completely valid answer. Daisy huffed. Honoria turned to Iris. They were both 21, the same age, but Iris had only joined the quartet this year. Her sister Marigold had clung to the cello part until she got married last fall. Any suggestions, Iris? Honoria asked brightly. Iris crossed her arms and curled into herself on her chair, looking like she wanted to disappear completely. Something without the cello? She mumbled. If I have to play, you have to play, Sarah said, smirking. Iris glared at her with all the passion of a misunderstood artist. You just don't get it. Oh, I get it perfectly, Sarah replied with deep emotion. I played last year, remember? I've had an entire year to understand. Why is everyone complaining? Daisy asked impatiently. This is exciting, we get to perform. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment? Unfortunately, yes, Sarah said flatly. About as long as I've been dreading it, Iris muttered under her breath. It's honestly remarkable that you two are sisters, Sarah remarked. I'm reminded of it every single day, Iris replied in a monotone voice. It really should be a piano quartet. Honoria quickly interjected, hoping to prevent Daisy from realizing she was being insulted. Unfortunately, the options are quite limited. Silence fell over the room. Honoria suppressed a groan. It was becoming painfully clear that she would have to take charge, or the whole rehearsal would dissolve into musical chaos. Though she had to admit, chaos might actually be a step up from the usual Smythe-Smith disaster. That was a depressing thought. We have two choices, she announced, holding up two different sheet music scores. Mozart's Piano Quartet No. 1 or No. 2. Anyone have a preference? Whichever one we didn't torture ourselves with last year, Sarah sighed, letting her head slump against the piano. She then dropped her forehead directly onto the keys, producing a dissonant thud. Hey, that actually sounded interesting, Daisy said in surprise. It sounded like a sick fish, Sarah mumbled into the ivories. What a lovely image, Honoria said dryly. I don't think fish actually get sick, Daisy mused. And even if they did, it probably wouldn't sound like. Can't we just be the first cousins to stage a rebellion? Sarah interrupted, lifting her head. Can't we just say no? No, Daisy declared. No, Honoria echoed. Maybe, Iris offered weakly. I can't believe you want to go through this again, Sarah said to Honoria. It's our family tradition.
It's a terrible tradition, and it'll take me half a year to recover. I'll never recover, Iris moaned dramatically. Daisy looked ready to stomp her foot, but a sharp glare from Honoria stopped her. Honoria thought of Marcus, then forced the thought away. It's tradition, she repeated. And we're lucky to belong to a family that values it so highly. What are you talking about? Sarah asked, shaking her head in confusion. Some people have no one, Honoria said with sudden passion.
Sarah stared at her for a long moment, then asked again. I'm sorry, but what exactly are you talking about? Honoria looked at each of them, feeling her voice rise with genuine emotion she couldn't control. I may hate performing in musicales, but I truly love rehearsing with the three of you. Her cousins stared at her, momentarily speechless. Don't you realize how fortunate we are? Honoria continued. When no one immediately agreed, she added, to have each other? Couldn't we have each other while playing cards instead? Iris suggested hopefully. We are Smythe-Smiths, Honoria said through gritted teeth, and this is what we do. Before Sarah could protest, she added, that includes you, no matter your last name. Your mother was a Smythe-Smith, and that's what matters. Sarah let out a long, weary sigh. We're going to pick up our instruments and play Mozart, Honoria announced firmly, and we're going to do it with smiles on our faces. I have no idea what anyone is talking about, Daisy said, looking lost. I'll play, Sarah agreed, but I'm not promising a smile. She glanced at the piano and blinked, and I'm definitely not picking up my instrument. Iris actually giggled, her eyes suddenly lighting up. I could help you with that. Pick it up. Iris's grin turned mischievous. The window isn't too far away. I knew I loved you, Sarah said, breaking into a wide smile. While Sarah and Iris conspired about ways to destroy Lady Winstead's brand new pianoforte, Honoria turned back to the sheet music, debating which score to choose. We played No. 2 last year, she said, even though only Daisy was listening. But I'm nervous about picking No. 1. Why? Daisy asked. It has a reputation for being incredibly difficult. Why's that? I'm not sure, Honoria admitted. I've just heard it often enough to be cautious. Is there a Gnome 3? Unfortunately, no. Then I think we should go with Nobu 1, Daisy said boldly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but a wise person knows their limits. Who said that? Daisy asked. I did, Honoria replied, her patience wearing thin. She held up the sheet music for Quartet Number 1. I honestly don't see how we could ever master this, even with triple the rehearsal time we have. We don't need to master it. We'll have the music right in front of us. This was turning out to be even more of a nightmare than Honoria had anticipated. I really think we should go with No. 1, Daisy insisted. It'll be mortifying if we end up playing the exact same piece as last year. Honoria knew it would be embarrassing no matter what they chose, but she couldn't bring herself to say that out loud. Truth be told, whatever piece they attempted, they were bound to mangle it beyond recognition. And was a difficult piece played terribly really that much worse than a slightly easier piece played just as badly? Oh, fine, Honoria gave in. We'll do No. 1. She shook her head, already dreading Sarah's reaction. The piano part was brutal. Then again, it wasn't like Sarah had bothered to help with the decision. Excellent choice, Daisy declared with absolute certainty. We're doing Quartet Number 1, she announced over her shoulder. Honoria looked past her to see Sarah and Iris, who had actually managed to shove the pianoforte several feet across the floor. What on earth are you two doing? She nearly shouted. Relax, Sarah chuckled. We're not actually going to throw it out the window. Iris practically collapsed onto the piano stool, shaking with laughter. This isn't funny, Honoria said, even though it kind of was. She would have loved to join her cousin in the silliness, but someone had to be responsible, and if she didn't step up, Daisy surely would. Good grief. We've chosen Mozart's Piano Quartet, Num 1, Daisy repeated. Iris turned deathly pale, looking almost like a ghost. You can't be serious. No, Honoria replied, now genuinely annoyed. If you had such strong feelings, you should have been part of the conversation. But do you have any idea how hard that piece is?
That's exactly why we picked it,
Daisy exclaimed. Iris stared at her sister for a moment, then turned to Honoria, clearly seeing her as the more reasonable one.
Honoria, we simply cannot play Quartet Number 1. It's impossible. Have you ever actually heard it performed? Just once, Honoria admitted, and I barely remember it. It's impossible, Iris cried out. It's not written for amateurs. Honoria wasn't so saintly that she didn't enjoy her cousin's panic just a little. Iris had been complaining nonstop all afternoon. Listen to me, Iris pleaded. If we try this piece, we'll be completely destroyed. Destroyed by who? Daisy asked. Iris just stared at her, utterly speechless. By the music itself, Sarah chimed in. Oh, so you've decided to join us, Honoria said. Don't be sarcastic, Sarah snapped back. Where were you two while I was trying to make a choice? They were busy moving the piano. Daisy, all three of them shouted. What did I do now? Daisy demanded. Try not to be so literal, Iris hissed. Daisy huffed and began flipping through the score. I have been trying to keep everyone motivated, Honoria said, putting her hands on her hips as she faced Sarah and Iris. We have a performance to prepare for, and no matter how much either of you whines, there's no getting out of it. So stop making my life so difficult and just do what you're told. Sarah and Iris could only gape at her. Please, Honoria added. Maybe this is a good time for a quick break? Sarah suggested. Honoria groaned. We haven't even started yet. I know, but we still need a break. Honoria stood still for a moment, feeling all her energy drain away. This was utterly exhausting, and Sarah was right. They did need a break from doing absolutely nothing, but a break nonetheless. Besides, Sarah added with a mischievous look, I'm dying of thirst. Honoria raised an eyebrow. All this complaining has made you thirsty? Exactly, Sarah replied with a grin. Got any lemonade, dear cousin? I'm not sure, Honoria replied with a sigh, but I guess I can find out.
Lemonade actually sounded pretty good, and truth be told, taking a break from practicing also sounded nice. She stood up to call for a maid, but before she could even sit back down, Poole, the longtime butler of Winstead House, appeared in the doorway. "That was quick," Sarah noted. "A visitor for you, Lady Honoria," Poole announced. "Marcus?" Honoria's heart hammered in her chest until she realized it couldn't possibly be him. He was still stuck at Fensmore. Dr. Winters had insisted on it. Poole approached with his tray, holding it out so Honoria could take the calling card. The Earl of Chatteris. Good heavens, it was Marcus. What on earth was he doing in London? Honoria forgot all about being mortified or angry. She hadn't quite settled on her feelings anyway, and jumped straight to pure fury. How dare he risk his health? She hadn't stayed by his bedside through heat, blood, and delirium just to have him collapse in London, because he was too foolish to stay home where he belonged. "Let him in right now," she snapped, and she must have sounded pretty fierce because all three of her cousins stared at her with identical shocked expressions. She scowled at them. Daisy actually stepped back. "He shouldn't be out and about," Honoria growled. "Lord Chatteris," Sarah said, completely sure of herself. "Stay here," Honoria told the others. "I'll be back soon." "Do we need to practice while you're gone?" Iris asked. Honoria rolled her eyes, refusing to give that a real answer. "His lordship is already waiting in the drawing room," Poole informed her. "Of course, no butler would insult an earl by making him leave his card and go." "I'll be right back," Honoria said to her cousins. "You already said that," Sarah pointed out. "Don't follow me." "You said that too," Sarah replied. "Or something pretty much the same." Honoria shot her one last glare before leaving the room. She hadn't told Sarah much about her time at Fensmore, just that Marcus had gotten sick, and she and her mother had helped him recover. But Sarah knew her better than anyone, and she'd be curious, especially now that Honoria had nearly lost her temper just from seeing his calling card. Honoria marched through the house, her anger building with every step. What was he thinking? Dr. Winters couldn't have been clearer. Marcus was supposed to stay in bed for a week, then rest at home for another week or two. In no logical universe did that add up to him being in London right now. "What on earth were you?" She burst into the drawing room, but stopped short when she saw him standing by the fireplace, looking perfectly healthy. "Marcus?" He smiled, and her heart, that wretched, traitorous organ, melted. "Honoria," he said, "it's wonderful to see you too. You look—" She blinked, still not quite believing it. His color was good, his eyes had lost that hollow look, and he seemed to have gained back whatever weight he'd lost. "Healthy," she finally finished, unable to hide the surprise in her voice. "Dr. Winters cleared me to travel," he explained. "He said he'd never seen anyone recover from a fever so fast. It must have been the treacle tart." His eyes grew warm. "Indeed. What brings you to town?" she asked. She wanted to add, "since you're no longer obligated to make sure I don't marry a fool." Maybe she was a little bitter, but not angry. There was no point and no real reason to be angry with him. He'd only been doing what Daniel asked, and it wasn't like he'd ruined any real romances. Honoria hadn't been that into any of her suitors, and honestly, if any of them had proposed, she probably wouldn't have said yes, but it was still embarrassing. Why hadn't anyone warned her that Marcus had been interfering in her personal life? She might have made a bit of a fuss, okay? She absolutely would have raised a stink, but nothing too dramatic. If she'd known the truth, she never would have misread his behavior back at Fensmore. She wouldn't have let herself believe he might be developing feelings for her, and she would never have allowed herself to fall for him. But one thing she knew for certain, she was not about to let him see that anything was off. As far as he was concerned, she was still completely unaware of his scheming, so she plastered on her brightest smile and made sure she looked utterly captivated by everything he was saying as he replied, "I didn't want to miss the music hale." "Oh, now I know you're lying." "Not at all," he insisted. "Knowing how you truly feel will bring a whole new layer to the experience." She rolled her eyes. "Please, no matter how much you tell yourself you're laughing with me and not at me, you can't escape the noise." "I'm considering discreet earplugs. If my mother catches you, she'll be deeply offended, and she's the one who saved you from a serious injury." He looked at her, mildly surprised. "She still thinks you have talent." Every single one of us, Honoria confirmed. I think she's a little sad that I'm the last of her daughters to perform. But I suppose the spotlight will soon shift to the next generation. I have plenty of nieces who are practicing their little fingers off on their tiny violins. Really? Tiny ones? No, it just sounds better that way. He chuckled, then went quiet. They both stood there in the drawing room, an unusual awkwardness settling between them. The silence was strange. It wasn't like them at all. Would you like to go for a walk? He asked suddenly. The weather's nice. No, she said, a bit sharper than she intended. Thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, gone so fast she thought she might have imagined it. Very well, he said stiffly. I can't, she added, because she hadn't meant to hurt him. Or maybe she had, and now she felt guilty. My cousins are here. We're rehearsing. A faint look of panic crossed his face. You'll probably want to find some excuse to leave Mayfair entirely, she told him. Daisy hasn't mastered the concept of playing softly. At his blank expression, she added, she's loud. And the rest of you aren't? Touché, but no, not like that. So what you're saying is, when I do attend the musicale, I should try to get a seat in the back. In the next room, if you can manage it? Really? He looked remarkably, no comically, hopeful. Will there be seats in the next room?
No,
she replied, rolling her eyes again. But I don't think the back row will save you. Not from Daisy. He sighed. You should have thought of that before you rushed your recovery, so I'm beginning to realize. Well, she said, trying to sound like a very busy young woman with countless appointments and things to do, who definitely wasn't pining over him. I really must be going, of course, he said, giving her a polite nod. Goodbye. But she didn't move. Goodbye, it was great seeing you, and you, he said, please give my regards to your mother. Of course. She'll be thrilled to hear you're doing so well. He nodded and stood there. Finally, he said, well then? Yes, she said quickly. I have to go, goodbye, she repeated. This time, she actually left the room, and she didn't look back, which was more of an accomplishment than she ever would have guessed. The truth was, Marcus thought as he sat in his study at his London home, he knew very little about how to properly court a young lady. He had extensive knowledge of how to sidestep them, and possibly even more expertise in evading their mothers. He was also well versed in the art of discreetly looking into other gentlemen who were pursuing young women, specifically Honoria, and above all, he knew how to be quietly intimidating while convincing them to give up their quest, but when it came to himself, he was utterly clueless. Flowers? He had seen other men carrying them. Women seemed to appreciate flowers. Hell, even he liked flowers. Who didn't? He thought about finding some grape hyacinths that reminded him of Honoria's eyes, but they were tiny blossoms, and he doubted they'd make a proper bouquet. And besides, was he supposed to hand them over and say they reminded him of her eyes? That would force him to explain he was referring to a specific part of the petal near the stem. He couldn't imagine anything more humiliating. The final issue with flowers was that he had never given them to her before. She'd be instantly curious, then suspicious, and if she didn't share his feelings and he had no real reason to think she did, he'd be stuck in her drawing room, looking like a complete fool. This was a situation he'd prefer to avoid. It was safer to court her in public, he decided. Lady Bridgerton was throwing a birthday ball the next day, and he knew Honoria would attend. Even if she didn't want to, she'd show up. There would be far too many eligible bachelors for her to miss it, including Gregory Bridgerton. Marcus had changed his mind about him. He was far too inexperienced to take a wife. If Honoria decided she was interested in young Mr. Bridgerton after all, Marcus would have to step in his usual quiet, behind-the-scenes manner, of course, but it was another reason he needed to be there. He glanced down at his desk. On the left lay an engraved invitation to Bridgerton House. On the right was the note Honoria had left him at Fensmore when she'd departed the week before. It was a remarkably unremarkable letter, a greeting, a signature, two ordinary sentences in between. Nothing suggested a life had been saved, a kiss had happened, or a treacle tart had been stolen. It was the kind of note you wrote to thank a hostess for a polite garden party. Not the kind you wrote to someone you might consider marrying, because that was exactly what he intended. As soon as Daniel got his sorry self back to England, he was going to ask for her hand, but until then, he had to court her himself. That was his dilemma, he sighed. Some men instinctively knew how to talk to women. It would have been convenient to be one of them, but he wasn't. He was a man who only knew how to talk to Honoria, and lately even that wasn't working out so well. So the next night, he found himself in one of his least favorite places, a London ballroom. He took his usual spot off to the side, back against the wall, where he could watch the festivities and pretend he didn't care. It struck him, not for the first time, that he was incredibly lucky not to have been born female. The young woman to his left was a wallflower. He got to be dark, aloof, and brooding. The party was a mad crush. Lady Bridgerton was incredibly popular, and Marcus couldn't tell if Honoria was there. He didn't see her, but then again, he couldn't even see the door he'd entered through. How anyone expected to have a good time in such heat, sweat, and crowding was beyond him. He stole another glance at the woman next to him. She looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. She wasn't in her first youth, perhaps, but he doubted she was much older than him. She let out a long, weary sigh, and Marcus couldn't help but feel he was standing next to someone who completely understood his mood. She too was scanning the crowd, pretending she wasn't looking for a particular person. He considered saying hello, or maybe asking if she knew Honoria and if she'd spotted her. But just as he was about to turn and greet her, she pivoted the other way, and he could swear he heard her whisper, "Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm getting an eclair." She slipped away, moving through the crowd with purpose. Marcus watched her, intrigued. She seemed to know exactly where she was heading. That meant, if he'd heard her right, she knew where to find an eclair. He immediately followed her. If he was going to be stuck in this ballroom without even a glimpse of Honoria, the whole reason he'd endured this chaos, he was determined to get some dessert. He had long mastered the art of walking with authority, even when he had no real goal, and he dodged unwanted conversations by keeping his chin up and his gaze sharp until something hit him in the leg. Ouch! And what's that look for, Chatteris? A sharp female voice demanded. I barely touched you. He froze, recognizing that voice, knowing there was no escape. With a slight smile, he looked down at the wrinkled face of Lady Danbury, who had been terrifying the British Isles since the Restoration, or so it seemed. She was his mother's great-aunt, and he could swear she was 100 years old. An injury to my leg, my lady, he said, giving her his most respectful bow. She thumped her cane against the floor. Fell off your horse? No, I tripped down the stairs, dropped a bottle on your foot? Her expression turned sly. Or does it involve a woman? He fought the urge to cross his arms. She looked up at him with a smirk. She loved teasing her companions. She'd once told him the best part of getting old was saying anything she wanted without consequences. He leaned down and said with great seriousness, Actually, I was stabbed by my valet. It might have been the only time he'd ever stunned her into silence. Her mouth dropped open, her eyes went wide, and he'd like to think she even went pale. But her skin had such an odd tone it was hard to tell. After a moment of shock, she let out a bark of laughter. No, really, what happened? Exactly what I said. I was stabbed. He paused, then added, If we weren't in the middle of a ballroom, I'd show you. You don't say? Now she was genuinely intrigued. She leaned in, eyes sparkling with dark curiosity. Is it gruesome? It was, he confirmed. She pressed her lips together, her eyes narrowing as she asked, And where is your valet now? At Chatteris' house, probably helping himself to my best brandy. She let out another sharp bark of laughter. You have always amused me, she declared. I do believe you're my second favorite nephew. He could think of no reply other than, Really? You know, most people find you humorless, don't you? You do like to be blunt, he murmured. She shrugged. You're my great-great-nephew. I can be as blunt as I like. Consanguinity has never seemed to be a requirement for your plain speaking. Touché, she returned, giving him a single nod of approval. I was just pointing out that you're quite stealthy with your good humor. I applaud that wholeheartedly. I am quivering with glee. She wagged a finger at him. This is exactly what I mean. You're really quite amusing. Not that you let anyone see it. He thought of Honoria. He could make her laugh. It was the most beautiful sound he knew. Well, Lady Danbury announced, giving her cane a firm thump. That's quite enough of that. What brings you here? I was under the impression I received an invitation. Oh, nonsense. You despise these gatherings. He offered a slight shrug. I suppose I'm keeping an eye on that Smythe-Smith girl, she remarked. He'd been scanning the room for the Clares, but her words made him snap his head back. Relax, she said, rolling her eyes dismissively. I won't spread rumors that you're smitten. She's one of the violin players, isn't she? Good Lord, you'd be deaf within a week. He started to defend Honoria, to explain she was in on the joke, but then it struck him. It wasn't a joke to her. She knew the quartet was terrible, yet she persisted for her family's sake. Stepping onto that stage, pretending she was a virtuoso, took incredible bravery and love. She loved so deeply, and all he could think was, I want that. You've always been close to that family. Lady Danbury interrupted his reverie. He blinked, refocusing. Yes, he finally said. Her brother and I were schoolmates. Oh yes, she sighed. What a disaster. That boy never should have been driven out of the country. I've always said Ramsgate was a fool. He stared at her, stunned. As I mentioned, she said briskly, blood relation isn't required for blunt honesty. Clearly not. Oh, there she is, Lady Danbury noted, tilting her head. Marcus followed her gaze to Honoria, chatting with two young ladies he couldn't quite make out. She hadn't spotted him yet, and he savored the moment, drinking in her appearance. Her hair looked different. He couldn't pinpoint what she'd done. He never understood female hairstyles, but he found it beautiful. Everything about her was beautiful. Perhaps he should find a more poetic description, but sometimes the simplest words carry the most weight. She was beautiful, and he yearned for her. You truly love her, Lady Danbury whispered. He spun around. What are you talking about? It's evident on your face, cliché as that sounds. Go on, ask her to dance, she said, gesturing with her cane toward Honoria. You could do far worse. He hesitated. With Lady Danbury, even the simplest statements were tricky to interpret. Not to mention her raised cane, one could never be too cautious with that thing in motion. Go, go, she urged. Don't fret about me. I'll find another unsuspecting victim to torment. And yes, before you object, I did just call you a fool. That might be the one privilege blood relation allows. She cackled with delight. You're a prince among nephews, she declared. Your second favorite, he murmured. You'll move up the list if you manage to destroy her violin. Marcus shouldn't have laughed, but he did. It's a real curse, Lady Danbury said. I'm the only person my age I know with perfect hearing. Most would consider that a blessing, she snorted. Not with that musicale looming. Why do you go? He asked. You're not close to the family. You could easily skip it. She sighed, and for a moment her eyes softened. I don't know, she admitted. Someone has to applaud for those poor souls. He watched as her expression returned to its usual unsentimental state. You're kinder than you pretend, he said, smiling. Don't tell anyone. She thumped her cane. I'm done with you. He bowed with the respect owed to a formidable great-great-aunt and made his way toward Honoria. She wore the softest shade of blue, a dress so light and airy it looked like something out of a dream. He couldn't quite find the words to describe it, except that it left her shoulders completely bare, a detail he found himself wholeheartedly in favor of. Lady Honoria, he said as he reached her side. She turned and he offered a polite bow. A quick glimmer of happiness lit up her eyes before she gave a small curtsy and murmured, Lord Chatteris, how wonderful to see you. This was exactly why he dreaded these events. She had called him by his first name her entire life, but put her in the London ballroom, and suddenly he was Lord Chatteris. You remember Miss Royal, of course? Honoria said, gesturing to the young woman on her right who wore a darker blue gown. And my cousin, Lady Sarah? Miss Royal, Lady Sarah? He bowed to each in turn. What a surprise to see you here, Honoria said. A surprise? I hadn't thought. She stopped herself, her cheeks flushing a peculiar pink.
It's nothing,
she said, clearly lying. But he couldn't press her in such a public setting, so instead he offered the brilliantly insightful comment, "It's quite a crowd tonight, isn't it?" "Oh, yes," the three ladies murmured in varying tones. One might have even added, "Indeed." A brief lull followed, and then Honoria blurted out, "Have you heard anything more from Daniel?" "I haven't," he replied. "I hope that means he's already started his journey back."
So you don't know when he'll return, she said.
"No," he answered. Curious, he thought that was clear from his last statement. "I see," she said, putting on one of those forced smiles that meant she had nothing else to say, which was even stranger. "I'm sure you can't wait for him to come back," she added after several awkward seconds of silence. It was obvious there was something beneath her words, but he had no idea what. Certainly not his hidden agenda, which was that he was waiting for her brother to return so he could ask for permission to marry her.
"I am looking forward to seeing him, yes?"
he murmured.
"As are we all,"
Miss Royal said.
"Oh, yes,"
chimed in Honoria's usually quiet cousin. Another long pause followed, and then Marcus turned to Honoria and said, "I hope you'll save me a dance." "Of course," she replied, and he thought she looked pleased, though reading her tonight felt unusually difficult. The other two ladies stood there, perfectly still, their eyes wide and unblinking. They reminded him of a pair of ostriches, and then Marcus realized what was expected. "I hope you will all save dances for me," he said politely. Dance cards were quickly produced. A minuet went to Miss Royal, a country dance to Lady Sarah, and for Honoria he claimed a waltz. Let the gossips make of that what they would. It wasn't as if he'd never waltzed with her before. Once the dances were arranged, they stood there again in awkward silence, a quiet little group. All such groups should be so silent, Marcus thought, until Honoria's cousin cleared her throat and said, "Actually, I think the dancing is starting now. That meant it was time for the minuet." Miss Royal looked over at him and beamed. He belatedly remembered that her mother had designs on pairing them up. Honoria shot him a look that seemed to say, "Be very afraid." And all he could think was, "Great, I never got one of those clear signals." "He likes you," Sarah said the moment Marcus and Cecily headed off for their minuet. "What?" Honoria asked, blinking. Her eyes had gone unfocused from staring at Marcus's back as he walked away. "He likes you," Sarah repeated. "What are you talking about?" "Of course he does. We've been friends forever." Well, that wasn't quite true. They had known each other forever, but they'd only become true friends quite recently. "No," Sarah said with heavy emphasis. "He likes you." "What?" Honoria repeated, feeling utterly foolish. Oh no, of course not. But despite her words, her heart raced. Sarah slowly shook her head, as if a thought was dawning on her even as she spoke. "Cecily mentioned she had a feeling about it back when you both went to check on him at Fensmore after he got caught in the rain, but I figured she was just imagining things." "You really ought to trust your first instincts," Honoria said sharply. Sarah let out a scoff. "Didn't you catch how he was looking at you?" Honoria, almost wishing to be proven wrong, insisted, "He wasn't staring at me." "Oh, he absolutely was," Sarah shot back. "And by the way, just so you know, I'm not interested in him." Honoria could only blink in confusion. "Back at the Royals," Sarah reminded her, "when I was wondering if he might fall for me pretty quickly."
Right,
Honoria said, trying to ignore the sour feeling in her stomach at the thought of Marcus falling for someone else. She cleared her throat.
I forgot.
Sarah shrugged. It was a long shot. She glanced across the room, muttering, "I wonder if there's any man here who'd marry me before Wednesday. Sarah, I'm kidding. Honestly, you should know that by now." Then, she added, "He's looking at you again." "What?" Honoria actually jumped. "No, he can't be. He's dancing with Cecily. He's dancing with Cecily and staring at you," Sarah replied, sounding quite pleased with her observation. Honoria wanted to believe it meant something, but after reading Daniel's letter, she knew better. "It's not because he cares about me," she said, shaking her head. "Really?" Sarah looked like she might fold her arms. "Then what exactly is it?" Honoria swallowed and glanced around nervously. "Can you keep a secret?" "Of course." Daniel asked him to keep an eye on me while he's away. Sarah seemed unimpressed. Why would that be a secret? It isn't, I guess. Well, actually it is, because nobody told me about it. Then how do you know? Honoria felt her cheeks flush. I might have read something I wasn't supposed to, she mumbled. Sarah's eyes went wide. Really, she said, leaning in. That's so unlike you. It was a moment of weakness. One you regret now? Honoria paused to think. No, she admitted.
Honoria Smythe-Smith,
Sarah said, grinning widely.
I am so proud of you.
I'd ask why, Honoria replied cautiously, but I'm not sure I want to hear it. This is probably the most improper thing you've ever done. That's not true. Oh, maybe you forgot to tell me about the time you ran naked through Hyde Park. Sarah. Sarah laughed. Everyone has read something they weren't supposed to at some point. I'm just glad you've finally joined the rest of us. I'm not that stiff and proper, Honoria protested. Of course not, but I wouldn't call you adventurous. And I wouldn't call you adventurous either. No. Sarah's shoulders slumped. I'm not. They stood together for a moment, feeling a little sad, a little thoughtful. Well, Honoria said, trying to lighten the mood. You're not going to run naked through Hyde Park, are you? Not without you, Sarah said with a sly grin. Honoria laughed, then impulsively wrapped an arm around her cousin's shoulders and gave her a squeeze. I love you, you know. Of course I do, Sarah replied. Honoria waited. Oh yes, and I love you too, Sarah added. Honoria smiled, and for a moment everything felt right in the world. Or if not right, then at least normal. She was in London at a ball, standing next to her favorite cousin. Nothing could have been more ordinary. She tilted her head slightly, gazing out over the crowd. The minuet really was a beautiful dance to watch, so elegant and graceful. It might have been Honoria's imagination, but it seemed all the ladies were dressed in matching tones, shimmering blues, greens, and silvers that flowed across the dance floor like a living painting. It feels like we're inside a music box, she whispered. It really does, Sarah agreed, before ruining the mood with, I absolutely hate the minuet. Honoria blinked. You do? Yes, Sarah said flatly. And I can't even tell you why. Honoria turned her gaze back to the dancers. How many nights had they stood like this? Side by side, eyes fixed on the crowd, talking without ever needing to look at each other. They didn't have to. They knew the other's thoughts without a single expression. Then Marcus and Cecily appeared. Honoria watched them step forward and back. Do you think Cecily Royal is after Marcus? She asked. Do you think she is? Sarah shot back. Honoria kept her eyes locked on his feet, surprisingly graceful for a man his size. I don't know, she said softly. Does it bother you? Sarah pressed. Honoria hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. I think it does, she admitted. It won't matter, Sarah replied. He's not interested in her. I know, Honoria murmured, but I don't think he's interested in me either. Sarah finally turned to face her. Just you wait, she said with a knowing smile. Just you wait. An hour later, Honoria was at the dessert table, triumphantly eyeing the last eclair, when Marcus arrived to claim their waltz. Did you get one? She asked. Get what? An eclair. They were divine, oh. She tried to suppress a grin. From your face, I can tell you didn't. He shook his head. I've been trying to get over here all evening. She put on her sunniest voice. There might be more. He raised an eyebrow, but probably not, she admitted. I'm so sorry. Maybe we can ask Lady Bridgerton where they came from, or if her chef made them, we could try to steal him away. He laughed. Or we could just dance. Or we could dance, she agreed, her heart skipping. She took his arm and let him lead her to the center of the ballroom. They had danced before, even the waltz once or twice, but this time felt different. Before the music even started, she felt like she was already floating, gliding effortlessly across the polished floor. Then his hand settled at the small of her back, and when she looked up into his eyes, something hot and liquid unraveled inside her. She felt weightless, breathless, hungry for something she couldn't name, and she wanted it with a ferocity that should have terrified her. It didn't. Not with his hand on her back, in his arms. She felt safe, even as her body buzzed with a wild, thrilling energy. The heat from his skin seeped through her dress like a drug, making her want to rise on her toes and take flight. She wanted him. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. This was desire. Now she understood why girls made mistakes. She had heard whispers about women who'd gone astray, but she never got it. Why throw away a lifetime for one night? Now she knew, and she wanted to do the same. Honoria? His voice drifted down like falling stars. She looked up to find him watching her curiously. The music had started, but she hadn't moved. He tilted his head, asking a silent question. She didn't need to answer. She just squeezed his hand, and they began to dance. The music swelled and dipped, and Honoria followed his lead, never breaking eye contact. The music swept her up, carrying her away, and for the very first time in her life, she truly grasped the essence of dancing. Her feet glided in flawless rhythm to the waltz, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and her spirit soared. She could feel the violins vibrating through her skin, and the woodwinds seemed to tickle her nose. She merged completely with the melody, and when it ended, when they separated and she curtsied to his bow, a profound emptiness washed over her. "Honoria?" Marcus asked softly, his face etched with concern. But it wasn't the romantic, adoring kind of worry she might have hoped for. No, it was closer to the look of a man terrified his dance partner might be sick at any moment. He didn't resemble someone in love. He looked like a man standing next to a person with a terrible stomach bug. She had danced with him and felt utterly reborn. She, who couldn't hold a tune or tap her foot to a beat, had become something magical in his arms. The dance was heavenly, and it crushed her that he hadn't felt the same way. He couldn't have. She could barely stand, and he just looked, like his usual self. The same old Marcus who saw her as a duty, a somewhat tolerable duty, but a duty nonetheless. She understood now why he couldn't wait for Daniel to return from England. It meant he could escape London and head back to the countryside, where he was truly happy. It meant he would finally be free. He called her name again, and she somehow managed to shake off her stupor. "Marcus," she said abruptly, "why are you even here?" He stared at her for a moment, as if she had suddenly grown a second head. "I was invited," he replied with a hint of indignation. "No," she said, her head pounding and her eyes burning with unshed tears. "Not here at this ball, but here in London." His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Why are you asking?" "Because you despise London." He adjusted his cravat nervously. "Well, I don't exactly hate. You hate the season," she interrupted. "You told me so yourself." He started to speak, then stopped after half a syllable. That was when Honoria remembered he was a terrible liar. He always had been. When they were children, he and Daniel had once managed to pull an entire chandelier from the ceiling, and to this day, she still wondered how they did it. When Lady Winstead demanded a confession, Daniel had lied so charmingly that their mother wasn't even sure if he was telling the truth. Marcus, on the other hand, had turned beet red and tugged at his collar as if his neck was itching, just like he was doing right now. "I have responsibilities here," he said awkwardly. "Responsibilities. I see," she said, nearly choking on the words. "Honoria, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she snapped, hating herself for her sharp tone. It wasn't his fault that Daniel had burdened him with her. It wasn't even his fault for accepting. Any gentleman would have done the same. Marcus stood still, but his eyes darted around, as if searching for an explanation for her strange behavior. "You're angry," he said, in a somewhat placating and condescending tone. "I'm not angry," she bit off. Most people would have retorted that she certainly sounded angry, but Marcus just looked at her with that annoyingly composed expression. "I'm not angry," she muttered, because his silence practically forced her to say something. "Of course you're not," he said. Her head snapped up. That had been patronizing. The rest. She might have imagined, but not this. He said nothing. Marcus would never cause a scene. "I don't feel well," she blurted out. That, at least, was true. Her head ached. She felt overheated and off balance, and all she wanted was to go home, crawl into bed, and pull the covers over her face. "I'll take you to get some air," he said stiffly, placing his hand on her back to guide her toward the French doors leading to the garden. "No," she said, the word bursting out too loud and dissonant. "I mean, no thank you." She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his unspoken burden pressing down on her. "I think I'm going to head home," he nodded once. "I'll go get your mother for you. I can do it, I don't mind." "I'm capable of handling things on my own," she snapped. God, she hated how she sounded. She knew she should stop talking. Nothing she said came out right, and yet she couldn't seem to hold back. "I don't need to be your problem. What are you talking about?" She couldn't explain that, so instead she said, "I want to leave." He looked at her for a long, uncomfortable moment, then gave a stiff bow. "As you wish," he said, and turned away. So she went home, just like she'd asked. She got exactly what she wanted. And it was miserable. Chapter 19. The day of the musicale, 6 hours before the show. Where is Sarah? Honoria looked up from her sheet music. She'd been scribbling random notes in the margins. None of it made any sense, but it gave her the false confidence that she knew what she was doing, so she kept adding little marks on every page. Iris stood in the center of the music room. "Where's Sarah?" she repeated. "I have no idea," Honoria said, glancing around. "Where's Daisy?" Iris waved impatiently toward the door. "She stopped to freshen up after we arrived. Don't worry about her. She wouldn't miss this for anything." "Sarah's not here?" Iris looked ready to snap. "Do you see her? Iris." "Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh, but where in the world is she?" Honoria let out an annoyed breath. Didn't Iris have bigger things to worry about? She hadn't just humiliated herself in front of the man she'd only recently realized she loved. 3 days had passed, and just thinking about it made her feel sick. She couldn't recall exactly what she'd said. What she remembered was the awful sound of her voice, all shaky and strained. She remembered her brain begging her mouth to stop, and her mouth completely ignoring it. She'd been completely unreasonable. If he had considered her a burden before, now he must think she was a full-time job. And even before that, before she started babbling nonsense and acting so emotional that men everywhere probably felt justified in calling women the weaker sex, she'd still been foolish. She'd danced with him like he was her lifeline, looked up at him with everything she felt, and he'd said nothing. He hadn't said a single thing, just her name. Then he looked at her like she'd turned green. He probably thought she was about to be sick and ruin another pair of his boots. That was 3 days ago. 3 days. Not a word. "She should have been here at least 20 minutes ago," Iris grumbled, to which Honoria muttered, "He should have shown up 2 days ago." Iris spun around. "What did you say? Maybe there was traffic?" Honoria said, quickly covering. "She only lives half a mile away." Honoria gave her a distracted nod. She looked down at the notes she'd made on page 2 of her music and saw she'd written Marcus's name twice. No, 3 times. There was a tiny MH in fancy script tucked next to a dotted half note. Good grief. She was pathetic. Honoria. Honoria, are you even listening to me? Iris again. Honoria tried not to groan. "I'm sure she'll be here soon," she said soothingly. "Are you?" Iris demanded. "Because I'm not. I knew she'd do this to me." "Do what? Don't you get it? She's not coming." Honoria finally looked up. "Oh, don't be ridiculous. Sarah would never do that. Really?" Iris gave her a look of total disbelief and panic. "Really?" Honoria stared at her for a long moment, and then, "Oh no. I told you not to pick quartet, no. 1. Sarah isn't that bad on the piano, but that piece is way too hard."
"It's hard for us too," Honoria said weakly. She was starting to feel nauseous. It's not as tough as playing piano, and honestly the difficulty of the violin parts doesn't matter, because Iris stopped herself mid-sentence, swallowing hard as her cheeks flushed. "You won't offend me," Honoria assured her. "I know I'm terrible, and Daisy's even worse. We'd mess up any song equally badly." "I can't believe her," Iris said, beginning to pace frantically around the room.
I can't believe she would actually do this. We don't know for sure she's not going to play, Honoria said. Iris spun around. Don't we? Honoria swallowed uncomfortably, knowing Iris was right. Sarah had never been 20. No, now it was 25 minutes late to a rehearsal before. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't picked such a hard piece, Iris accused. Honoria stomped her feet. Don't try to pin this on me. I'm not the one who spent the last week complaining about, oh, forget it, I'm here and she's not. And I don't see how that's my fault. No, no, of course, Iris said, shaking her head. It's just, oh. She let out a loud cry of angry frustration. I can't believe she'd do this to me. To us, Honoria reminded her quietly. Yes, but I'm the one who didn't want to perform. You and Daisy didn't care. I don't see what that has to do with anything, Honoria said. I don't know, Iris wailed. It's just that we were all supposed to be in this together. That's what you said. Every single day you said it. And if I was going to swallow my pride and embarrass myself in front of everyone I know, then Sarah was going to have to do it too. Just then, Daisy arrived. What's going on? She asked. Why is Iris so upset? Sarah isn't here, Honoria explained. Daisy glanced at the clock on the mantel. That's rude of her. She's almost half an hour late. She's not coming, Iris said flatly. We don't know that for sure, Honoria said. What do you mean she's not coming? Daisy echoed. She can't not come. How are we supposed to play a piano quartet without a piano? A long silence fell over the room, and then Iris gasped, Daisy, you're a genius. Daisy looked pleased, but still said, I am. We can cancel the performance? No, Daisy said, shaking her head quickly. She turned to Honoria. I don't want to do that.
We'll have no choice,
Iris went on, her eyes lighting up with glee.
It's just as you said, we can't have a piano quartet without a piano. Oh, Sarah is brilliant. But Honoria wasn't convinced. She loved Sarah, but it was hard to imagine her planning something so selfless, especially under these circumstances. Do you really think she did this to get the whole performance canceled? I don't care why she did it, Iris said bluntly.
I'm just so happy I could. For a moment she literally couldn't speak. I'm free. We're girls. Girls. Iris stopped mid-cheer as they all turned toward the door. Sarah's mother, their Aunt Charlotte, known to the world as Lady Plinesworth, was hurrying into the room, followed by a young, dark-haired woman dressed in well-made but terribly plain clothes that instantly marked her as a governess. Honoria had a very bad feeling about this. Not about the woman. She seemed perfectly nice, if a little uncomfortable being dragged into a family argument. But Aunt Charlotte had a frightening gleam in her eye. Sarah has fallen ill, she announced. Oh no, Daisy cried, sinking dramatically into a chair. What are we going to do? I'm going to kill her, Iris muttered to Honoria. Naturally, I couldn't allow the performance to be cancelled, Aunt Charlotte continued. I could never live with myself if such a tragedy occurred. Her too, Iris said under her breath. My first instinct was that we could break from tradition and ask one of our former musicians to rejoin the group, but we haven't had a pianist in the quartet since Philippa performed back in 1816. Honoria looked at her aunt in amazement. Did she genuinely recall all those specifics, or had she kept a written record? Philippa is currently in confinement, Iris mentioned. I'm fully aware, Aunt Charlotte replied. She has less than a month to go, the poor dear, and she's absolutely huge. She could probably handle a violin, but there's no way she'd fit behind the piano. Who played before Philippa? Daisy inquired. No one. Well, that can't be right, Honoria insisted. 18 years of musical evenings, and the Smythe-Smiths had only managed to produce 2 pianists? It's the truth, Aunt Charlotte confirmed. I was just as shocked as you are. I reviewed every single one of our programs to double-check. Most years, it's 2 violins, a viola, and a cello. A string quartet, Daisy stated unnecessarily. The classic combination of 4 instruments. So, do we cancel then? Iris asked, and Honoria had to give her a warning glance. Iris sounded way too thrilled at that possibility. Absolutely not, Aunt Charlotte declared, gesturing to the woman beside her. This is Miss Winter. She'll be stepping in for Sarah. They all turned to look at the dark-haired woman who had been standing quietly off to the side, slightly behind Aunt Charlotte. She was, quite simply, stunning. Everything about her was flawless, from her glossy hair to her porcelain skin. Her face was heart-shaped, her lips were full and rosy, and her eyelashes were so long that Honoria thought they must brush her eyebrows if she opened her eyes too wide. "Well," Honoria whispered to Iris, "at least nobody will be staring at us." "She serves as our governess," Aunt Charlotte explained. "And does she play?" Daisy asked. "I wouldn't have brought her here if she couldn't," Aunt Charlotte replied impatiently. "It's an extremely challenging piece," Iris said, her tone turning slightly combative. "A very, very difficult piece." Honoria jabbed her in the ribs. "She already knows it," Aunt Charlotte said. "She does?" Iris asked. She turned to Miss Winter with disbelief and honestly a hint of despair. "You do?" "Not perfectly," Miss Winter answered softly, "but I've played sections of it before. The programs have already gone to print," Iris tried again. "They list Sarah for the piano." "Forget the program," Aunt Charlotte said irritably. "We'll make an announcement at the start. They do it all the time in theaters." She waved her hand toward Miss Winter, accidentally hitting her on the shoulder. "Consider her Sarah's understudy." There was a slightly awkward moment of silence, and then Honoria stepped forward. "Welcome," she said, firmly enough that Iris and Daisy would understand they better follow her lead. "I'm delighted to meet you." Miss Winter gave a small curtsy. "And Oh, I'm so sorry," Honoria said. "I'm Lady Honoria Smythe-Smith, but please, if you're going to play with us, use our first names." She gestured to her cousins. "This is Iris and this is Daisy, also Smythe-Smiths." "As I once was," Aunt Charlotte added. "I'm Anne," Miss Winter said. "Iris plays cello," Honoria continued, "while Daisy and I are both violinists. I'll leave the four of you to your rehearsals," Aunt Charlotte said, heading toward the door. "You have a very busy afternoon ahead, I'm sure." The four musicians waited until she was gone, and then Iris pounced. "She's not really ill, is she?" Anne flinched, clearly taken aback by the intensity in Iris's voice. "I beg your pardon?"
"Sarah,"
Iris said, not very kindly.
"she's faking it, I know it."
"I honestly couldn't say," Anne replied diplomatically. "I never even saw her. Maybe she broke out in a rash," Daisy suggested. "She wouldn't want anyone to see her if she had spots. Nothing short of permanent scarring would satisfy me." Iris growled. "Iris," Honoria scolded. "I don't really know Lady Sarah that well," Anne admitted. "I was hired just this year and she doesn't need a governess." "Not that she'd ever listen to you anyway," Daisy chimed in. "Are you even older than she is?" "Daisy," Honoria snapped, exasperated by how often she had to correct her cousin. Daisy just shrugged. "If she's using our first names, I think I can ask her age." "Older than you," Honoria said firmly, "so no, you may not ask. It's fine," Anne said, offering Daisy a gentle smile. "I'm 24. I look after Harriet, Elizabeth, and Frances."
"Heaven help you,"
Iris murmured under her breath. Honoria couldn't argue. One at a time, Sarah's three younger sisters were perfectly charming, but together they were chaos incarnate. There was a reason the Plinesworth household was never boring. Honoria let out a sigh. "Well, I suppose we should start rehearsing. I should warn you," Anne said. "I'm not very good at this." "That's all right. Neither are we." "That's not true," Daisy protested. Honoria leaned in close to Anne and whispered, "Iris is actually quite good, and Sarah can hold her own, but Daisy and I are terrible. My advice? Just smile and fake it." Anne's eyes widened with alarm. Honoria just shrugged. The girl would learn quickly what it meant to perform at a Smythe-Smith musicale, and if she didn't, Honoria would go mad trying to explain it. Marcus arrived early that evening, unsure if he wanted a seat in the front row or hidden in the back. He had brought flowers, not grape hyacinths, since no one had those anyway, but 24 cheerful Dutch tulips. He had never brought a woman flowers before, which made him wonder what exactly he had been doing with his life up until now. He had considered skipping the performance. Honoria had been acting so strange at Lady Bridgerton's birthday ball. She had clearly been upset with him about something, though he had no idea what. And when he first saw her after returning to London, she had seemed oddly distant. But then, during their dance, everything had felt magical. He could have sworn she felt it too. The rest of the world had melted away, leaving just the two of them in a blur of color and sound. She hadn't even stepped on his feet once, which was a small miracle in itself. But maybe he had imagined it all, or maybe it was one-sided. Because when the music ended, she was short and cold, and though she claimed she wasn't feeling well, she refused every offer of help. He would never understand women. He had thought she might be different, but apparently not. He had spent the last 3 days trying to figure out what went wrong. In the end, though, he realized he couldn't miss the musicale. As Honoria had explained so well, it was tradition. He had attended every one since he was old enough to be in London on his own, and if he skipped it now after claiming it was the very reason he had rushed back to London after his illness, she would see it as a personal insult. He couldn't do that. It didn't matter that she had been angry with him. It didn't matter that he was angry with her and he felt he had every right to be. She had been strange and hostile without explanation, but she was his friend. Even if she never loved him, she would always be that. And he could no more intentionally hurt her than he could cut off his own hand. He might have only recently fallen in love with her, but he had known her for 15 years. 15 years of knowing the kind of heart she had. He wasn't going to change his opinion of her because of one odd night. He made his way to the music room, which was buzzing with activity as servants prepared for the performance. All he wanted was to catch a quick glimpse of Honoria before the concert, maybe even offer a few words of encouragement. Honestly, he figured he needed the pep talk himself. The thought of sitting through her performance, knowing it was all to win her family's approval, felt like a slow torture. He stood rigidly off to the side of the room, regretting his decision to show up so early. It had seemed like a smart move at the time, but now he was left wondering what on earth he was thinking. Honoria was nowhere in sight. Of course she wasn't. She and her cousins were probably warming up in some other part of the house. The servants kept giving him strange looks, almost asking, "What are you even doing here?" He lifted his chin and surveyed the room with the same detached expression he used at every formal event. He probably looked bored, maybe even arrogant, but neither was the truth. Realizing no other guests would arrive for at least half an hour, he started thinking he could wait in the empty drawing room. Just then, a flash of pink caught his eye. It was Lady Winstead, darting around the room with an unusual sense of panic. She spotted him and rushed over. "Oh, thank heavens you're here," she said. He studied her frantic face. "Is something wrong?" "Sarah has fallen ill. I'm sorry to hear that," he replied politely. "Will she recover?"
I have no idea,
Lady Winstead snapped, which seemed a bit harsh for talking about her own niece.
I haven't even seen her. All I know is she's not here.
He tried to suppress the flutter of excitement in his chest. "So, you'll have to cancel the musicale? Why does everyone keep asking that?"
Oh, never mind. No, we can't cancel. Apparently the Plinesworth governess knows how to play, and she's taking Sarah's place. Then everything's fine,
he said, clearing his throat. "Isn't it?" She looked at him like he was a slow-witted child. "We have no idea if this governess is any good." He didn't see how the governess's piano skills could ruin the whole performance, but he wisely kept that thought to himself. Instead, he muttered something vague like, "Oh, well," or maybe, "quite so." Either way, it was just noise that meant nothing, which was the best he could manage. "This is our 18th musicale, did you know that?" Lady Winstead asked. He didn't. Every single one has been a triumph, and now this. "Maybe the governess is incredibly talented," he offered, trying to soothe her. Lady Winstead shot him an impatient glare. "Talent doesn't mean much when you've only had 6 hours to practice." Marcus could see this conversation was going nowhere, so he politely asked if there was anything he could do to help, fully expecting her to say no and leave him to enjoy a quiet brandy in the drawing room. To his utter surprise, and honestly horror, she grabbed his hand tightly and said, "Yes." He froze. "I beg your pardon? Could you bring some lemonade to the girls?" She wanted him to, "What?" "Everyone is busy. Everyone." She waved her arms around for effect. The footmen have already rearranged the chairs 3 times. Marcus glanced at the room, wondering what could be so complicated about 12 neat rows. You want me to bring them lemonade? He repeated.
They'll be thirsty?
She explained. They aren't singing, are they? Good God, the sheer horror. She pursed her lips in frustration. Of course not, but they've been rehearsing all day. It's exhausting work. Do you play? An instrument? No. It was one of the few skills his father hadn't thought necessary for him to learn. Then you wouldn't understand, she said with theatrical drama. Those unfortunate girls must be absolutely parched. He repeated the word lemonaded, wondering if she expected him to serve it like a butler. All right, then. Her eyebrows arched upward, a flicker of irritation crossing her face at his sluggish response. You can manage the pitcher, can't you? It was such an absurd insult that it didn't sting at all. I think I'll handle it, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. Excellent, it's right there, she said, gesturing toward a side table. And Honoria is through that door. She pointed to the back. Just Honoria? He asked, her eyes narrowed. Don't be silly, there are 4 of them. Then she was gone, barking orders at the footmen, grilling the maids, and generally micromanaging what Marcus thought was already a perfectly organized event. He grabbed a lemonade pitcher from the table. Not a single glass was in sight, which made him picture pouring the drink straight down the girls' throats. He smirked at the absurd thought. Pitcher in hand, he slipped through the door Lady Winstead had indicated, stepping quietly to avoid interrupting any rehearsal. There was no rehearsal. Instead, he found 4 women locked in a fierce argument, as if the very future of the kingdom hung in the balance. Actually, only 3 were fighting. The woman at the piano, likely the governess, wisely kept her mouth shut. What struck him was how the Smythe-Smith sisters managed to bicker without raising their voices, a silent agreement, he guessed, given the guests gathering just 1 room away. If you'd just smile, Iris, Honoria snapped, this would be so much easier. Easier for you, maybe? Not for me, Iris shot back. I don't care if she ever smiles, another sister said. She's pure evil. Daisy, Honoria gasped. Daisy locked her eyes on Iris. You're evil, and you're a fool. Marcus glanced at the governess. She had her head resting against the piano, making him wonder how long this had been going on. Can you at least try to smile? Honoria pleaded, exhausted. Iris stretched her lips into a grin so terrifying Marcus nearly backed out of the room. Never mind, Honoria muttered. Don't do that. It's hard to fake cheerfulness when all I want is to jump out a window. The window's shut? Daisy noted smugly. Iris's glare was venomous. Exactly.
Please, Honoria begged, can we just get along? I think we sound fantastic. Daisy sniffed. No one would guess we only practiced for 6 hours with Anne. The governess looked up at her name, then quickly looked away. Iris turned on her sister with near malice. You wouldn't know good. Oof! Honoria, sorry, was that my elbow? In my ribs. Honoria whispered something to Iris, clearly about Daisy, because Iris gave her younger sister a scornful look, rolled her eyes and muttered, fine. Marcus checked on the governess again. She seemed to be counting ceiling tiles. One last try, Honoria said with tired resolve. What's the point? Iris grumbled. Daisy gave her a sharp look. Practice makes perfect. Marcus thought he saw the governess suppress a laugh. She finally noticed him standing there with the lemonade. He put a finger to his lips and she nodded with a small smile before turning back to the piano. Ready? Honoria asked. The violinists raised their instruments. The governess's hands hovered over the keys. Iris let out a miserable groan but still placed her bow on the cello. And then the nightmare truly began. Chapter 20. Marcus could never have put into words the noise that erupted from the 4 instruments in the Smythe-Smith practice room. He doubted any vocabulary existed to accurately describe it, at least not in polite society. He refused to call it music. Honestly, it felt more like a sonic assault than anything artistic. He glanced around at each of the women. The governess looked slightly panicked, her head darting between the piano keys and her sheet music. Daisy had her eyes shut, swaying and bobbing as if lost in the glory of the, well, he supposed he had to call it music. Iris appeared on the verge of tears, or perhaps on the verge of murdering Daisy.
and Honoria. She looked so beautiful that he felt like crying himself, or maybe just destroying her violin. She didn't resemble the girl from last year's musicale, whose smile had been radiant and eyes burning with passion. Now she attacked her instrument with grim resolve, eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, as if leading her soldiers into battle. She was the only thing holding this chaotic quartet together, and he had never admired her more. He wasn't sure if they planned to play the entire piece, but thankfully Iris looked up, spotted him, and let out a loud "oh" that stopped everything. "Marcus!"
Honoria exclaimed, and he could have sworn she seemed happy to see him, though he wasn't entirely sure he could trust his own judgment anymore. "What brings you here?" she asked. He held up the pitcher. "Your mother sent me in with lemonade." She stared at him for a moment, then burst into laughter. Iris joined in, and even the governess managed a small smile. Daisy just stood there looking confused. "What's so amusing?" she demanded. "Nothing," Honoria sputtered.
It's just good heavens the whole day, and now my mother has an earl delivering lemonade to us. I don't see the humor in that, Daisy said. I find it highly improper. Don't mind her, Iris said. She has no sense of humor at all. That's not true. Marcus stood perfectly still, letting only his eyes glance toward Honoria for direction. She gave a tiny nod, confirming Iris's observation. Tell us, my lord, Iris said with dramatic flair. What did you think of our performance?
There was no way he was answering that. I'm just here to serve lemonade, he said. Well handled, Honoria murmured, standing to join him. I hope you brought glasses, he said to her, because there weren't any for me to carry in. We have them, she said. Please, won't you pour for Miss Winter first? She's worked the hardest, having only joined the quartet this afternoon. Marcus murmured in agreement and walked over to the piano. Here you are, he said a bit awkwardly, but then again, he wasn't accustomed to serving drinks. Thank you, my lord, she said, holding out a glass. He poured, then gave her a polite bow. Have we met before? He asked. She looked remarkably familiar. I don't think so, she replied, quickly taking a sip. He shrugged mentally and moved on to Daisy. He might have assumed the governess simply had one of those faces that seemed familiar, except she didn't. She was strikingly beautiful, but in a calm, gentle way, not at all the type a mother usually wanted as a governess. He supposed Lady Plinesworth felt safe hiring her. She had no sons, and if her husband ever left Dorset, Marcus had never seen him. Thank you, my lord, Daisy said when he poured for her. It's very egalitarian of you to take on such a task. He had no idea how to respond to that, so he just gave her an awkward nod and turned to Iris, who was rolling her eyes in open mockery of her sister. She smiled her thanks when he served her, and he finally turned back to Honoria. Thank you, she said, taking a sip. What are you going to do now? She looked at him with a questioning expression. About what? He asked, assuming the answer was clear. The musicale? What do you mean? I'm going to play. What else can I do? He subtly nodded toward the governess. You've got a perfect reason to back out. I can't do that, Honoria replied, though her voice carried a hint of regret. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for your family, he said softly. It's not a sacrifice, it's... She gave a shy, almost wistful smile. I don't know what it is, but it's not a sacrifice. She looked up, her eyes large and warm. It's what I do. He started to speak, then hesitated. What is it? She prompted. He wanted to tell her she was the bravest, most selfless person he knew. He wanted to say he'd endure 100 terrible concerts just to be near her. He wanted to confess he loved her. But not here. It's nothing, he said. I just admire you. She let out a small laugh. You might take that back by the end of the night. I couldn't do what you do, he said quietly. She turned, startled by the seriousness in his voice. What do you mean? He struggled to find the words. I don't like being the center of attention. She studied him for a moment. No, you don't. Then she added, You were always a tree. Excuse me? Her eyes grew nostalgic. When we did those terrible pantomimes as kids, you were always a tree. I never had to say anything. And you always stood in the back. He smiled, crooked and genuine. I liked being a tree. You were a very good tree. She smiled back, radiant and bright. The world needs more trees. By the time the musicale ended, Honoria's face hurt from smiling. She grinned through the first movement, beamed through the second, and by the third, she'd bared her teeth so much she felt like she was at the dentist. The performance was as awful as she'd feared. In fact, it might have been the worst in Smythe-Smith history, which was saying something. Anne played the piano reasonably well, but with less than 6 hours to prepare, she lagged a full bar and a half behind the quartet. This was complicated by Daisy, who was always a bar and a half ahead. Iris played brilliantly in theory, but she looked so miserable on stage that she barely moved her bow. Her shoulders drooped, her face was pained, and Honoria half expected her to impale herself on her cello. As for Honoria herself, she was terrible, worse than usual even. She'd been so focused on keeping that ecstatic smile on her face that she'd lost her place in the music more than once, but it was worth it. The front row was packed with her family, her mother, all her aunts, several sisters, and countless cousins. They were all smiling back at her, proud and happy to be part of the tradition, and if the rest of the audience looked a little sick, well, they knew what they were signing up for. After 18 years, no one attends a Smythe-Smith musicale without some idea of the horrors to come. A wave of applause swept through the room, likely more a celebration of the concert's end than the music itself. When it finally subsided, Honoria kept her smile firmly in place as she greeted the guests brave enough to approach the stage. She suspected most of them doubted their own ability to keep a straight face while offering congratulations to the musicians. Just as she thought the charade was over and she could stop pretending to believe all the people who were pretending to have enjoyed the performance, the last well-wisher arrived. It wasn't Marcus, to her frustration. He was deeply engrossed in conversation with Felicity Featherington, who everyone agreed was the prettiest of the 4 Featherington sisters. Honoria forced her now tight jaw into a smile as she prepared to greet Lady Danbury. Oh, for heaven's sake. Honoria fought the urge to panic, but the woman was genuinely terrifying. Thump, thump went the cane, followed by a sharp, "You're not one of the new ones, are you?" "I beg your pardon, ma'am," Honoria replied, genuinely confused by the question. Lady Danbury leaned in, her face scrunched into such a squint that her eyes nearly vanished. "You played last year. I'd check my program, but I don't save them, too much paper." "Oh, I see," Honoria answered. "No, ma'am, I mean, yes, I'm not one of the new ones." She mentally wrestled with the double negatives and decided it didn't matter if she'd phrased it correctly, as Lady Danbury seemed to understand her meaning. Not to mention that half her mind was still on Marcus, who was still talking to Felicity Featherington. Honoria couldn't help but notice that Felicity looked exceptionally lovely that evening in a gown the exact shade of primrose that Honoria had planned to buy before she had to leave London to care for Marcus during his fever. There was a time and place for everything, Honoria decided, even pettiness. Lady Danbury leaned over and peered at the violin in Honoria's hands. "Violin?" Honoria snapped her attention back. Yes, ma'am." The elderly countess looked up with a shrewd glint in her eye. "I can tell you wanted to make a comment about it not being a pianoforte. No, ma'am." And then, because it had been that sort of evening, Honoria added, "I was going to make a comment about it not being a cello." Lady Danbury's wrinkled face broke into a wide smile, and she laughed loudly enough to make Honoria's mother look over in alarm. "I find it hard to tell a violin from a viola," Lady Danbury said. "Don't you?" "No," Honoria replied, feeling bolder now that she was warming up, "but that might be because I actually play the violin." Well, she thought, play might be too generous a word, but she kept that to herself. Lady Danbury thumped her cane. "I didn't recognize the girl at the piano. That's Miss Winter, the governess for the younger Plinesworth girls. My cousin Sarah fell ill and needed a replacement." Honoria frowned. "I thought there was supposed to be an announcement." "There might have been. I'm sure I wasn't listening." Honoria almost said she hoped Lady Danbury hadn't been listening to anything that night, but she held back the retort. She had a cheerful facade to maintain, and she fully blamed Marcus and, to a lesser extent, Felicity Featherington for making her so irritable. "Who are you staring at?" Lady Danbury asked slyly. Honoria answered quickly, "No one." "Then who are you looking for?" Good heavens, the woman was relentless. Again, "No one, ma'am," Honoria said, as sweetly as she could manage. He's my nephew, you know." Honoria tried not to panic. "I beg your pardon, Chatteris. My great-great-nephew, if we're being precise, but all those greats make a person feel ancient." Honoria looked at Marcus, then back at Lady Danbury. "You mean to say Lord Chatteris is your nephew?" Honoria asked, her surprise evident. "Not that he comes around nearly as often as he ought to," Lady Danbury replied, her tone laced with mild disapproval. Honoria spoke without thinking. "Well, he's never been fond of London." Lady Danbury let out a sly chuckle. "Oh, you're aware of that, are you?" Honoria hated the heat creeping into her cheeks. "I've known him for most of my life." "Yes, yes," Lady Danbury said, waving a dismissive hand. "So I've heard." Her attention was suddenly captured by something in the distance, and she leaned in with a gleam in her eye that could only spell trouble. "I'm about to do you a tremendous favor. I'd really rather you didn't," Honoria mumbled weakly, knowing full well that Lady Danbury's expression never led to anything good. "Nonsense. Leave everything to me. I have an impeccable track record with these matters." She paused, then added with a shrug, "Well, one success out of one attempt, but I'm feeling optimistic." Honoria's stomach dropped. "What are you doing?" she asked in a panicked whisper. Lady Danbury paid her no mind. "Mr. Bridgerton, Mr. Bridgerton," she called out, waving her hand with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, that hand was attached to her cane, forcing Honoria to duck and dodge to avoid a nasty blow to the ear. By the time she had straightened herself out, they were joined by a striking man with a mischievous glint in his green eyes. It took her a moment, but just before the introduction, she recognized him as Colin Bridgerton, one of Gregory Bridgerton's older brothers. Honoria had never met him personally, but she had heard her older sisters sigh his name countless times during their debutante days. His charm was almost as legendary as his smile, and at that moment that smile was aimed directly at her. Honoria felt her stomach flip and quickly composed herself. If she weren't hopelessly devoted to Marcus, whose smile was far more subtle and therefore far more meaningful, this man would be dangerous indeed. "I've been abroad," Mr. Bridgerton said smoothly after kissing her hand. "So I believe we haven't been properly introduced?" Honoria nodded and was about to offer a forgettable pleasantry when she noticed the bandage wrapped around his hand. "I hope your injury isn't too serious," she said politely. "Oh, this?" He held up his hand, wiggling his fingers while the rest of it resembled a padded mitt. "It's nothing. A little scuffle with a letter opener. Please be careful about infection," Honoria said, her tone more urgent than social etiquette would typically allow. "If it turns red, or becomes swollen, or especially if you see any yellow discharge, you must see a doctor immediately." "Green?" he quipped. "I'm sorry. You've listed so many colors I need to be wary of." For a moment, Honoria just stared. Wound infections were no joking matter. "Lady Honoria," he murmured. She decided to ignore his comment. "Most importantly, watch for reddish streaks spreading from the wound. Those are the most dangerous." He blinked, but if he was surprised by the serious turn of the conversation, he didn't show it. Instead, he examined his hand with a curious expression. "How red do they have to be before I should worry? How do you know so much about medicine?" Lady Danbury interrupted. Honoria turned to Mr. Bridgerton. "You know, I'm not entirely sure how red, but I think anything that looks like stripes ought to be a concern." Then she addressed Lady Danbury. "I recently helped someone with a terribly infected wound, hand." Lady Danbury barked. Honoria had no idea where she was going with this. Was it her hand? Arm? Leg? The details are everything gel. She thumped her cane, narrowly missing Mr. Bridgerton's foot. "Otherwise, the story is just plain boring." "Sorry, leg," Honoria said, seeing no reason to mention that the patient had been a man, not a woman. Lady Danbury was silent for a moment, then let out a sharp, delighted cackle. Honoria had absolutely no idea what was so amusing. She mentioned needing to speak with the other violinist before drifting off, leaving Honoria alone, or as close to it as one could manage in a packed room with Mr. Bridgerton. Honoria couldn't help but track her progress toward Daisy, and Mr. Bridgerton remarked, "Don't worry, she's mostly harmless." "My cousin Daisy?" Honoria asked, sounding doubtful. "No," he replied, momentarily taken aback. "Lady Danbury?" Honoria glanced past him at Daisy and Lady Danbury. "Is she hard of hearing? Your cousin Daisy?" "No, Lady Danbury, I don't think so." "Oh." Honoria winced. "That's a shame. She might be by the time Daisy's done with her." At that, Mr. Bridgerton couldn't resist peeking over his shoulder. He was treated to the sight, or rather the sound of Daisy speaking all her sentences loudly and slowly for Lady Danbury. He winced too. "That won't end well," he muttered. Honoria could only shake her head and murmur, "No. Does your cousin value her toes?" Honoria blinked, confused. "I suppose so, yes. Then she'd better watch that cane." Honoria turned back just in time to see Daisy let out a small shriek as she tried to leap away. She didn't succeed. Lady Danbury's cane had her pinned rather firmly. They stood there for a moment, both fighting smiles, before Mr. Bridgerton said, "I heard you were in Cambridge last month." "I was," Honoria replied. "I had the pleasure of dining with your brother." "Gregory, really? You'd call that a pleasure?" But he was grinning as he said it, and Honoria could easily imagine life in the Bridgerton household. Lots of teasing and lots of love. "He was very gracious to me," she said with a smile. "Want to hear a secret?" Mr. Bridgerton murmured, and Honoria decided that in his case it was perfectly acceptable to listen to gossip. He was an incredible flirt. "Do I have to keep it?" she asked, leaning in ever so slightly. "Absolutely not." She gave him a bright smile. "Then yes, please." Mr. Bridgerton leaned in, matching her distance. "He's been known to catapult peas across the dinner table." Honoria nodded very seriously. "Has he done this recently?" "Not too recently, no." She pressed her lips together, struggling not to smile. It was wonderful to see this kind of sibling banter. There used to be so much of it in her own home, though she'd mostly been an observer. She was so much younger than her siblings, honestly, they'd probably just forgotten to tease her most of the time. "I have just one question, Mr. Bridgerton." He tilted his head. "How was this catapult built?" He grinned. "Simple spoon, Lady Honoria, but in Gregory's devious hands there was nothing simple about it." She laughed at that, and then suddenly felt a hand on her elbow. It was Marcus, and he looked absolutely furious. Marcus couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so close to violence, but standing there staring into Colin Bridgerton's smirking face, he was sorely tempted.
"Lord Chatteris?"
Bridgerton murmured, greeting him with a polite nod. A polite nod and a look. If Marcus had been in a better mood, he might have been able to pinpoint exactly what it was about that look that infuriated him so much. But he wasn't in a good mood. He had been in a good mood. He'd been in a very good mood, in fact, despite having just endured what was arguably the worst performance of Mozart ever heard by human ears. It didn't matter that some tragic part of his hearing had died tonight. The rest of him had been flooded with happiness. He'd sat in his seat and watched Honoria. If she'd been a fierce warrior during her final rehearsal, then she was a joyful member of the ensemble for the concert. She'd smiled throughout, and he knew she wasn't smiling for the audience, or even for the music. She was smiling for the people she loved. He could, for just a fleeting second, pretend he was one of those lucky souls. Deep down, he felt that smile was meant for him. But now, her smile was directed at Colin Bridgerton, a man famous for his effortless charm and those striking green eyes. That was almost bearable, until Colin Bridgerton started smiling back at her. Some things were simply too much to endure. Before he could step in, he had to first free himself from his conversation with Felicity Featherington, or more accurately, her mother, who had him trapped in a verbal stranglehold. He was probably rude. No, he was definitely rude, but escaping the Featheringtons was never something you could do with grace or finesse. After physically pulling his arm from Mrs. Featherington's grip, he finally made his way over to Honoria, who was glowing, laughing joyfully with Mr. Bridgerton. He fully intended to be polite. He truly did. But as he got closer, Honoria took a small step to the side, and he caught a glimpse of red satin peeking from beneath her hem, her lucky red shoes. In that instant, a fire ignited inside him. He couldn't stand the thought of another man seeing those shoes or even knowing they existed. He watched as she moved back into place, the seductive flash of red disappearing under her skirt. He stepped forward and said, in a voice colder than he'd meant, "Lady Honoria." "Lord Chatteris," she replied, a tone he despised. "How lovely to see you." Her voice was as distant as if she were speaking to a polite stranger or a very remote cousin. "Are you acquainted with Mr. Bridgerton?" "I am," Marcus answered curtly. Bridgerton gave a nod. Marcus returned it. And that seemed to be the full extent of the exchange the two men wanted. Marcus waited for Bridgerton to invent an excuse to leave, assuming he'd understand the unspoken expectation. But the irritating man just stood there, grinning like he didn't have a worry in the world. "Mr. Bridgerton was just saying—" Honoria started at the same moment Marcus declared, "If you'll excuse us, I need a private word with Lady Honoria." Marcus spoke louder and, more importantly, actually finished his sentence. Honoria fell silent, her expression turning cold. Mr. Bridgerton gave him a long, assessing look, holding his ground just long enough to make Marcus's jaw tighten. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned on a dime, gave a cheerful bow, and said, "Of course, I was just thinking a glass of lemonade would be perfect." He bowed, smiled, and walked away. Once he was out of earshot, Honoria spun on Marcus with a furious glare. That was incredibly rude. He shot her a stern look. "Unlike the younger Mr. Bridgerton, this one isn't some naive boy. What are you talking about? You shouldn't be flirting with him." Honoria's jaw dropped. "I wasn't." "Oh, you were," he shot back. "I was watching you." "No, you weren't," she retorted. "You were talking to Felicity Featherington. She's a full head shorter than me. I could see right over her." "If you must know," Honoria hissed, unable to believe he was acting like the wronged party, "your aunt called him over. Did you expect me to be rude and snub him in my own home? At an event he was invited to?" She wasn't entirely sure about that last part, but she doubted her mother would have left out one of the Bridgertons. "My aunt?" he asked. "Lady Danbury? Your great-great-great-great?" He glared at her. "Great-great-great-great," she repeated, just to irk him. Marcus muttered something under his breath, then said in a slightly more civil tone, "She's a menace." "I like her," Honoria said defiantly. He said nothing, but his expression was pure fury. All Honoria could focus on was the single burning question: why? What possible reason did he have to be so furious? She was the one hopelessly in love with a man who obviously saw her as an obligation. A pleasant enough companion, sure, but still a duty to be managed. Even now, he was still being led around by that idiotic promise he made to Daniel, scaring off any decent suitor he deemed unworthy. If he wasn't going to have her, the least he could do was stop sabotaging her chances with everyone else. "I'm leaving," she announced, because she simply couldn't endure another second. She didn't want to see him, or Daisy, or Iris, or her mother, or even Mr. Bridgerton, who was charming Felicity Featherington's older sister by the punch bowl. "And where do you think you're going?" he snapped. She didn't bother to answer. It was none of his business. She swept out of the room without even a glance back. Damn it all. Marcus wanted to chase after Honoria right then and there, but that would have caused an even bigger scene. He also liked to believe nobody had noticed their little spat, but Colin Bridgerton was smirking over his lemonade. And Lady Danbury wore that insufferable "I know everything" and "I am omnipotent" expression Marcus usually ignored. This time, though, a sickening feeling settled in his gut that she had somehow orchestrated his entire downfall. When the annoying Mr. Bridgerton raised his bandaged hand in a mock salute, Marcus decided he'd had enough and strode out the same door Honoria had used. To hell with the gossip mongers. If anyone saw them both leave and wanted to make a fuss, they could just demand he propose. He had no problem with that. After scouring the garden, the drawing room, the music room, the library, and even the kitchens, he finally tracked her down in her bedroom, a location his mind forcibly tried to ignore. But he'd been a guest at Winstead House long enough to know where the private quarters were, and after searching every other room in the house honestly, did she think he wouldn't find her?
Marcus!
She nearly shrieked.
What are you doing in here?
Apparently, she really thought he wouldn't find her. The first incredibly stupid words out of his mouth were, "What is wrong with you? What's wrong with me?" She shot upright on the bed, scooting backward toward the headboard like a startled crab. "What is wrong with you? I'm not the one who stormed out of a party to go pout in a corner. It's not a party, it's a musicale. It's your musicale, and I'll pout if I want to," she muttered. "What?" "Nothing." She glared at him, arms crossed tightly. "You shouldn't be here." He flicked his hand up in a sarcastic, "Oh, really?" gesture. She looked from his hand to his face. "What is that supposed to mean? You just spent the better part of a week in my bedroom. You were nearly dead." She had a solid point, but he wasn't about to admit it. "Now listen here," he said, steering back to the real issue. "I was doing you a favor when I told Bridgerton to leave." Her jaw dropped in outrage. He's not the kind of person you should be associating with," he interrupted. "What? Will you keep your voice down?" he hissed.
"I wasn't making any noise until you barged in," she hissed back. He took a step forward, barely able to control his body. "He's not the right man for you." "I never said he was. Lady Danbury brought him over. She's a menace. You already said that. It bears repeating." She finally scrambled off the bed. "What on earth is so menacing about introducing me to Colin Bridgerton? Because she was trying to make me jealous," he practically shouted.
They both fell into perfect silence, and after a brief glance at the open door, he moved quickly to close it. When he turned back to Honoria, she was frozen in place, and he could see the slight motion as she swallowed. Her eyes were wide in her face, that familiar owl-like gaze that had always unsettled him. In the flickering candlelight, they shimmered almost silver, and he felt himself nearly hypnotized. She was stunning. He had always known it, but the realization struck him again with a force that threatened to bring him to his knees. "Why would she want to do that?" she whispered. He clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to respond, but eventually admitted, "I don't know. Why would she believe she could do it?" Honoria pressed on. "Because she thinks she's capable of anything," Marcus replied, desperation creeping into his voice. Anything was better than revealing the truth. It wasn't that he didn't want to confess his love, but this moment felt wrong. This wasn't how he had envisioned it. She swallowed again, the movement painfully clear in the stillness around them. "And why do you think it's your responsibility to decide which men I can or cannot see?" He remained silent. "Why, Marcus?" "Daniel asked me to," he said, his voice tight and controlled. He felt no shame in it. He wasn't even ashamed of keeping it from her. But he hated being cornered like this. Honoria took a long, shaky breath, then exhaled slowly. She brought one hand to her mouth, trapping the last bit of air, and squeezed her eyes shut. For a second, he thought she might cry, but then he realized she was simply doing what she had to do to keep her emotions in check. Sorrow? Anger? He couldn't tell, and that uncertainty pierced his heart like a stake. He wanted to understand her. He wanted to know her completely. "Well," she finally said, "he'll be back soon, so you're free of your duties." "No." The word came out like a vow rising from the deepest part of him. She looked at him with impatient confusion. "What do you mean?" He stepped forward. He wasn't sure what he was doing. He only knew he couldn't stop. "I mean, no, I don't want to be free of this." Her lips parted. He took another step. His heart was pounding, and something inside him had turned hot and possessive, and if there was anything else in the world besides her and him, he was unaware of it. "I want you," he said, the words blunt and almost harsh, but absolutely and permanently true. "I want you," he repeated, reaching out to take her hand. "I want you. Marcus, I want to kiss you," he said, and he touched a finger to her lips. "I want to hold you." And then, unable to hold it in any longer, he confessed, "I burn for you." He cradled her face in his hands and kissed her. He kissed her with everything that had been building inside him. every aching, hungry surge of desire. From the moment he realized he loved her, this passion had been growing within him. It had probably been there all along, just waiting for him to acknowledge it. He loved her. He wanted her. He needed her, and he needed her now. He had spent his life being the perfect gentleman. He had never been a flirt. He had never been a rogue. He hated being the center of attention, but by God, he wanted to be the center of her attention. He wanted to do the wrong thing, the forbidden thing. He wanted to pull her into his arms and carry her to her bed. He wanted to strip every last piece of clothing from her body, and then he wanted to adore her. He wanted to show her all the things he wasn't sure he knew how to say.
Honoria,
He said, because at least he could say her name. And maybe she would hear what he felt in his voice. She touched his cheek, her eyes searching his face. Her lips were parted, just enough for him to see the pink tip of her tongue as it moistened them. And then he couldn't bear it any longer. He had to kiss her again. He needed to hold her, to feel her body pressed against his. If she had refused, if she had just shaken her head or shown any sign that this wasn't what she wanted, he would have turned and left the room without another word. But she didn't. Instead, she simply looked at him, her eyes wide with awe, and so he drew her close, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her again. This time he let go of the final shred of control he'd been clinging to. He pulled her tight against him, savoring every curve and dip of her form. A soft moan escaped her lips. Was it pleasure? Longing? And it set a fire roaring inside him. Honoria, he breathed, his hands moving feverishly over her back, trailing down to the graceful swell of her hip. He squeezed, then pressed her closer, letting her feel the heat of his desire. She gasped softly at the contact, but he couldn't bring himself to stop and explain. He knew she was inexperienced, and she probably didn't understand what his body's reaction meant. He should take things slower, guide her gently, but he just couldn't. Every man had his limits, and he'd passed his the moment she'd reached up and touched his cheek. She was soft and yielding in his arms, her untrained mouth eagerly returning his kisses, and he lifted her, carrying her quickly to the bed. He laid her down as tenderly as he could manage, and then, still fully dressed, he lowered himself over her, nearly losing control at the feeling of her body beneath his. Her gown had those little puffed sleeves that women seemed to favor, and Marcus quickly noticed they sat loosely against her skin when she was lying down. His fingers found the edge and slipped beneath, revealing one of her creamy shoulders. With a shaky breath, he pulled back and gazed at her. "Honoria," he said, and if he hadn't been so tense, he might have laughed. Her name was the only sound he could seem to make. Maybe it was the only word that truly mattered. She looked up at him, her lips full and swollen from their kisses. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Her eyes glowing with passion, her chest rising and falling with every quickening breath. "Honoria," he said again, and this time it was a question, or maybe a plea. He sat up to strip off his coat and shirt. He needed to feel the air on his skin. He needed to feel her on his skin. As his clothes hit the floor, she reached up and touched him, placing one gentle hand on his chest. She whispered his name, and he was completely undone. Honoria wasn't sure when she had made the choice to give herself to him. Maybe it was when he had said her name, and she'd reached out and touched his cheek. Or maybe it was when he'd looked at her, his eyes hot and hungry, and said, "I burn for you." But deep down she felt it was the moment he had burst into the room. Right then, something inside her had known this would happen, that if he did anything to show he loved her, or even just that he wanted her, she would be lost. She had been sitting on her bed trying to figure out how the evening had gone so strangely wrong, and then suddenly he was there, as if she had summoned him. They had argued, and if anyone had asked, she would have insisted that her only goal was to kick him out and lock the door. But deep within, something inside her had begun to kindle and glow. They were in her room. She was on her bed. And the closeness of the moment was overwhelming, so when he closed the distance between them and said, "I burn for you," she could no more deny her desire than she could her own breath. When he laid her back on the bed, she could only think that this was where she belonged, and he belonged there with her. He was hers. It was as simple as that. He pulled off his shirt, revealing his firmly muscled chest. She had seen it before, of course, but not like this. Not with him hovering over her, his eyes filled with a primal need to claim her. And she wanted that. Oh, how she wanted it. If he belonged to her, she would gladly belong to him for all time. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his skin, amazed by the warmth radiating from him. She felt his heart pound faster, and a soft whisper of his name escaped her lips. He was so striking, so earnest, and so incredibly decent. He was a decent man with a kind soul. And goodness, whatever he was doing with his mouth at the curve of her neck, he was exceptionally skilled at that too. She had kicked off her slippers before he even stepped into her room, and now, with her stocking-clad feet, she traced her toes along his. She burst into laughter. Marcus pulled back, his eyes filled with curiosity, but also a deep, playful amusement. "Your boots?" she managed to gasp out. He froze, then slowly turned his head to look down at his feet. And then, for crying out loud? She laughed even harder. "This isn't amusing," he grumbled. "It's—" She held her breath for a moment. "Amusing," he confessed. She laughed so hard the whole bed trembled. "Can you even get them off?" She wheezed. He gave her a haughty look and pushed himself up to sit on the edge of the bed. After catching her breath, she managed to say, "There is no way I'm using a knife on you to get those off." His only response was a loud thud as his right boot hit the floor, then, "No knife needed." She tried to look serious. "I'm thrilled to hear that." He dropped the other boot and turned back to her, his heavy-lidded gaze making her insides turn to liquid. "So am I," he murmured, lying down beside her. "So am I." His fingers found the tiny row of buttons at the back of her dress, and the blush-colored silk seemed to dissolve, slipping from her body like a gentle whisper. Honoria's hands instinctively moved to cover her chest. He didn't protest or try to move them away. Instead, he simply kissed her again, his mouth hot and forceful against hers. With each deepening moment, she grew more at ease in his embrace until suddenly she realized it wasn't her hand on her breast, but his, and she adored it. She had never known that her body, any part of it, could feel so alive, so desperate. "Marcus!" She gasped, her back arching in surprise as his fingers found the rosy peak. "You are so lovely," he breathed, and she felt lovely. When he looked at her, when he touched her, she felt like the most beautiful woman ever made. His mouth replaced his fingers, and she let out a quiet moan of shock, her legs stretching taut as she dug her fingers into his hair. She had to hold on to something, she had to. Otherwise, she would simply fall off the edge of the world, or drift away, or just vanish, bursting from the heat and energy flowing through her. Her body felt so strange, so completely unlike anything she had ever imagined. Yet at the same time, it all felt so natural. Her hands seemed to know exactly where to go, and her hips knew how to move, and when his lips traveled down her stomach, following the edge of her dress as he slowly peeled it from her skin, she knew that it was right, and it was good, and she didn't just want it, she wanted more. "And right now, please." His hands grasped her thighs and gently urged them apart, and she melted into position, moaning, "Yes, and please, and Marcus!" And then he kissed her there. This she had not anticipated, and she thought she might perish from the sheer bliss. When he parted her, she had held her breath, bracing herself for his intimate touch. But instead, he honored her with his mouth, his tongue, his lips, until she was a writhing, gasping, incoherent mess of longing. "Please, Marcus," she begged, and she wished she knew exactly what she was asking for, but whatever it was, she knew he could give it to her. He would know how to satisfy the exquisite ache inside her. He could send her to heaven and then bring her back down to earth so she could spend a lifetime in his arms. He pulled away from her for a moment, and she nearly wept from the loss of his touch. He practically tore his trousers off, and when he came back, they were lying side by side, his face close to hers, their hands intertwined, and his hips pressing urgently between her legs. Her lips parted as she struggled to breathe steadily. When she looked at him, his gaze was fixed on her face, and all he whispered was, "Take me." The tip of him pressed against her, then opened her, and she finally understood. It was so hard because all she wanted was to tense every muscle in her body, but somehow she managed to relax just enough so that with each thrust he sank deeper inside her, until with a surprised gasp she realized he was fully within her. He trembled with delight and began moving in a new rhythm, gliding back and forth inside her. She started babbling, not even knowing what she was saying. Maybe she was begging him or pleading, or trying to strike some kind of deal so he would finish this journey with her, bring her along, make it stop, and make it never end, and something shifted. Every part of her being gathered into a tight, small ball and then exploded outward, like those fireworks she'd seen bursting over Vauxhall Gardens. Marcus also cried out, thrusting forward one last time, releasing himself inside her, before collapsing entirely. For several minutes, Honoria could only lie there, amazed by the warmth of his body pressed against hers. Marcus had pulled a soft blanket over them, and together they had created their own little paradise. His hand was on hers, their fingers laced together, and she couldn't imagine a more peaceful, lovely moment. This would be hers, this moment, for the rest of her life. He hadn't mentioned marriage, but that didn't bother her. This was Marcus. He would never abandon a woman after an experience like this. And he was probably just waiting for the perfect moment to propose. He liked to do things the right way. Her Marcus. Her Marcus. She liked the sound of that. Of course, she thought, with a mischievous glint, he hadn't been the least bit proper tonight. So maybe, what are you thinking about? He asked. Nothing, she lied. Why do you ask? He shifted so he could prop himself up on his elbow and look down at her. You have a terrifying expression on your face. Terrifying, sneaky, he corrected. I'm not sure which I prefer. He laughed, a low, hearty rumble that vibrated from his body into hers. Then his face grew serious. We need to head back soon. I know, she sighed. They'll notice we're gone. They won't notice me, but they will you. I can always tell my mother I got sick. I'll say I caught whatever Sarah had, which is to say nothing, but no one knows that except Sarah. She pressed her lips together in a pout, and me, and Iris, and probably Miss Winter too, still. He laughed again, then leaned down and kissed her lightly on the tip of her nose. If I could, I'd stay here forever. She smiled as the warmth of his words washed over her like a kiss. I was just thinking this is like heaven. He was quiet for a moment, and then, so softly she wasn't sure she heard him right, he whispered, Heaven couldn't possibly compare. Chapter 22. Luckily for Honoria, her hair hadn't been styled in anything fancy. With all those extra rehearsals that afternoon, there hadn't been time. So it wasn't hard for her to fix it. Marcus's necktie was a different problem. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get its crisp, complicated knot back. You'll never be able to fire your valet, Honoria told him after her third attempt. Actually, you might need to give him a raise. I already told Lady Danbury he stabbed me, Marcus murmured. Honoria covered her mouth. I'm trying not to smile, she said, because it's not funny. And yet it is. She held out as long as she could. It is, he grinned down at her, and he looked so happy, so free. It made Honoria's heart soar. How strange and yet how wonderful it was that her joy could be so completely tied to someone else's. Let me give it a try, he offered, taking the ends of the cloth and standing before her mirror. She watched him for barely 2 seconds before announcing, You'll need to head home. His gaze stayed fixed on his neckcloth's reflection. I haven't even managed the first loop. And you won't? She replied. He shot her a haughty look, eyebrow raised.
You're never going to master it,
she stated. I have to say, between this mess and your boots, I'm rethinking my ideas on which gender has the more impractical fashion.
Really?
She glanced at his boots, polished to a brilliant shine. No one has ever needed a knife to get me out of my shoes, he countered. I don't wear anything that buttons up the back. True, but I can choose a dress with front buttons, while you can't step outside without a neckcloth.
I can at Fensmore, he muttered, his fingers still struggling with the increasingly rumpled fabric.
But we're not at Fensmore, she reminded him with a smile. I give up, he said, yanking the cravat off completely. He shoved it into his pocket, shaking his head. It's for the best. Even if I got this blasted thing tied right, it wouldn't make sense to go back to the music hall. Everyone probably thinks I've already left. He paused, then added, if they've thought of me at all, given the number of unmarried young women there, and even more so, their mothers, Honoria was sure his absence had been noticed. Still, his plan was solid, and they crept down the back stairs together. Her idea was to cut through several rooms to the rehearsal space near the music hall, while he was to slip out through the servants' entrance. At the spot where they had to separate, Marcus looked down at her, gently touching her cheek. She smiled, her happiness too immense to contain. I'll call on you tomorrow, he said. She nodded. Then, unable to resist, she whispered, kiss me goodbye? He didn't need any more encouragement. He leaned down, cradling her face in his hands, and captured her mouth in a passionate kiss. Honoria felt herself burn, then melt, then practically evaporate. She almost laughed with joy, rising on her tiptoes to get closer, and then he was gone. A terrible cry rang out, and Marcus flew across the narrow hallway, slamming into the opposite wall. Honoria shrieked and rushed forward. An intruder had gotten into the house and had Marcus by the throat. She didn't even have time to feel terrified. Without thinking, she threw herself onto the intruder's back. Let him go, she grunted, trying to grab his arm to stop him from hitting Marcus again. For heaven's sake, the man snapped. Get off me, Bug. Bug, she went slack. Daniel, who the hell else would it be? Honoria could think of several answers, considering he had been out of the country for over 3 years. Never mind that he had written he planned to return. He hadn't bothered to tell anyone when. Daniel, she said again, jumping off his back. She stepped back and just stared at him. He looked older, which he was, but in more than just years. Maybe more tired, more worn down by the world, or maybe it was just his recent travels. He was still dusty and windblown. Anyone would look tired and weary after the long journey from Italy to London. You're back, she said stupidly. Indeed, he said sharply. And what the devil is going on? Daniel held up a hand. Stay out of it, Honoria. Hadn't he just asked her a question? Dear God, Daniel, Marcus said, getting to his feet. He was swaying unsteadily, rubbing the spot on the back of his head where it had smacked against the plaster. Next time, maybe give us a heads up. You bastard! Daniel hissed, driving his fist into Marcus's cheek. Daniel! Honoria screamed. She tried to leap onto his back again, or at least she attempted to. He shrugged her off like she was nothing more than an irritating gnat. She scrambled to get back on her feet, hoping to block him once more, but Daniel had always been quick on his feet, and right now, he was a storm of pure fury. Before she could even stand upright, he had already landed another punch on Marcus.
I don't want to fight you, Daniel,
Marcus said, wiping a smear of blood from his chin with his sleeve.
What the hell were you doing with my sister? You're... insane.
Marcus grunted, his voice nearly swallowed by the impact of Daniel's fist sinking into his gut.
I asked you to look out for her.
Daniel growled, hammering each word with a brutal strike to Marcus's stomach. To look out for her.
Daniel, stop, Honoria begged. She's my sister, Daniel spat. I know, Marcus shot back, his voice a low growl. He seemed to be finding his balance again, and he pulled his arm back, slamming his fist into Daniel's jaw. And you? But Daniel had no interest in talking, not unless Marcus was giving him the answers he demanded. Before Marcus could finish his sentence, Daniel grabbed him by the throat and pinned him against the wall. What? He hissed once more. Were you doing to my sister?
You're going to kill him? Honoria shrieked. She lunged forward again, trying to yank Daniel back, but Marcus must have had some fight left in him because his knee shot up, catching Daniel right in the groin. Daniel let out a sound that was almost inhuman, and he crumpled, taking Honoria down with him.
The two of you are insane,
she gasped, trying to untangle her legs from her brother's. But neither of them was listening. She might as well have been talking to the floorboards. Marcus touched his hands to his throat, wincing as he rubbed the spot where Daniel had choked him. For the love of God, Daniel, he said, you nearly killed me. Daniel glared up at him from the floor, even as he panted through the pain. What were you doing to Honoria? It doesn't. She tried to step in, to say it didn't matter, but Marcus cut her off with, "What did you see?" "It doesn't matter what I saw," Daniel snapped. "I asked you to watch over her, not to take Advan." "You asked me?" Marcus cut in angrily. "Yes, let's think about that. You asked me to watch over your young, unmarried sister. Me? What the hell do I know about chaperoning a young lady?" "Apparently more than you should," Daniel spat. "You had your tongue down her." Honoria's mouth dropped open and she smacked her brother on the side of the head. She would have hit him again, if only because Daniel shoved her back in return, but before she could make a move, Marcus came hurtling through the air. Q! A sound erupted from his mouth that was completely unintelligible. It was the raw sound of rage, pure and simple, and Honoria just managed to scoot out of the way before Marcus threw himself onto the man he had always considered his one true friend. "For God's sake, Marcus," Daniel gasped between blows.
"What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you ever talk about her like that?"
Marcus seethed. Daniel slid out from under him and staggered to his feet. "Like what? I was insulting you."
"Really?"
Marcus drawled, also rising. "Well, then this," his fist connected with the side of Daniel's face, "is for the insult, and that, other fist, other side of the face, is for abandoning her." It was sweet of him, but Honoria wasn't sure that was entirely accurate.
"Well, he didn't really."
Daniel clutched at his mouth, which was now dripping blood.
"I was going to hang."
Marcus shoved Daniel's shoulder, then shoved him again. "You could have come back long ago." Honoria gasped. Was that true? "No," Daniel responded, shoving Marcus right back. "I couldn't. Or did you not realize that Ramsgate has completely lost his mind?" Marcus folded his arms across his chest. "You didn't write to her for more than a year. That's not true."
"It is true," Honoria said, though nobody was paying her any attention. And that was when it hit her. They weren't going to listen to her. Not during this argument, anyway. "Your mother was devastated," Marcus said. "There was nothing I could do about that," Daniel shot back. "I'm leaving," Honoria announced. "You could have written her." "My mother?" "I did. She never responded."
"I'm leaving," Honoria repeated. But the two men were now practically nose to nose, hurling insults and heaven knows what else. She shrugged. At least they had stopped trying to beat each other senseless. Everything would be fine. They had brawled before and would probably do it again, and she had to admit that a small part, okay, a rather large part of her had been secretly thrilled they were fighting over her. Not so much her brother, but Marcus. She let out a soft sigh, recalling the fierce look on his face when he came to her defense. He loved her. He hadn't said it yet, but she knew he did, and he would eventually. He and Daniel would work out whatever needed sorting, and this love story, her love story, she thought with dreamy satisfaction, would have a wonderfully happy ending. They would marry, have a bunch of children who would grow up into the happy, joking family she once had. The happy, joking family Marcus had always deserved. And there would be treacle tart at least once a week. It would be magnificent. She stole one last glance at the men who were now pushing each other's shoulders, though thankfully with far less force than before. She might as well head back to the musicale. Someone needed to tell their mother that Daniel had returned. "Where did Honoria go?" Daniel asked a few minutes later. They were sitting side by side on the floor, backs against the wall. Marcus's legs were bent, Daniel's were stretched out long. At some point their shoving had fizzled out, and in silent agreement they had slid down the wall, wincing in pain as their minds finally caught up with their bodies and realized what they had done to each other. Marcus lifted his head and glanced around. "Back to the party, I assume?" He really hoped Daniel wasn't going to turn aggressive again, because he honestly didn't have the energy to launch himself at him a second time.
"You look terrible,"
Daniel said. Marcus shrugged. "You look worse." At least he hoped so. "You were kissing her," Daniel said. Marcus shot him an annoyed glare. "And? And what are you planning to do about it?"
"I was going to ask you for her hand before you punched me in the gut."
Daniel blinked.
"Oh."
"What the hell did you think I was going to do? Seduce her and leave her to the wolves?" Daniel tensed instantly, his eyes flashing with fury. "Did you, Sedu? Don't." Marcus cut him off, raising a hand. Do not ask that question. Daniel held his tongue, but he eyed Marcus with suspicion. Don't, Marcus repeated, just to be clear. He reached up and touched his jaw. Damn, it hurt. He looked over at Daniel, who was wincing as he flexed his fingers and examined the bruises on his knuckles. Welcome home, by the way. Daniel looked up, raising an eyebrow. Next time, let us know when you plan to arrive. Daniel looked like he might respond, but instead just rolled his eyes. Your mother didn't mention your name for 3 years, Marcus said quietly. Why are you telling me this? Because you left. You left, and I didn't have a choice. You could have come back, Marcus said dismissively. You know you. No, Daniel interrupted. I couldn't. Ramsgate had someone tracking me on the continent. Marcus was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. Daniel sighed, then let his head rest against the wall. She never answered my letters. Marcus looked up. My mother, Daniel clarified. It's not shocking that she never brought me up. Marcus spoke gently. Honoria had a really hard time with it. Daniel paused. So how long have you, since this spring? What changed? Marcus felt the corner of his mouth twitch upward, though the other side was starting to puff up. Honestly, I can't say for sure, he admitted. It didn't feel right to mention the gopher hole, the twisted ankle, the infection on his leg, or the sticky toffee pudding. Those were just things that happened. They weren't what had shifted inside him. Do you love her? Marcus lifted his gaze and gave a small nod. Well, there you go then. Daniel shrugged with one shoulder. That was all that needed to be said. It was all they ever would say, Marcus understood. They were men, and that's how they operated, but it was sufficient. He started to reach out, aiming for Daniel's leg or maybe his shoulder, but instead gave him a friendly elbow to the ribs. I'm glad you're back, he said. Daniel stayed quiet for a long moment. Yeah, me too, Marcus, me too. After leaving the two men in the hallway, Honoria slipped quietly into the rehearsal space. It was empty, just as she'd figured, and a sliver of light spilled across the floorboards from the main room's slightly open door. She checked her reflection one last time in a dark mirror. She couldn't be certain, but she thought she looked decent enough. A good number of guests were still milling around, enough that Honoria felt hopeful she hadn't been missed, at least by anyone outside her immediate family. Daisy was holding court near the center of the room, explaining to anyone within earshot how her Ruggieri violin was constructed. Lady Winstead stood off to the side, radiating pure contentment, and Iris was. Where have you been? Iris hissed, suddenly right beside her. I wasn't feeling well, Honoria said. Iris let out a disgusted snort. Oh, so next you're going to tell me you've caught whatever Sarah has? Possibly. This earned a heavy sigh. All I want to do is leave, but Mother won't hear of it. I'm sorry, Honoria said. It was hard to sound genuinely sympathetic when she was so overflowing with happiness, but she made an effort. The worst part is Daisy, Iris said with venom. She's been parading around like, wait, is that blood on your sleeve? What? Honoria twisted her neck to look. There was a dime-sized smear on the puffed part of her sleeve. Heaven only knew which man it belonged to. Both were bleeding by the time she'd left. Oh, no, I have no idea what that is. Iris frowned and leaned in.
I think it's blood.
I can promise you it's not, Honoria lied. Well then, what is?
What did Daisy do?
Honoria cut in quickly. When Iris just stared at her, she added, You said she was the worst.
Well, she is,
Iris declared passionately. She doesn't have to do anything specific. She was interrupted by a loud burst of laughter from Daisy.
I might cry, Iris announced. No, Iris, you?
Let me have my misery, Iris interrupted. Sorry, Honoria murmured. This has been the most humiliating day of my entire life. Iris shook her head, her expression almost dazed. I can't do this again, Honoria. I swear I can't. I don't care if there's no other cellist waiting to take my place. I just can't. If you get married? Yes, I'm aware, Iris nearly snapped. Don't think it didn't cross my mind last year. I almost accepted Lord Venable just to escape joining the quartet." Honoria winced. Lord Venable was old enough to be their grandfather, and then some. "Just please don't vanish again," Iris said, her voice cracking with barely restrained tears. "I can't handle it when people come up to compliment me on the performance. I never know what to say." "Of course," Honoria said, taking her cousin's hand. "Honoria, there you are." It was her mother, rushing over. "Where have you been?" Honoria cleared her throat. "I went upstairs to rest for a bit because I suddenly felt completely drained." "Yes, well, it was a long day," her mother said, nodding. "I can't believe how quickly the time flew by. I must have dozed off," Honoria replied with an apologetic tone. Who knew she could lie so convincingly? First the blood, and now this. "It's not important," her mother said before turning to Iris. "Have you seen Miss Winter?" Iris shook her head. "Charlotte is ready to leave, and no one can find her anywhere." "Maybe she went to the ladies' room," Iris suggested. Lady Winstead looked doubtful. "She's been gone far too long for that." Mother?" Honoria said, thinking about Daniel still in the hallway. "Could I speak with you for a moment?" "It'll have to wait," Lady Winstead said, shaking her head. "I'm starting to get worried about Miss Winter. Maybe she also needed to lie down," Honoria offered. "I suppose so. I do hope Charlotte remembers to give her an extra day off this week." Lady Winstead gave a slight nod as if agreeing with herself. "I think I'll go find her right now and suggest that it's the least we can do. Miss Winter really saved the day." Honoria and Iris watched her leave. Then Iris said, "Well, that depends on what you mean by saved." Honoria let out a small giggle and linked her arm with her cousin's. "Come with me," she said. "We'll take a stroll around the room and look happy and proud while we do it." Happy and proud is beyond me, but Iris was cut off by a loud crash. Or not exactly a crash, more like a splintering sound with a few pops and twangs. "What was that?" Iris asked. "I don't know." Honoria stretched her neck to see. It sounded like, "Oh, Honoria!" Daisy shrieked. "Your violin! What?" Honoria walked slowly toward the noise, unable to piece it together. "Oh, my goodness," Iris said suddenly, covering her mouth. She put a restraining hand on Honoria as if to say, "It's better if you don't look." "What's going on? Honoria's jaw dropped. "Lady Honoria." Lady Danbury barked. "So sorry about your violin." Honoria just blinked, staring at the shattered remains of her instrument. "What? How?" Lady Danbury shook her head with what Honoria suspected was fake regret. "No idea. It's this cane, you know. I must have knocked it off the table." Honoria felt her mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. Her violin didn't look like it had been knocked off a table. Honestly, Honoria couldn't figure out how it had ended up in such a state. It was completely destroyed. Every string had snapped, pieces of wood were broken off, and the chin rest was gone. It looked like an elephant had trampled it. "I insist on buying you a new one," Lady Danbury announced. "Oh, no," Honoria said with a strange lack of emotion. "That's not necessary." And furthermore, Lady Danbury said, ignoring her completely, "It will be a Ruggieri." Daisy gasped. "No, really," Honoria said. She couldn't stop staring at the violin. There was something hypnotic about it. "I caused this damage," Lady Danbury said grandly. She waved her arm through the air, directing the gesture more toward the crowd than Honoria. "I must make it right." "But a Ruggieri," Daisy cried. "I know," Lady Danbury said, placing a hand over her heart. "They are terribly expensive, but in a case like this, only the best will do." "There's quite a waiting list," Daisy said with a sniff. "Indeed, you mentioned that earlier." 6 months. Maybe even a year. "Or longer," Lady Danbury asked, with perhaps a hint of delight. "I don't need another violin," Honoria said. And she meant it. She was going to marry Marcus. She would never have to perform at another musical event for the rest of her life. Of course, she couldn't tell anyone that, and he still had to propose, but that seemed like a minor detail. She was certain he would. "She can take my old violin," Daisy offered. "I don't mind at all." While Lady Danbury argued with her about that, Honoria leaned toward Iris, her eyes still fixed on the wreckage scattered across the floor. "It's honestly incredible. How do you think she managed it?" "I have no idea," Iris replied, equally puzzled. "You'd need more than a walking stick. I think you'd need an elephant." Honoria let out a delighted gasp and finally tore her gaze away from the destruction. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter so loudly that Lady Danbury and Daisy stopped their argument to stare. "I think she's lost her mind," Daisy said. "Well, of course, you dimwit," Lady Danbury snapped. "She just lost her violin. Thank heavens," someone muttered with genuine feeling. Honoria glanced over but couldn't tell who had spoken. It was a well-dressed gentleman of middle age, accompanied by an equally fashionable lady. He reminded her of the old Prince of Beau Brummel, the trendsetter from when her older sisters first entered society. "That girl doesn't need a violin," he continued. "She needs her hands tied so she can never pick up an instrument again." A few people snickered, others looked deeply uneasy. Honoria had no idea what to do. In London there was an unspoken rule: you could mock the Smythe-Smith musicale all you wanted, but never, ever within earshot of an actual Smythe-Smith. Even the gossip columnists never mentioned how terrible they were. Where was her mother? Or Aunt Charlotte, had they heard? It would destroy them. "Oh, please," the man went on, addressing the small crowd gathered around him. "Are we all too afraid to speak the truth? They're awful, a crime against music." More people laughed, hiding their mouths behind their hands. Honoria tried to speak, to form any sound that might defend her family. Iris gripped her arm like she wanted to disappear, and Daisy looked stunned. "I beg you," the gentleman said, turning directly to Honoria, "don't accept a new violin from the Countess. Don't even touch one." Then, with a little smirk toward his companion, as if to say, "Just wait for my next punchline," he told Honoria. "You're dreadful. You make songbirds weep. You almost made me cry." "I might still do so," his companion added, her eyes flashing as she shot a triumphant look at the crowd. She was proud of her cruelty, delighted by her own sharp wit. Honoria swallowed hard, blinking back tears of fury. She had always imagined that if someone attacked her in public, she would fire back with a clever retort. Her timing would be perfect. She'd deliver a crushing comeback with such style that her opponent would slink away in shame. But now that it was actually happening, she was frozen. She could only stare, her hands trembling as she struggled to keep her composure. Later tonight, she'd think of the perfect thing to say. But right now her mind was a jumbled, chaotic fog. She couldn't form a single decent sentence even if someone handed her the complete works of Shakespeare. She heard another laugh, then another. He was winning. This awful man, whose name she didn't even know, had come into her home, insulted her in front of everyone she knew, and he was winning. It was wrong for so many reasons, except the most obvious one. She really was terrible at the violin. But surely people knew better than to behave this way. Surely someone would step forward to defend her. And then, cutting through the muffled laughs and whispered murmurs, came the unmistakable sound of boots clicking across a wooden floor. Slowly, like a wave, the crowd turned their heads toward the door, and what they saw Honoria fell in love all over again. Marcus, the man who had always dreamed of being the tree in the pantomime, the one who liked to run his affairs quietly from the shadows, the man who absolutely despised being the center of any attention, was about to create a spectacular commotion. "What did you say to her?" he demanded, storming across the room like an angry god, a bruised, bloody, and furious god who happened to be missing his cravat but still undeniably furious, and in her eyes still very much a god. The man standing across from her flinched. In fact, quite a few people took a step back. Marcus did appear a bit unhinged. "What did you say to her, Grimston?" Marcus repeated, stopping only when he was face to face with her tormentor. A spark of recognition hit Honoria. It was Basil Grimston. He had been away from town for years, but in his prime he was famous for his cutting tongue. Her sisters had despised him. Mr. Grimston raised his chin and said, "I spoke nothing but the truth." Marcus's hand curled into a fist, his other hand holding it. "You wouldn't be the first person I've struck tonight," he said, his voice eerily calm. That's when Honoria finally got a clear look at him. He looked completely untamed. His hair was sticking up in every direction. A bruise was blooming around his eye in shades of black and blue, and his lip was starting to swell on the left side. His shirt was torn, stained with blood and dirt, and if she wasn't mistaken, a tiny feather was stuck to the shoulder of his coat. She thought he might be the most stunning man she had ever laid eyes on. "Honoria?" Iris whispered, her fingers digging into her arm. Honoria just shook her head. She didn't want to talk to Iris. She didn't want to look away from Marcus for even a single moment. "What did you say to her?" Marcus asked once more. Mr. Grimston turned to the crowd. Surely someone must remove him. "Where is our hostess?" "Right here," Honoria said, stepping forward. It wasn't entirely true, but her mother was nowhere to be seen, and she figured she was the next best option. But when she looked at Marcus, he gave a small shake of his head, and she quietly slipped back into her place beside Iris. "If you do not apologize to Lady Honoria," Marcus said, his voice so soft it was terrifying, "I will kill you." A collective gasp went through the room, and Daisy faked a feint, gliding gracefully into Iris, who promptly stepped aside and let her hit the floor. "Oh, come now," Mr. Grimston said. "Surely it won't come to pistols at dawn." "I'm not talking about a duel," Marcus said. "I mean I will kill you right here in this room." "You're insane," Mr. Grimston gasped. Marcus shrugged. "Maybe." Mr. Grimston looked from Marcus to his friend to the crowd and then back to Marcus again. No one seemed to be offering him any advice, silent or otherwise. And so, as any dandy about to get his face smashed in would do, he cleared his throat, turned to Honoria, and said to her forehead, "I beg your pardon, Lady Honoria." "Do it properly," Marcus snapped. "I apologize," Mr. Grimston said through clenched teeth. "Grimston," Marcus warned. Finally, Mr. Grimston lowered his gaze until he was looking Honoria in the eye. "Please accept my apologies," he said to her. He looked miserable and sounded furious, but he said it. "Thank you," she said quickly, before Marcus could decide the apology wasn't good enough. "Now leave," Marcus ordered, "as if I would dream of staying." Mr. Grimston said with a sniff. "I'm going to have to hit you," Marcus said, shaking his head in disbelief. "That won't be necessary," Mr. Grimston's friend said quickly, casting a nervous glance at Marcus. She stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pulled him back a step. "Thank you," she said to Honoria, "for a wonderful evening. You can be sure that if anyone asks, I'll say it passed without incident." Honoria still didn't know who she was, but she nodded anyway. "Thank God they're gone," Marcus muttered as they left, rubbing his knuckles. "I really didn't want to have to hit someone again. Your brother has a very stubborn head." Honoria couldn't help but smile. It was absurd to find any humor in that moment, and even more ridiculous to let herself smile. Daisy was still sprawled on the floor, carrying on with her dramatic feint, while Lady Danbury was snapping at anyone nearby that there was nothing to see, nothing to see. Iris kept peppering her with questions about something or other, but Honoria wasn't paying her any attention. As soon as Marcus's gaze met hers, she blurted out, "I love you." She hadn't planned to say it just then, but the words simply couldn't stay inside. "I love you, always." Someone must have overheard her, and word traveled fast. Within moments, the entire room fell silent. Once again, Marcus found himself at the center of everyone's attention. "I love you too," he declared, his voice steady and strong. Then, with half the ton watching, he took her hands, dropped to one knee, and asked, "Lady Honoria Smythe-Smith, will you do me the very great honor of becoming my wife?" Honoria tried to speak, but her throat was tight with emotion, so she nodded. She nodded through her tears, nodding so quickly and vigorously that she nearly lost her balance and had to sway into his arms as he stood back up. "Yes," she finally whispered. "Yes." Iris later told her the whole room erupted in cheers, but Honoria didn't hear a thing. In that perfect moment, there was only Marcus and her, and the way he was smiling as he rested his nose against hers. "I was going to tell you," he said, "but you beat me to it." "I didn't mean to," she confessed. "I was waiting for the right moment." She rose on her toes and kissed him, and this time she did hear the roar of applause around her. "I think this is the right moment," she whispered. He must have agreed because he kissed her again, right in front of everyone, 1 year later. I'm not sure the front row is the best spot, Marcus said, glancing longingly at the empty chairs further back. He and Honoria had arrived early for this year's Smythe-Smith musicale. She had insisted they come early to get the best seats. It's not about the view, she said, scanning the front row with a critical eye. It's about the experience. I know, he replied glumly. And anyway, it's really about showing our support. She gave him a bright smile and settled into her chosen seat, front row, dead center. With a sigh, Marcus took the seat on her right. Are you comfortable? He asked. Honoria was expecting, and far enough along that she probably shouldn't be making public appearances, but she insisted the musicale was an exception. It's a family tradition, she answered. For her, that was reason enough. For him, it was why he loved her. It was strange, finally having a family of his own. Not just the endless Smythe-Smiths, who were so numerous he still couldn't keep them straight. Every night as he lay down next to his wife, he couldn't quite believe she was his. And he was hers, a family. And soon they would be 3. Incredible. Sarah and Iris are still very upset about performing, Honoria whispered, even though no one else was around. Who is taking your place? Harriet, she said, adding, Sarah's younger sister. She's only 15, but there was no one else before her. Marcus considered asking if Harriet was any good, then decided he didn't want to know the answer. It's 2 sets of sisters in the quartet this year, Honoria said, just then realizing it. I wonder if that has ever happened before. Your mother will know, he said distractedly, or Aunt Charlotte. She's become quite the family historian. Someone passed by them on their way to a seat in the corner, and Marcus looked around, noticing the room was slowly filling up. I'm so nervous, Honoria confessed, flashing him an excited smile. You know, this is actually my first time just sitting in the audience. Marcus blinked, puzzled. But what about all those years before you were one of the performers? It's totally different, she replied, offering him a look that said he wouldn't get it. Oh, look, they're starting. It's happening right now. He gave her hand a gentle pat, then settled back to watch Iris, Sarah, Daisy, and Harriet take their places. He was pretty sure he caught Sarah letting out a groan. Then the music began. It was terrible. He'd known it would be, it always was, but somehow his ears seemed to forget just how painful it sounded year after year. Or maybe this time was even worse. Harriet dropped her bow twice in a row. That couldn't be a good sign. He glanced over at Honoria, expecting to see sympathy on her face. After all, she'd been in their shoes making that same awful noise. But instead of looking upset, she was gazing at her cousins with a beaming, almost proud expression, like a mother watching her kids shine on stage. He had to do a double take. Aren't they just amazing? She whispered, tilting her head toward him. His mouth fell open in disbelief. He had no clue how to respond. They've gotten so much better, she added softly. That might actually be true. If so, he was incredibly glad he hadn't attended any of their rehearsals. For the rest of the concert, he found himself watching Honoria instead. She beamed. She sighed dramatically. At one point, she even placed her hand over her heart, and when her cousins finally put down their instruments, or, in Sarah's case, rolled her eyes while lifting her fingers off the keys, Honoria was the first to jump to her feet, clapping like crazy. Just think how amazing it'll be when we have daughters who can play in the quartet, she said, giving him an unexpected kiss on the cheek. He opened his mouth, honestly unsure of what he was about to say, but whatever it was, it definitely wasn't what came out. I can't wait. As he stood there, his hand resting lightly on the small of his wife's back, listening to her excited chatter with her cousins, his gaze drifted down to her belly, where a new life was beginning to grow, and he realized he meant it. He truly couldn't wait for any of it. He leaned in and whispered, I love you, into Honoria's ear, just because he felt like it. She didn't turn to look at him, but she smiled, and so did he.